They are facing against Gen.G.
Chat, what's up? How are you doing?
It's not going to be an
Hello,
easy
hello,
feat
hello.
to try to topple down this giant who's just completely grown so fast this 2024. So let's welcome the players on the stage.
Straight out the shower, yeah. We pretty much just made it. Straight out of bed, straight into the shower, straight onto the PC. Pretty much what we're doing.
2024 VCT Pacific. I am Achilles here once again alongside William, and we'll be guiding you through the action in our opening series.
How's my sleep? Not bad, dude. Not bad.
Up against Gen.G.
Yeah, quite a giant out to face in your first week, but
Excited for a bit of a lion tomorrow. That's gonna be nice.
Waiting for this chance since they didn't get to go to Masters Madrid. They will take whatever chances they get to try to get a win, no matter who the opponent is. And again, the question is Gen.G, sure, you got a lot of experience from Masters Madrid, but how much time you should have to recuperate from that to maybe fix some of the errors that have now been
Rats and Kane with the Prime. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the 19 months.
They made a roster change, and things went right as rain in that opening series versus T1. So I think we still
Got the maths A level. Good luck, man.
They're here on the back end. They go to the last day of the week. They got
Wait, when is it, Ratton?
days to relax after returning from Madrid before they get back into the grind set. But even then, a very, very scary team.
Yes.
So Talon, this is a David and Goliath tale for them if they could find success here. Oh boy.
This Saturday's gonna be a banger, dude. I haven't even looked that far ahead.
About it, right? Obviously, you're
What games are on Saturday?
against the same exact teams from the other side. So Gen.G is going to be that opponent that everyone's kind of thinking like, can we even
Fried
get a win
Clam
against
with the
that
Prime.
team?
Thank you so
counting
much.
it
Thank
out
you,
on the
thank you.
board, they're already looking pretty good for playoffs. They're looking really solid in the championship points already. It's a very big lead. So while you said David and Goliath, absolutely worth a shot.
Yeah, oh no, for sure. I mean, there's plenty on the line. I mean, not only just the championship points, but I think that the clout that it would get you alone would be worth its
We're
weight in
expecting a
gold.
close game. Hoping that Talon.
But, I mean,
I'm
also,
hoping
if
that Talon to kind of
happen, I'm all in
look
on
decent,
BFM
yeah.
being able to take down T1 because that would just leave the Alpha group completely winless.
I mean, Gen.G should be
so maybe
winning.
The curse actually is activated there, but Talon showing us a new look. Frost able to talk about it a bit more in depth there on the desk, talking about Lenny, the struggles that they had, trying to get things poised and ready to go. But we'll see how they do fare here today. The starting lineup, I do believe that we're going to have Surf once again playing alongside the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and quite frankly, he didn't look like he missed a single beat, right? It's been a little bit since we've seen him with this core on this brand of Talon.
You're right, thank you, man. It would dry pretty fast. A little bit wet.
But returns with a role switch now onto the Sentinels and looks solid. You know, does it look
Was
perfect?
Crew
Maybe
vs
not,
Fury
but he built that
interesting?
role that they needed for the rest of the team to shine.
Yeah, I
Members
think the
like
better
Governor
team
to
won.
do
I
his
was a
thing, to
bit
show off
disappointed
his own
with
skills,
Furia.
carry the momentum forward.
And a bit surprised with how good Heat looked on a different role, to be honest. Heat shooter was very good yesterday.
Texture,
He's such a character.
He's been his jovial sense today.
Solo.
We're gonna have to wait for Solo.
Solo taking his time in both map draft and his entrances onto the stage.
It's really become a thing at this point. They're very,
Wait, did he do it
very
again
thorough.
in this one?
Of course, you know, a little bit of memories there between Solo and Frost from their previous careers. But at the end of the day, we're talking about Texture. He seems to be in high spirits. Kind of ran into him backstage as well. He's joking around about, like, what can I take on the
Gen.G
stage or
just
not?
take
Like,
the time
why
and
is he
map
even waiting for
vetoes.
me
That's
again?
just all it is.
So I think Gen.G is feeling just fine.
Well, into the huddles they go. We'll see how Talon do look out the gate, because, you know, it was a bit of a slow start, especially for Governor. You know, we were talking about it ad nauseum on the analyst desk, wanting to see that explosive performance.
Took
that
a
he
solid
put up
minute
in
to
opening
decide the
series
second
versus
ban. Damn,
Blade.
really?
He didn't quite hit that high of a high in their series versus Blade.
Hey,
but
man,
he
that's
was
just that.
putting
That's
up
just
as
that thing.
series went on. So I'm curious to see if
Sounds sick? Nah, it's just morning, bro.
how
That's
do
all
they
it
look.
is.
And quite
It's
frankly, Frost talked about it here.
the morning
Obviously, you
voice.
touched upon it a little bit during the broadcast, but one of the big things was while Governor was looking very good at kickoff, they overheated a lot as a team.
Oh,
and
sure.
now Governor talked about it in the interview. Frost talks about it again, where they want to calm things down. That for sure has
Not
happened.
sure-
Whatever training
not sure
they've
that's a
been doing,
thing.
it's been
Not
working.
sure
Now
that's
it's
a thing,
about finding
Saint.
that balance, and Man, against Gen.G, you really have to strike gold in that balance because this is a team where they know exactly when to push the limits and then take it back.
They've been getting so well at that limit test. But we'll see.
Morning hair makes me
How
look
they do fare,
18.
it seems like, of course, the
Jesus.
spirit's very high. I think that overall the team going to be feeling very comfortable, very confident at this point. Just need to avoid dipping into complacency. That's, of course, going to be the killer as Cruz leading the cheer, leading the charge, ready to lead the squad.
He is a very good
as
aimer,
well.
like 10s. Feel
Talon
like he'd
will
do well in
get
a
ready
role
to
change.
take
Yeah,
their
I
seats.
feel like other teams would just be like,
Back over
hold
the
up,
coaching booths.
are we,
Try to guide
maybe
them
this is
here
a thing.
to a victory, and what a monstrous one it would be if they could pull it off. But of course, you know, we saw
Clutch
some
out
Talon
later,
fans out
yeah.
there in the audience saying buy the bundle and whatnot, but just given the locale, given that the HQ is basically down the street, expect that Talon will have the crowd against them for the most part.
Yeah, and that's something that, of course,
Give me a little
some of
bit
the
lower?
teams
Yeah,
will
let me turn
have
this
to
up.
deal with. I got to talk to Ryan Jaker a little bit about that as well, and you know, it's just a result of where things are. But I will also say, just given some of the performances these teams have had, even in 2023, we do have growing fan bases even here in Seoul. And of course, you know, especially if it's over the weekend, we
Right, everyone just plays the Fnatic
right
these
now,
days.
it's just going to be the same old comps from both teams. Talon kind of making that adjustment coming in with Surf playing the Killjoy, and Gen.G, no reason to change it. I mean, Lotus, one of their comfy picks, even at Masters Madrid.
The time is
they
packed,
are
chat.
able to play real
For
fundamental
my
valor
time,
when it comes to
I
this
think.
composition.
No, absolutely are, but my eyes are going over to these
In 8
older
hours?
players. Jit Boys
Ah, yes.
has just been absolutely magical for the squad.
Yeah, Chip Boys was putting up numbers even in their loss against Bleed. I believe maybe even taking match MVP in terms of the in-game ratings at that point. So looking very comfortable. There were a couple smokes, sure, that didn't line up perfectly. But
I'm not sure,
he maybe
Stalin.
chalked that
I'm
up
not
to
sure.
the first game. Now he's gotten that.
But I still
out of the
believe
way on
in
stage as well.
Bleed
And
a
Karon
lot
was
less
in the
than I
same
did for my
shoes, right?
original,
Thurios and
well,
Convergence in their first
or
games
less
at
for my
kickoff,
second
and now
pick'ems
he's
for
become
this,
a world
yeah.
star. So we'll see how Chip Boys matches up against that.
Nice things here for both of these teams. Lotus on the horizon, Gen.G looking for some decent comfort here. We'll see how they fare as we go ahead and get ready to jump into map number 1 of this best of 3 series.
I mean, I imagine we'll talk about it. Do you know what I did, Lexi? I clicked it with about 20 seconds to go, and I was like, I can't read that in 20 seconds.
Talon struggled with a lot. Was actually quite
I know
frankly,
there's the
a
message,
lot on the
I just didn't
defensive
read
side,
it.
so since Gen.G picked the map this time, they'll be happy to start on the attack.
Okay.
But even on the attack,
I'm gonna forget. Yeah, might be worth
trying to
just
play things maybe a little bit
bumping
too
it.
slowly on a 3-site map.
Okay,
like
Gen.G on
Lotus,
defense,
trying
Talon
to
on
Make
attack.
sure that they have all the pieces of information. Sometimes you don't have.
Hey,
that
my
luxury.
molly.
You're just gonna have to start.
Molly's
to send
making
on
it.
a timer, and right now,
Heretics took it.
Site is where their sights are set.
Elzinho and Coach Potatoes, and now
Just
it's
the
made
one
its way
ghost
to
here on the
Pacific
side of Talon.
Gen.G.
Lucky and Texture both
They
gonna
just
be
do it
picking this up as
reactively.
for now,
That's
Talon's
interesting. So if Util comes out, then they
creep
molly
up here
this.
in towards B. Nice paint shell. Munchkin gonna eat a decent amount of damage off that one actually. Doesn't pull away from it. Doesn't get the snake bite out.
You know what's nice is,
Yeah, they might
this
have
is
to
it's
push out
such a
here, though. They're set
specific
up for it.
hard molly to do
It's a
that
little bit of
I'm
a
always gonna know
50-50.
it's my
Gonna
lineup.
be able to find either Meteor and Munchkin getting a kill apiece. Swapping out some of the weapons now. There's a little bit of post plant util. Was set up, but I believe now cleared. Holding it onto the spike and serves simplified.
Molly goes in?
Munchkin will get
Maybe.
2v2 is Meteor holding up close, able to find one, retap onto the spike.
Holy hell.
The spray through, Haunt now coming out, Cruz force back. Takes
Oh
the
my
fight,
God,
manages
bro.
to take them both
Fair
down,
play.
but it's still the fuse held.
Two over
Gen.G will
towards
find that pistol
E
round
main,
win.
Yeah, getting
completely
that
own
half
it.
done earlier was all the
Yeah, that's
difference, 'cause
impressive.
Talon, they came in prepared, right? They
Brabster,
recognized
thank
that
you so much
B-side
for
is generally
the
gonna be the
2
weakest side here on the
months.
pistol
Thank
against
you for the
most
prime.
teams,
Thank you, thank
especially
you.
a team like Gen.G. And then you even have the foresight
What
to
a
say, "Hey,
hero.
we
Thank
wanna
you for
push
doing
out,"
that,
'cause
man.
otherwise the retake becomes a menace on this side in the middle of the map. So they wanted to push out, not able to get a single kill there, but still the snake bite, you've got the lineups, you got the spam, but the half was done.
Oh, it was
and
already
that's all
halved?
that
Oh, okay,
mattered.
chat. That's how you know
Wrapped
it's
up
the
round in
morning,
favor
man.
of Gen.G,
That's how
and
you
now
know it's the
we'll
morning.
take a look at the
I
bodies
thought
here.
they did
Guardians
it.
galore here on the side of Gen.G.
Dude, that was
Already
close,
a little
though.
bit of damage across
Okay.
there onto Cruz.
Right, reset. Everyone reset.
Spray away.
Gen.G won the round. It's all good.
That A side of the map completely unassailable. Now it's gonna
Dude, I
be
shouldn't stream in the morning,
Their
man.
sights over towards C.
I need to wake up earlier, but then
Wary of, not expecting a forward
then at
work
what
here out of
cost is
bound,
that?
but you can tell,
give me like
Munchkin
give me
and
like
Meteor playing back
the
well
next
with
5
the C
rounds,
side.
chat.
Yeah, sending the paint shells there just to push them back. Sure, you get the ore, but that does make entering C site near impossible, especially given the weaponry. So Talon will have to try to wait for a pick. Given the
And that
fact
was
that
real
they don't
close.
have any information left on A, most likely they're just going to cut audio, try to get a pick first. And if so, they'll get the plant on C.
Checking that close left side. Way in. I know that there's going to be a share of a plan. Munchkin, as he swings out, is able to find 3. He's gonna down
Yeah,
Meteor.
just off the contact.
Finding
A
one.
solid swing.
For the last gun
And
is recovered. Jit Boys an opportunity to maybe deal some
That's unlucky, the timing on
serious
that.
damage here, but he's not ready for Lockheed to continue pressing forward, so it does end up
Juggle
falling.
the
So Guardian
upgrades.
can be retained.
There we go, upgrades are here.
Overall, just 1 weapon loss there for the side of Gen.G, which I think it was actually just a ghost in the end. So overall, no real economic damage dealt.
Yeah, Gen.G recognizing that that's a possibility, so you still trust the turret. You don't try to go for the peaks. You make sure that Meteor is hiding himself until you get contact to go for the trades. And it swings out close, able to wrap things up. Like you said, only dropping the 1 weapon. Munchkin calling for the
Ashy
Guardian
as
pickup,
well,
and that'll
Ashy
give
Peach,
them
thank you so
quite a bit of
much
firepower
for
into
the
the
5
bonus
months,
here.
appreciate
No
the tier
extra
1.
buy up, though.
Thank you for doing
just
that.
gonna be
Okay,
mostly
we
the
are
2
into the big
Guardians that
Byron,
Gen.G will be
Gen.G go
relying
close,
on
I
as they
goes
continue to
in.
take control of Rubble.
Trying to get these orbs where possible. Texture doing very much the same on the opposite side. Just going to be behind by 1 here comparatively. Around towards B. Alarm bot around the corner. Lakia, sheriff in hand, looking to try to hold this. He's actually going to be moving forward. And this could be a fortunate circumstance for him. But Nanoswarm actually tips him off. That forces him back, and the catch cannot come through for Talon.
Yeah, and they're showing a good amount of pressure over towards B.
Moment there for Lakia. If he had sent that Prowler, that might have been the death for him.
Do they?
We'll just delay as he waits for the fuel
Go
to
back
recharge
towards A,
before it
no,
drops the
okay.
Screen. Talon finding a good opening in between the utility to try to break the site open.
Looking for the rush play. And with
Damn.
fire is able to find Texture. Governor clears out Lakia. Just take
I really thought he was done for. Nice recovery.
12 bullets though. The double push gets ready to come in. Runs out just before he would have been able to finish off
46
Jit Boys.
HP, nearly
Down to
gets
46,
4.
But now we find ourselves in a 2v2. Already though, Talon using far too many weapons. Need to hold on to these last ones and get this round win.
If Cruz can just stay alive, this flank around from Jit
Look
Boys
at the
is gonna be
timing on the
hard to
swings here
predict.
as well.
Now, they're
Yeah,
still
it's a
gonna
very
try
good
to clear him.
reposition. It's just the
Turret won't
plant.
be able to check for him from heaven, but his
Like,
own smoke is gonna block
This
him
should
off.
always get
He has to
traded.
Try to interrupt this one. It's just being held, and as he swings,
Yeah,
Munchkin
missed them.
off on the right-hand side will be able to take him out.
Man,
So that's going to be the bonus.
Karen
conversion
just starts
coming
it off
through
as well.
Gen.G
3v,
kick things off
3v5,
now,
gets
Lotus
2,
3-0.
then gets a
And this
third,
is the
almost
trouble
gets a
with
fourth.
B-site.
It's
The
insane.
entry was good, right? You are able to take up Link.
Caesar
that
Heat,
are
thank you
next
so
to that
much,
baby
man.
door, things
Appreciate
like
you.
that.
Thank
But
you
at
for
the
doing
end of
that
the
as
day,
well.
it's just too many
5
angles
gifted
they start
chain
to
offs
cover
too.
the
Get some
post
slug
plan.
Oilers in.
And with a fast help like this from Charon, of course, he gets
35
triple.
altogether.
Makes all the
Holy hell.
difference. But well, he's taking less
Hey,
from Munchkin, that's
if
for
you
sure.
got gifted as well, make sure you say thank you. Make sure you say thank you to Caesar.
To see that energy, it's hard to imagine that this guy only started playing at the top level, and professionally at all in Valorant, just a mere 3 months ago.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
really
it's
good.
absolutely astounding.
Meteor took a lot of damage, I guess, from a
Alright,
jump
that-
spot
yeah,
over
have that
towards
royal
C.
road,
Molly's
let
go
alone second
in,
place finish.
and
Governor
Big Jewel.
jumping his way in, but it's just going to be a leg shot there on a Munchkin. Now does have a pit available.
Wait,
The snake bite looks like he was
Wait.
suspicious of somebody creeping their way in, but Jit Boys,
Wait.
he's not checking right. I don't think he realizes that the Viper is there. Maybe an opportunity
Now
for
what?
a big backstab, but with just a classic
Yeah,
and stranded away from the rest of his
He's
team.
never
I mean,
gonna
just
get-
Cruz left. Like, what can
the
he
classic, you're never
realistically
going to
do?
get more
so trying
than
to double
one,
check,
really.
It looks like for Jit Boys to see
Let's
where
see.
that rotation happened to
Is
try
she
to
gonna
make the
be-
call for Cruz
No,
and
that's so
enter to
unlucky,
C-site
man.
again. But he's checking for the fade. He has no idea the
Hold up,
Viper's
you're going
here
back
as
to
well.
the
He
turret,
goes for
though.
one,
But now
but
there's
the
He's
a
going
turret
back
on
to
the
the
opposite
turret, and he's
side.
seen the turret.
You give them the
You could
alert,
smoke
I
the
think it's
turret?
confuse the ever-loving hell out of them.
What?
try to smoke it off.
Oh, but this has just been a trip around the world for Jit Boys. But ultimately,
Don't
I
tell
think
me they
this
get around the
might
corner.
just
And they just
end
keep
in
running
despair.
away.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even realize they're rotating
Nah,
away.
man, this
They're on
is
the
so
hunt.
unlucky.
They're
There's a
looking for
spike,
him.
though. Just go get the
He's
plant,
stalking
man.
him. He just doesn't
Go
have
get the
weaponry.
plant.
Honestly, I'd turn tail back over
Yeah,
to C and try to get this plant
It's more
down.
money, yeah.
Just get the plan, quite
Do
frankly.
they hear that pickup? Munchkin starting
Yeah.
to notice it. Yep, now they certainly do know, as the plant does come through. We'll see what kind of damage he can deal. As he eludes the turret
They must be
shots,
wondering
avoiding
how on
some
earth did he
damage.
get
Swings
it?
out, just shot there, but Texture just spamming through. We'll be able to get the wall bank
Okay,
kill.
honestly, nicely
So I think
done
a bit
for
of a
getting the
head
plant.
scratcher here for both teams at
Yeah,
the
they
end,
must
but
be
it's
like,
still gonna
what
be
the-
Gen.G moving up 4-0.
Okay, double armor rebuy.
Smooth
I'm
start
in
for
honestly
Gen.G.
triple armor rebuy.
I mean, surely a lot of question marks there, but
Big buy
like
round,
you
they
said,
got to
I mean,
go
it's a
against the
flawless at the end of the
Fatal,
day.
they got to go
Can't hope
against
for
the
better than
Razor.
that. giving over the plant, it's not the biggest of deals. It's not like you were really losing too much on your own econ. And of course, it's also the Omen that gets the plant. Texture, calm, and crisp. Looking just as good as he did when he started off Madrid. Yeah, he's just taking a little bit of head scratching there. And I'm not surprised about the timeout, because here's the thing, is that you're playing Lotus, you gotta at least have some really solid control of Mound into the entrance of Seaside or Rubble. We're not really seeing that from Talon. Sure, you get up to Mound, you get the ult orb, but you haven't disrupted the Seaside at all. We gotta see some changes there.
Gen.G looking good as always.
Start here for that attacking side. You can see Frost trying to convey as much as he possibly
My team's
can
slow
here,
and
given
taking
the
fights
limited
over
time.
towards C if there's a fight on A. Normally, because you can still have 2 on C, right? And it's not like it's weak. It's not like it's weak agents. It's double block agents in terms of Viper and Killjoy.
A couple of times at Madrid, sure, but this is also something they might have talked about. It was one of the questions that was brought up in the press conference after their tough loss in the grand finals. Was what are you doing to make sure that the mental game stays at the very top for the players? And Solo admitted that right now it's up to the coaches, and maybe that's something that they need to work on going further. So we'll see how much they take advantage of the opponent's timeout. This time, Talon fixing their eyes
and
onto the A
Gen.G
side. The Rubble
using their
portion
timeout
has
to
been given
fully
up
change
for
everything.
free. 4 rounds in a row. And Gen.G perhaps getting a counter read on this.
So
Just
started
seeing
with
if
a
you wanna push out the
default,
other side
move
and
up to a
tighten
switch
things
on
up,
this
and
one in
Killjoy
terms
gets
of
a little
Killjoy
bit
going
enough on
over
the A
towards
side
A.
of this map.
Well, you're talking about getting that Rubble control. They're able to have it. Gen.G this round playing back. They were playing on the opposite side of the map, looking for that mound control. Just widely trading places as Cruz clearing out that Prowler.
This is a very solid start for Talon, though, right? You're denying any extra information out of B main. You still have set up next to Mound so that you can retake control of this, and then you've taken control of Rubble. So this is the ideal scenario for an attacking side. Now, do they check for Charon?
Oh,
Close.
nearly found there, but
Okay, Razor of their own.
absorb the bullet.
While they lose
Alive.
C control,
Also sent
they
forward,
prowler
Predator
over
close.
towards
Ban
B
in the
to see if
meantime.
they can get a rotate in.
Able to find a pick there on a Munchkin.
And
The
that's
spike
a
right now
lot
is
of
being
pressure
committed over
here.
towards the C-side, so the rest of the team gonna have to try to
25
rotate over.
HP.
Now Charon gonna be
Nicely
gone.
done.
Solid start here for the side of
Yeah,
Talon.
looks like a really convincing
HB
round.
on
There's a
Governor
big
and
duel
Ban
over
as
towards
Texture
B
now
at the moment.
arrives.
That's
Yeah, we'll see if
Fine.
Valakia versus Ban. That's where my eyes
Completely
are at.
in
Only
this round.
5 HP, but if he can get this kill, that's huge.
He does. I know that there's going to be one very disconnected from the rest of the team, but do they actually try to play this one out? Texture looking around this smoke, but Wiley has to wait for it to dissipate, but that is crucial time bought here for Talon.
I mean, Gen.G, the creds are there, so perhaps they go for this just to put more damage onto Talon. The round surely already lost. You look at the health bars.
Nade onto the ramp. Satchel, that would get a kill, actually. Almost on the Governor. They're gonna be able
pretty
to get
good
one
damage.
piece, but
Could have been a
Jitboys
little bit
and
more,
Surf able to
but
return
nicely done from
fire.
Talon.
Go ahead and pick up the first round victory here for Talon. So now find
Yeah, they
themselves
got a
on
good
the
amount of
board.
money as well,
Talon has
so
to
even though it
try
gets
to think
reset,
back to that round
could still
and
buy
say,
after
why
this.
did that work? Because what we saw on the
Multiple
mini-map was a
ults here, though.
Gen.G that has never
Yeah,
looked
this is a
that
bit of a
lost
nightmare.
before on any of the maps that they played.
Gonna have to get one of
Normally,
these
they're
ults
pretty
online,
good
you
at
would
coming in
imagine.
because they were able to isolate the information. But this time, it's a double strike onto A while there's still a showstopper flying into C site. And you saw the other teammates of Gen.G kind of caught, bouncing back and forth in the middle of the map. A near defender spawn. That's not the type of moments that we've seen from Gen.G. If Talon can replicate that, it's going to be a good half for the rest.
Well, now it
Oh,
looks like they
aggro
wanna
A
fight
into
over
fight
Mound.
A.
A little bit
Omen
more.
flash
Nades
hits
down.
too.
Texture able to find Jitboy, swings back around and gets Governor to boots. Two
Yeah,
kills
that's
very
very
swiftly.
nice.
And Gen.G very much realizing what the game plan was going to be going into this round here for Talon. They counteracted to perfection.
Yeah, and one of the other things is you send the Nightfall as well, right? Saying we're not taking any risk. We are eliminating this portion of the map. That way we can go for our usual defaults once again. The very heavy 3-2s or 4-1 splits that Gen.G likes to play. And this time, just trusting in the util. They have faith that with the numbers in the showstopper, the retake is on their side.
They can't clear the secondary nano, so that does slow them up a bit as the rotations start coming in here for Gen.G. 3v5. Ban, if he can get the plant, that would give them a pit. I'm curious to see if he actually commits into it, but it's actually going to be Cruz getting the Nightfall online instead.
And
Three
then
crucial
they
elements
might.
really taking pick here for the side of Talon.
Okay.
Now, Ben pushing forward, look at the challenge at Waterfall. Showstopper comes out.
So close to getting another.
Shot before
Yeah,
the rock
2v4
fly.
and
Cruz
15
now,
HP.
Cruz
Definitely
kept
not
falling
using
low,
the
tries to
fatal
go for
anymore.
The challenge ends up falling to the wayside. Is Surf now.
Yeah, nicely
Needs to
done
stand
from
his ground,
Gen.G.
cannot
On the duel
kill
over
there
towards
from Munchkin
A
on the back
heavily.
end as the defuse
So Omen
will
flash
come
that they
in.
do is very
Maybe you're gonna
nice.
get one step closer, perhaps, Yeah, Texture swinging in his face.
Honestly, this hold is nice.
Will be one away now from that
Like once you add the
Gen.G.
Viper ult from B, and you can
Stop
still
Talon from getting
have
2 in a
the
row.
pressure of 4, but you only
Going
have
for the
3
Nightfall in
here.
the pit, I don't mind that.
I do
Knowing
think
the
it's just a
Showstopper
game
was
changer.
online, right?
I
So
know
the
I'm
pit,
slightly
if you
biased.
Put it up, maybe the Showstopper comes in anyway. Would have been disaster. But they weren't quite in position to take advantage of the Nightfall. I think they were trying to gain more space so that they could create a crossfire, and then they could send the Nightfall in if they see the retake coming in from the other side, kind of funnel in Gen.G. Doesn't pan out that way, and this time Talon coming with another attempt to control Rubble. They're not going to be met with the same force, though.
Same thing again, but it's just 2 people this time.
Operator now here in the hands of Texture. Pulls it up outside of C as there's a reveal on the 2. Not really able to penetrate that wall, though. Texture inching forward. Looking for a target. Surf swung out wide.
Let's get antsy. The alarm bot is here, though. He can rely on that.
A matter of timing. Oh, yep. Alarm
Mother
bot will
bot,
go.
what's
Texture
up,
gonna
man?
be
How
made
we doing?
vulnerable by that. Does have
Good
the
morning.
backpedal.
Oh, but look
And
at
in the
Texture.
meantime,
Yeah, he stays there because he knows the main force wasn't there.
okay.
Meanwhile, Ban gets taken out.
Oh,
Kid just able to find that one. Governor now. Position given away just in front of Baby Door.
and the amount of times they lose the first kill. Savage.
Curious to see what Talon decide to do with the rest of this round.
Yeah, right
Creep
now,
up now, moving over towards B.
it's the best shot they have just because they had control of both B and
It's a
A
good
main,
call, though.
but of course, the question when it comes to B side isn't about
B
can we
retake.
plant. It's about can you
And
defend
it's
it.
all about making
So
sure the
what
Meteor
members
doesn't get a
do
kill.
from A lane
Killjoy
near that
ult as
baby
well
door,
to
it's
give
gonna
them a
be
lot of
crucial. If they
space.
can
Let's
get
see
a
if they
pick
decide
and
to
then
take any of
rotate
this
around,
space.
It's going to be a much healthier setup.
They honestly don't need
Force
to,
Texture
but
quite far back, all the way back over into the C site. As Nightfall ready on the back.
goes the right place as well. That hits 3.
5v4 Governor starting things off nicely. Does find the opening shot. Meteor going to be taken out. C sent.
I mean, time-wise,
Yeah.
Talon looks comfy.
Gen.G
Karaman's
very much
to
getting
dodge it.
slowed up and running out of time to try to get this defuse off. They have to try to push through the smoke. Governor able to find one. Cruz gets us back with another. Lakia equalizes it. 2v2, but still an operator in hand. Texture staring into the smoke
Time
where
is
they have
so
to stick
low.
onto this diffuse right here, right now. Shots across the way from Jit
yeah,
Point.
this is just nicely
This
done
round
from
is
Talon.
not winnable here
This
for
waterfall
Gen.G.
deals.
Last pack to try to take himself out
And
to
they
safety.
take down this
Had a
op.
second
Man,
one,
this
but
is a
not
very,
able to
very big
clear.
round.
Texture loses out
Bunny
on the
reset as
operator.
well.
Talon, they find themselves an extra little advantage on top of the round win.
I was wondering, because
Yeah, he has to get out of there earlier.
But Texture looked comfy, so I thought he must be out of range. Just barely lose to the operator. That one hurts. I got a little dicey because Talon was aware of the operator, so they had to play it safe on that post plant, but they will get the round win, and they'll take away the operator. The operator's down, the Odin comes out, so Talon not quite in the clear just yet.
Final adjustments, but ultimately going to be Vandals across the board here as Nade goes out. Governor does a bit of damage from that. Odin's now in play.
Yeah, and Odin's honestly done a good amount of chip damage.
Creating a lot more noise there to see if
So strong. I would be starting a majority of the rounds when you can.
This map was very enjoyable up until this moment.
Yeah, but now it feels like home. This is what Lotus sounds like, right?
Yeah.
You got the crunching of the rotating doors and then the drilling of the Odin.
And Gen.G taking a bit of a
Sounds
risk,
like
obviously happy to
Yes,
retake one of these
somewhat
sites
for
with the
sure.
Killjoy
You got
ult.
Doors,
They
you got Odins.
decide to retake C with the Killjoy
Now what
ult.
do they do to clear this out? You still got that paint shells. Doesn't clear out both.
And you see
Sure.
Meteor instantly
Yeah,
heading
might
over
find the
towards
one.
Heaven. Does he want to early use the ult?
That'll
Or...
be triggered
Oh,
there,
they both
trying to
enter the
dissuade
site
him for
because
the
the
push
turret
up.
hasn't...
It's going to be
Oh,
invested
man.
here from Munchkin. It's Meteor driving over on the ramp, managing to find 2. Looks for a little bit more.
Double.
Swing
Holy
in.
hell, he does
Point
so
gets
well.
Finish there on to Cruz. As Pan will find Munchkin. That's going to drop his pit.
There.
3v3 though. Karan still holding, stopping them from getting up to a position.
And John
where
was
they can
talking
actually
about
plant the
this
spike.
when we watch partied with him.
Right now, just trying
He's
to
saying that every time you do an attack Viper ult, it never works.
Oh, what a
And I agree.
grab
You
from
got to do it.
Karan.
Like the attack Viper ult
2
before
headshots
you
found.
plant,
Gen.G
it does just give this pathway
Acting every twisted
all
turn
the way
there.
to the back of sight,
Now up to
and
6
it
on
just
the
works
defender
against
side.
you. You have no idea.
Already
Like
feeling very healthy
you
in
have
the
like
round
this
advantage
area,
for
and
Gen.G.
everywhere around is just a question
Talon,
mark.
they used an early timeout. I don't know if they'll want to use one again because overall, the round-to-round adjustments, the reads seem a lot better than they did in the first couple rounds. But even this one kind of making the assumption that they're going
This is a
to
very
be
good
able to
rotate
break
from
into the
Gen.G as well.
C side and maybe get that pit up.
Stop the initial
They
hit.
give up all control of Rubble, then they're met with the
A
bonus
control
Viper's pit.
again.
And the rush forward, there's the
That's
reveal.
so
I mean,
strong.
It looked like he was basically
And they
spraying
can't
that
get
before
out.
the hunt had even hit. Lakia just looking to mow him down. 2 kills found here with the Odin.
Is
It might be
getting
dishonest
this is
gameplay,
getting
but it certainly works.
Whoever
it's
gets
getting
that
really
win.
brutal.
I mean, even things like spraying before the haunt actually lands, you see that a lot once you get to the higher levels, right? Because if they do get tagged, they're going to leave. So you try to predict that they're going to shoot down the haunt, things like that. It's all part of the mind game, and it gives Gen.G a 5-to-2-man advantage. Now even Surf being spotted inside of A lobby, Rubble control given up, B being cleared with the Prowler, and let alone the numbers. But
And they
Talon,
clear their all.
they've got a long way to go.
A
if they wanna
goes in
attempt
as
anything.
well.
Looking at the
And
creds,
1.5 of these two
maybe it's
gonna
just a
do.
save for the next 50 seconds. Talk about
Yeah,
the
I think
rounds
they're
coming up.
actually gonna
I mean,
save.
pretty much has to be. Just no money to really work
And I think
with.
that's
No
fair.
way, realistically, to try
Only
to
4
convert
rounds
a
left.
2v5.
This money's out. I mean, this money's not out of control, but they're
Teams do that
buying majority
plenty
of
times
it.
in the past, but
And this is a
when you're
nightmare.
starting off like this and you just have no space.
I think Gen.G's
realistically,
A-hold
maybe
now
if
is too
if
strong,
things start going
which just makes this
topsy-turvy
map
after you've already scaled up
an
towards the site,
absolute nightmare
you
for
try to
them.
play something
The
out and
rotates
have
are
the
good
spike
as well.
planted,
The individuals are really
but
popping.
with nothing to go
It looks
off
very
of,
hard for
all
Talon.
you can
It
realistically
might have
do is sit
to
back and hope that
start
you hold onto these
pivoting
weapons.
over towards B,
Gen.G
or at least just like
dwindle
CB
mines,
default
start
into
inching
late A
forward.
take. I don't think they can
For
go
these
aggro A.
kills.
10
Yeah,
seconds
they're not in
left.
danger of giving any crucial ultimates, so might as well try to take away the creds.
Oh, well. Away
That's
with
the
his life
cue.
there is Surf,
Uh-oh.
but now they don't know that they're both stacked up. Can't clear on that nano, but oh, the spray across Jit Boys. Lucky to be alive. Continued push up.
No
Hit
way,
them
they got
both.
both here.
Lucky with 3 in the end. Fortunate for Talon, just milliseconds away from being able to at least have those 2 rifles.
Poor guys.
Man, Talon.
Yeah, I got nothing on. Literally got nothing
hitting
into
the
this
wall
round.
time and
Just
time
got to
again,
accept
and
it.
a lot of it has been on the C side. They've gotten control of Rubble a couple times, but never really got to push past that.
That rock you shouldn't be able to shoot through.
Yeah, no, I was thinking that maybe.
Do you remember how
maybe a
Sentinels
couple
went
forces
T-side
of
against
Lotus
them?
could
Gen.G
feel-
didn't
We
have
bumped
this
the
molly.
rocks, Riot.
Gen.G have been
Oh,
working since
reconstruction
Madrid.
here on
They
the map.
stole.
Should do
The
an equal force
Heretics
for the
took the
bolts
Kosh
actually
Potatoes
ricochet
molly, and then
Oh, wow,
Gen.G
that's
have
a
now
good
taken
idea,
the Heretics
actually.
molly. Well, same molly,
I
but.
can only imagine all the threats that start
And
to
so
pop
now
up.
their A-hold, their A
All the
hits,
Odin
sorry, the
users.
A-hold's a
Benjamin
bit
would be
stronger.
Shambles.
So it's a very good sign that
He
Gen.G,
would deserve it.
after Madrid, and I imagine the
Now,
players took a
Gen.G
break, but the
feeling like they
coaches still
deserve
looked for upgrades and just watched all the
breezy map
demos
win.
back. Or it might have been
It's
the
already been pretty quiet on the
it might have
A-side
been
front.
the
Prowler chasing in, does get the
might have been
bite.
anti-strat stuff, I guess.
Yeah, but Terran's
And then they
still
just
here,
found
so
it from
I bet
that.
you're not too worried. In some ways, that works out in their favor, right? You think you've pushed one away, but Talon a little bit wiser than that.
I didn't have to use the paint shell, still have that for potential reclear.
At the end of the day, it's old trusty B site to get the plant. Even then, an extra nanoswarm this time. Gen.G, keep prepared.
Oh, but Prowler might have just given the game up as there's
Oh,
the
no.
C's on the
Oh,
entry,
no.
and yep. All too easy for Odin gameplay
Oh,
as Meteor will
no.
find 2 with a nanoswarm,
Yeah.
and Lakia guns
Just
down
the low
the
bike
last.
is fully
Rapid
cleaned
fire
up.
defuse as they pass this over detection,
And
try to get another
2
showstopper
rounds,
online.
and
Flawless
the
round
B.
here as Gen.G carry on their merry
They
way.
had the
now
similar
lead
idea
2.
to I did, the fact that
You
you
know,
gotta
I
go
hate
B
to
here,
tell you,
but
Kilius, but you gotta imagine with a lot of these
It
new
failed
agents
so
also
bad that
coming
I'm
out
trying
with
B
some
again.
form of decay, the Odins never goes away, right? You've got obviously things like the Fade, you've got the Vipers, the ISOs, the Cloves. Everyone's only like 1 or 2 bullets away now from the Odin.
not watching anything other than Val. No,
No,
not really.
Don't like you.
I was watching
Well,
I
I've been
was watching Traitors, the Traitors program, with my girlfriend for a bit. It was pretty fun.
Well,
Other than that, man, pretty
let's
much just
see.
sleep in
Talon,
Valorant.
Can they
Oh
try?
boy.
Turn something around as the C's finding Governor as he pulls the
And
showstopper.
the-
The nade protection
and
taking
the
him down
fade
the
eye.
hot reveal,
Bro,
allowing for Lockheed
the
to
fade
get
eye
a
is
headshot,
just-
wall bang through the box. And it is just
So many scans
disaster
recently
after
on this
disaster.
map.
Bang, catching a shoulder there of Meteor, but seeming like he's realized it and now certainly is aware as the alarm bot does go off.
And yeah, they might be able to get into the A side. It would be one of the first times that they actually do. But again, the round seems so far away from the grass. Meteor already in drop. That's going to be a hard position to predict because basically he's stuck. Not expecting anyone to take that risk.
I think you're right. I think this is the first time they've set.
Yes.
Honestly, the Omen could win this round. Well, not anymore. Definitely not anymore. Bro, this is absolute lockdown. This is the harder side of the map, and it's making it look so easy.
Claim the kill to get them another flawless is Gen.G. Now look for a 10-2 half.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is anytime that you're watching a game, if us as casters, we're able to tell you that it's the first time that they've set
back in the UK now, I'm still out here, man.
Right? So at a certain point, Gen.G's quite well conditioned that any pressure on A is relatively
I got residency, so I'm like,
I mean, Governor
don't have to count my days anymore, which is great.
Back, they execute the set play there.
Quick little blast pack back there from Texture, trying to show off that mid-air mobility. Was it Nukia that did that?
Yeah.
on Bind.
A historic moment for sure.
It's okay.
Okay, this is the best chance. I mean, they just gotta absolutely send it.
Gotta back up, swaps over the rifles. The
yeah, because you know if the op is here. Ooh, with the Omen ult. Comms came in from the rest of the team. The Omen ult's here.
Good start here from the side of Talon. His Governor somehow manages to drag that crosshair.
Yeah, and this was nice.
Just enough to
much better. I mean, as soon as you see the op over towards C, you know that the early info, you probably have like a small window where that you can beat the rotate over towards C.
Yeah, you got ban as insurance over by B as well, so Talon should feel comfy.
Boy's not realizing that his elbow had been spotted. Texture able to find that kill. Count out, position revealed. Swarm holds him at bay for now. His paint shell looks to clear the close corner, but
yeah, he had to. He was 32 HP. He was going to tank the nade. Goes forward, keep an eye on the Viper. Viper should be winning this round.
Texture flying in. Caron, last one standing.
There's a smoke for Spike, but
he's got a clear waterfall. So he's going to be TPing forward into his own smoke. Snakebite flies, he gets pushed out. Cruz will be good for
still
the final
9-3 on defense. That's
3 rounds
impressive.
Here for Talon on the attacking side. They're able to get one at the very end. Spare their blushes just a bit more.
Yeah, but again, one of those maps where
probably like a half and half.
Saint can't string together.
Maybe,
two rounds
maybe a bit more. Yeah.
They're all spread out apart. And one of them off of a timeout. Some good adjustments, but afterwards, kind of trusting in the fact that their fake pressure onto A is opening up the C and B site. And if you've played, or if you've been playing against Gen.G, if you've been watching Gen.G, you know they don't ever give up C site easily. If they ever do, it's because they've got ults online for that retake. They're oftentimes met with the walls and the likes of Munchkin and Meteor.
Well, a brutal position to be in.
Do you agree that the map changes made Lotus less enjoyable? Enjoyable to watch? I mean, probably, because the thing it added was more corners to clear. So you can see how that would correlate.
That's what has been on display thus far. So we'll all have to start with a pistol.
But it made it a better map, though.
Talon, moving over onto this defender side, will be able to make it happen and start the run back.
They can get the pistol. We'll see what the adjustments are. Again, in their match against Bleed, a little bit too much safe, 2-1-2 defaults, trying to hold on to all portions, but never actually taking full control, once again, of either side, C or A. Somehow the pistol, it's going to be the set play coming out on C side, and Gen.G already in position for A. So they'll just swap places. The question is, does Talon pick up the tempo to chase him all around the map?
Poor guys. Okay, let's see if they can get a pistol to get it at least like a respectable score.
Well, looks like
the thing is they're not even doing much wrong.
Coming through. Yeah, the rest of the team
the individuals are just kind of wrecking a little bit.
Could potentially find Lakia here on his lonesome turret. Already cleared out. The rush coming in, and
one of those things where
doubling back and saying, okay, we'll come and try to rescue Lakia here. Almost finds a second elimination, but Governor getting one apiece.
Hey, nicely done. Good pistol on this one as well. Got very close. Cruz managed to clean this one up. I like the call from Gen.G, just everyone running back to go help as well.
Yeah, and I want to give a lot of props to Talon because they somewhat suspected
yeah, the fact that Gen.G changed up their defense, like Talon must be a little bit stun locked, to be honest. Changed up some of their defense and it's been like a week since Madrid.
Get the numbers advantage. It didn't go as cleanly as they wanted, but they were prepared. They come out on top.
Overall, really sound strategy.
It is small changes, though. It wasn't small. It's small but impactful.
Like nobody going for a pistol buy. It is going to be pretty much rifles across the board. The one stinger in the mix there for Jit Boys. As once again, A lot of forward pressure out of Siege, getting that orb taken away, handed over to Governor.
And I like this from Talon. They don't press the issue. Not sure if they suspect the Marshal. I think you always have to when it comes to Meteor.
If it's a Meteor or Saya player,
Yeah.
they always have that one in their hands. Maybe the rest of the pistols is okay. Ban snappy with that Guardian shot. Ends up the first kill.
Putting pressure on at a certain point. If Gen.G can't break through, they will rotate.
On the door, Meteor taking a bit of damage there as Texture tries to push his way up through the smoke. Ban gonna be finding a second kill.
Yeah,
Slot,
that's
he can take it down.
looking very good. They would love no
Slow up
deaths.
the rest of the squad. Onto over the top, not finding much of anything here. Gen.G now in the fortunate position where they need to die one way or another. They don't have a spike planted.
Be huge for Talon if they can get a flawless here. Carry on as much momentum as possible.
Oh, just enough spotted there to work Meteor down to 10 HP. Shot goes a little bit wide, can't
The
quite
bait,
find
though.
it. Caron looking forward.
Yeah,
Snaps
nice shot.
with that headshot. Does take out one, takes out two. For a little bit more. 2 bullets left though. He
Ended
will
up being
eventually
pretty good
fall as
damage in the
Ban's
end.
able
They
to
pick up the
collect
better
triple kill
guns.
here in
but
the
still.
anti-eco. So that's about the limitations of what you're willing to lose in that round. So overall for Talon, not a bad look. But now the rifles come online for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, overall, generally, this isn't a bad look at all. It's just a round differential, right? So
Sure.
this is a bonus that you would desperately want to win for Talon. Not exactly the best setup. Again, just so you got to give a lot of respect to the likes of any of these players on Gen.G. They'll always do some damage, even as the last one alive. But they're not going to force up anyone else. They're just going to stick with it as a true bonus, see what they can do.
A aggro A for this first one. Prowler goes in and not
Towards rubble from Gen.G.
too much
Right
resistance.
across, but Governor already well out of the way.
Lose
Immediate
A.
reaction out of Talon.
Push
They just
all
clear
the
Mountain
way.
entirely. They're
Let me
not even trying
see.
to
I like
the
this
space. They wanna
reaction,
tighten
but
things up
on a
'cause they've given up
bonus,
Rubble
I
for
mean,
free.
first of all, on a bonus, definitely worth
Going on
doing.
the hunt, Meteor
But
learning
because it's on a
40 to B,
bonus,
alarm
do
bot just around
Gen.G
the corner on
expect
the
it
site.
more? Yeah.
Takes down onto, on a connector, but Ban now eliminated as Munchkin looks to take some forward space. Swing out, spots another
Yeah,
one,
and the
backs
info
away.
is just worth, and then now the Killjoy can make the
Now
play.
serve, he has to
Or
play this
all
so
5 of them
cautiously.
can
There's
come
so
back
much
and
time
swing
that
this
Gen.G can
together.
do everything to push him back out.
Yeah, I mean,
And
he's
the
getting
cooling's really
approached
good right
long,
now.
they could just swing
Cooling on the
back over
pistol
and
is
try
even
to
good to go
just
help
really force
the
him out of the C side.
Soul player. And they realize they don't want to be
Backpedaling, Governor
boxed in over
in the meantime
towards
will
here
find
because you
Texture,
get
but
just so
Surf,
wrecked.
thinking that he was
Yeah,
gonna be
and
able
he
to
was here
drift
so
away.
early that
Reaper's
they
way
just know
back
this is
over
going to be an
onto the
empty
site.
site
He ends up
of the
getting
calling
caught.
on this round. Very good.
That is now
I'm
gonna
also
be
shout out
C-site.
to
Really
Munchkin,
opened up
I
all
mean,
this
same
KJ
guy,
utility
for just
deactivated.
being aware.
Plant will come through.
Once they took A on the bonus, they might push.
Started off as a pretty good reaction from Talon, but Gen.G, the internal timer on Munchkin ticking away, knows exactly when to check the flank. Able to get that kill. Of course, Meteor already lurking in the middle of the site, got sight of Jip Boys, I believe, going up into B Heaven. So Gen.G had a lot more information than Talon thought they did.
Bring them down.
See if they can do any extra damage on the retake.
Caller to check ahead. Spotted there. Meteor is pulling back over around the bend
I'll find you.
as it looks like wide lead. Talon, what are they going to do here?
It's-
Rotating around, maybe try to just
Yeah, so
open
they
the door
show
and get the catch,
pressure.
try to
This
take
is
some of these
nice
weapons out
though.
of their
They show
hands on the
pressure over
exit.
towards here, and then they all
There's
go
the
door
tap.
to try and
First one
get him.
instantly found, but Karen immediately finds two as well. Jit Boys and Cruz both dead. And Governor with a spray will be able to take out Karen. Blast packs just far enough back.
He's like,
He'll keep
should I
himself alive
die
for a number of phantoms. So
or?
overall, I think not a
Like,
bad
nope.
strategy there
Got
from
a good
Talon,
upgrade
but this
behind,
does allow for
nicely
Gen.G
done.
to get the 10.
Yeah, again, it's
It'll
the round
always be worth
differential.
it.
If
You can save
wasn't
the Bulldog with the
same
lost bonus.
first half, if they were just any closer, this would be another round where you can kind of give yourself a pat on the back and say, it's all right, it was our bonus, we can move on. It's just that they still have a long way to go. But the texture screaming in the background. I think everyone around the world now familiar with his voice.
Sounds like your neighbor, like through the
Yeah.
walls.
Did Talon
Like,
still
that's
still
like
have a
this guy just
timeout?
stubbed his toe next door.
Man.
Okay, honestly, this
That
is a
gonna
nice
be
time
timeout
for it.
call here
Big buy
on the
round.
side of Talon.
That's what we need. Instead of, I know we've been showing the coach cams a little bit on rotation here in the venue, but when it's Gen.G, it's just got to be the texture cam up on the big screen next to the game. Keep an eye on M24/7
Should forward on the
Talon.
Americas League so far.
Catching up to
Yeah,
5.
honestly, it's very high level.
See if they
It's
can go
for
through.
sure
Looks
like the least mistakes out of all the
Ross trying to
regions
tell
I
them
watch.
that, things are going their way, perhaps, if we were to read his body language. Trying to calm things down.
I think he knows the importance of this next round.
Even
I
with
don't
yesterday's
think that,
game.
This timeout in any way is a reflection on what just happened. I think he's overall going to be very satisfied with how that bonus went, despite them not being able to get the win. It's likely just the game plan to make sure that they can come out, get this victory right here with their own full buy. Full key ultimates nearly online for Talon as well.
And they want to hold over towards A, so 3 people, but they have an instant Omen Flash, so it's kind of 2 people that are going to be fighting.
Instead of a C's, though, so
it's Omen Flash into Fade Eye. Then do they do a combo because it hits? Yes, they do. Prowler, Omen Flash. Damn, really? That's their protocol if their eye hits? That's very weak.
Swiftly here for Talon. This A site is completely opened up.
Yeah, had too much faith in their own haunt, delaying the rest of Gen.G. The paranoia had already ended by the time the Jip boys.
Yeah, it was weird because it's like haunt hits, so you know they're coming out, and then 3 people here, and they had a protocol. It's like we go close, Prowler goes in, we fight with a TP, but
you know, down 2 players.
We really do nothing for this.
It's just, yeah, an immediate save.
I mean, at least it's not map point yet. That's the silver lining, is that this is
yeah, I mean, something the Talon need to work on that. They got to have something better than that.
And just making sure that he only has to watch one angle.
How much Gen.G want to hunt? Texture and Meteor both do have decent weaponry, but I suppose with Cruz just being 1 away, maybe they don't want to go on too much
coach
of an
thing? I mean, it's coach thing, IGL thing.
If they had multiple people
group
that
team
were only
thing.
1 point away, something like that, maybe they could go as a group, you know, 2 or 3 people. But Gen.G, for the most part, playing it safe. I think also probably one of the things that you take away from a tournament like Masters Madrid is no reason to really greed it if you don't need to, right? Just make sure that you're playing for the win. We have so many win conditions. We're only 1 away from map point.
Best way to develop a team playbook. I mean, you just got to do the basics, right? You just go through the basics in terms of like pistol. Depends, it really depends on map, but like pistol, default, switch.
Give them like a triple kill,
then
something like that,
you want to have. I mean, honestly. If you go to the Coach Potatoes one and look at the free one, and then just copy something similar for every map. What's free on there? The Haven one. Just copy that for every map. You should have all of that stuff. And just make sure you like tick off all of those things for maps. Map control into sight hits, fast hits, ecos, pistols, all rounds.
Hold his ground. The answer is going to be no. Texture flushes him out. Before and Karen does end up falling. Jit Boys able to get that pick off, and with Locky down 12 HP, this is still going to be Talon.
This is like the best way I can describe it to you.
Yeah, but good setup from Talon. You could tell that they had the read. Jip Boys was immediate on the flank, looking for the Omen ultimate. Governor's job was just to buy time. Ideally, he would have wanted 1 more kill. Almost got Lakia in that scuffle.
It's texture pop ult.
His own showstopper ready to go.
Yeah, they got to take that
so
into
good, bro.
account. That could delay so much time if they don't activate it soon. So Talon, they have to pressure it.
Landing close, not spying out much of anything. There's the showstopper now.
Someone's gonna shoot that.
Avoids the Prowler, sends it.
Okay. It's a nade with the kill. Pretty good crossfire. Smoke actually helps them.
Push down for shots, going a little bit whippy, but now Texture versus Ban, and Ban has the headshot.
Nicely done from Ban. Good shots.
Finds it, gets to the
Yeah, they just stay alive, and this next round is pretty much like close to score or done game.
No matter what it took, and again, something
this money is going to be rock bottom,
the start of it was good. They had an idea. They were in
and they're going to have no money into the next round.
Didn't go as perfectly as you would have wanted, but the initial setup all the way towards the retake was very, very good from Talon.
Still in with an opportunity, and alt economy very much on their side. Talon can space these out.
Yeah, they gotta. I mean, I want to see all 3 of these ults, really.
A little bit of a rough game. That lockdown online.
Set up towards door, trying to see if anyone bounced forward.
Oh, Munchkin gonna be spotted. He's lucky to get away with his life.
Oh, but I like this so much from Talon. Again, they suspect it might not be a full send on A, so they go for that slow retake of Rubble. That means they get to keep so much of their util. Pain Shell, Showstopper,
Sam goes in, they only hit Alarm Bot. Nicely done for Ban, yeah.
Wow.
But I like this from Talon. This was very good. Late take of A. Once A is clear, 3 pass and get proactive over towards B. This is really good. You know, reactively they're gonna do a BC default, and everyone heavy goes over towards C. So it's just a numbers game.
Normally their opponents Discover, right? Where you are kind of down in numbers, you haven't really cleared out anything from C site, don't have control of A rubble, so you're scratching your heads. We'll see them try to pressure them away, but for the most part, it's going to be a fake. Try to re-aggress towards C site.
Prowler's going to be exchanged there. Looks like now Gen.G going to start moving up and taking some space after that pressure gets applied over towards A.
Toxin screen down.
Oh, and
Rotating
Talon,
back out around.
yeah, Talon's prepared for this, cutting audio. They're just waiting for the peaks.
Playing in very disconnected positions.
Poison orb.
As, on the peak, fan now. Going down that snake bite protection just a little bit too fast. He's able to get on top of him. Finds that kill. Nightfall now out. Governor on the injury. The showstopper finds two. That leaves Taron
Yeah, this is nice though. This is all the ults that we wanted to see.
Done these before.
This one's way too hard though. Everyone coming from different angles. Yeah, nicely done. This is a great round from Talon. Really, really good. Could maybe say that the facing from B should be a little bit better, but other than that, it was great.
To lessen this gap, just 4 rounds separating.
For the most part, again, a very impressive round from Talon. I like
Yeah,
the
it really
fact that they're holding back, right? Just going for these peaks, once at a time to see if Gen.G has crept forward. Now they do miss the timing on texture, moving past waterfall, so Ban gets pushed in. But you still have the Nightfall and the Showstopper. That's why they were willing to give up that space. The retake was always going to be there, and a clean double right above their heads. That sets off the alarm to retake the site.
And I mean, if Munchkin doesn't get tagged up earlier on, he survives that rocket.
Damn, first timeout used. They've got to get involved.
That little minute punish earlier over at A, it ends up being exacerbated as that ult comes through. So now Gen.G.
A certified fake comeback? Oh, for sure, but it's still a very good sign for this team moving forward. Like, it's good. Talon are going up in my books the more that I watch them.
They've only really felt the need for a timeout when they were one step away from winning the map, things like that, when they just had to close it out with something out of their playbook. Currently not exactly well set up for it. But we'll see. I gotta imagine that Gen.G is gonna have a variation of trying to reclaim control of A rubble, because again, they've been giving that up a little bit easier the past couple rounds.
Okay, what's the plan now for attack? Fast out towards A, and that makes a lot of sense, seems it worked earlier. They're doing their later take again.
The attacking side.
The issue that Talon are going to be facing is that these ults are getting ready to swing back around here for Gen.G.
Yeah, and this should work well for Talon. Let's see. I think these 3 probably need to cancel. It depends how good this is.
There for this squad. Talon need to be prepared to deal with these ults.
They tether and then spam the left side. It's a very good Omen Flash. If this Omen Flash doesn't hit, they both spam and this guy's dead.
Low. Being tagged up by some of the
yeah,
decay,
that's still nice though from
by
Talon.
the paint shells, it looks like.
Do the tether nade here, and then you have just a set angle where this guy, if he commits over towards the right, he's dead. Just the fact that he Omen flashed back and hit one. Oh, he hit both, right?
Up over towards this A side of the map. She's still just fishing around, but widely going to make the call to back off. Looks like Munchkin may just stay in a bit of a lingering lurk position.
And we're going to see Talon start to slowly spread out apart. You've got the Poison Cloud. It was just activated and taken down. Now that they hear the Prowler.
So A control, question mark created, as we can see, 4-person rotate. In terms of the comp from, that everyone uses, this is why it's a bit hard, because the Prowler goes in and it can only clear claws, so you always find to hold behind rubble. That's why everyone kind of defaults when they take an A control, hides rubble, and then you can just side shoot everyone like this as well. Oh, I'm surprised Munchkin doesn't full commit. I'm honestly surprised all of them didn't full commit here. Ado goes in, hits the Viper. Whoa! Damn, that was sick, bro.
We'll be able to find the last 2.
Hey, that was impressive.
Munchkin, they go down, pit for Nightfall.
Yeah, I think Munchkin missed his timing here a little bit. Like when these 2 were out in the open, it should have been a double swing.
Towns' governor, Gen.G greeted with open arms as he tried to rush through the revolving door. It doesn't matter if you don't have audio, you know they're coming through it. And the toxic screen still denies them.
Yeah, Viper Wall gave him everything, but it was still impressive. He was hit by the fatal, so he was minus 70.
Excellent round.
Yeah, it was such a beast play.
Didn't get to hear it, but I saw Cruz's camera there at the very end. This guy stepping back into the IGL.
Is that hindsight? Nah, not that one. out in the open.
And the immediate adjustment from Talon this time.
Out in the open, you have one here, you have one here, and this guy took first contact. It should always be a commit swing from this guy.
Cycle, and they're not far away from it.
Here's to see if they get the read that this Lurk is moving forward here in towards the B side.
Oh, the time of that alarm bot.
Right as they outrange it.
It's so perfect right now. They are eco at least. They're the eco. I mean, they got 2 hero guns. They get over towards B. Oh, this ult might completely wreck the push. Yeah, and then they rush into this one. What a shame. And then they got to go by the Killjoy turret. And is Killjoy close enough to see the turret? No, but the jump spot is. Instant reaction, take a bit of map control. Good luck to Karen here.
Karen tries to hold the baby door, but ends up falling and finding the kill. Pit now going to be invested here from Munchkin.
It's a very good pit.
Push in, lock in, good for one. Eventually
it's a very good pit. It's hard to play against.
Boombot's the only thing they really have to clear out this pit.
Meteor holding close, is able to find 2. That's absolutely monstrous. Now a 2v2. Weapon advantage still going to be there for the side of Talon. They still need to try to find these kills. The decay rolling through.
Yeah, really nice round from them. Good recovery. Oh, the Killjoy ult just completely wrecked Talon. They had such a good timing on this flank. And then they went pivot over towards B. Was the original call. And then the ult goes in and they just had to be around here anyway.
Make the assumption that it's going to be a rubble play.
Go to is it Munchkin again that did the jump spot? Like he did great. He got the info so early. I actually can't remember who it was. Whoever did the jump spot to check if they were flanking fast behind. That was so good. Saw 3 or Saw 2 with the jump spots, they realized they had to take map control. Took deep map control and then ult after for the plant.
4 in a row.
I'd say what, the last 6 or so rounds, like 5 rounds maybe, have been very, very good to watch. Like really high level.
Already set up for a retake on A. You gotta stick to it. So I love the double stack on B.
4 chances for Gen.G to finish this.
Safe on the flank. Now they can focus all their sights onto A. The question is, Governor, you have the showstopper. Do you regroup with your teammates? Okay, he will do so. Wants to fly in from heaven or baby door.
Ray's ult for the retake, a little bit lagging behind in terms of where he is.
They're still working his way over towards the site itself. His texture is in such a cheeky position.
That's Ray's ult.
Completely nullified before it can be drawn out.
That's the round, right?
Up top a rope here to try to keep his own back. Surf down here on the floor. Finds one before getting traded out. Shitboy's able to find texture. 2v2 with Karen down about half HP.
They heard one on inside, but Munchkin, he goes far and wide.
Ooh.
Karen
Okay.
ready for that swing out of the smoke. Cruz
In the
able
smoke.
to find him now. It is
Cruises.
Munchkin, he
Cruises getting some impact kills. I thought this one was so done in the 3v4. He did so good to win out the duels here.
Another tool for them to try to hang on to this map.
Well, what a map we have on our hands.
And the defense is decent.
Into play. The lockdown as well. There from Serve. 3 more to go. Talon, of course, Gen.G into overtime. And right now, I mean, given the momentum, given the streaks that we've seen from this team, it is absolutely possible. Gen.G still with another timeout up their sleeve. Looks like Solo.
Yeah, and they still have the ults that got wrecked.
Yeah, these are the rounds that you got to watch out for with Gen.G.
Repass and start over towards B. Killjoy.
These half buys, where it's really just a crispy.
Oh, they really think it's a B. Repass and firing squad.
At any point in this round.
Gen.G just forcing A. They made the most perfect call.
Where he could just backpedal, try to set up for that lockdown, but not if he's dead. So okay, we'll backpedal away. Nightfall comes in, texture not able to get ahead.
Fatal hit 4. I'm pretty sure. Killjoy ult goes in, and they don't have the best plant for this.
They get the plant down as Showstopper around the corner. Governor able to find one. Karen. Though in the end, as Showstopper lopped in. Texture.
Nice shot from Karen over towards site as well. Yeah, and they got
standing here for Talon to try to keep them in this.
Still have nades.
Texture has another nade available to clear them off
that's a
the
nightmare.
spike. Ult coming in, has it, sends it. Van able to find the kill. So that's going to be the C's coming in. He pulls off the defuse.
Man, do you reckon?
It's a kill onto Karen, but there's
it's a shame. Okay, nicely done from Gen.G. I'm actually impressed from Talon.
They will take their map pick of
If
Lotus.
Gen.G didn't change up some of their
But I
defense,
think with a lot
maybe
more
Talon had
struggles
a
than a lot of us might have
closer
anticipated.
game here.
Yeah, and I think the surprising thing for me was I would have imagined Talon might take a couple rounds here and there off of aim, but their reads were so good. They clearly came in prepped for Gen.G, and that gets me excited for their map pick,
Yeah,
which will be
they were
coming up
prepped
in
for
the
it.
second round.
Oh yeah, I mean, Ascent on the horizon, you know, people scratching their heads when we saw the map draft come through there on the analyst desk, but if Talon are going to have solid game plans, if they have
Dude, this was actually a very good game in the end.
how Gen.G
I was
wants to
worried
play
at the
map,
beginning.
much like they did clearly here on Lotus, then that could be an absolute banger. But first, we'll go ahead and let the analyst desk break down all the action from that opening map.
Thank you very much, casters. Gen.G is well on their way to earning the first championship point for the Alpha group. It was a 13-9 on Lotus, their map pick. But Talon was no pushover on this map.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see it. It looked like it might be pretty rough after that first half, but both teams have a really good idea on their defender side, sort of how to counter each other, how to use their abilities. There were some nice things from Talon on their attacker side where there were some of those cheeky rounds.
What is it saying?
Jitboy's TPs into his own smoke at the back of, towards
Because if
defender
it's your
side,
20-page
but
breakdown, I
overall,
can't.
I felt like, Gen.G still
can't
has
be
that
reading all of
tremendous
that in
firepower,
3
even when
minutes.
they're getting double swung and things like that. They're still able to take down both players because they're just that fast and that good.
We just saw so many multi-kills, so many incredible moments from Charon again, and although he, maybe doesn't really win on some of these clutches,
Killjoy
for
Cypher
example,
comps. What
Gen.G
is in both
definitely
together?
has that mechanics, that firepower to really bring themselves over the board, and I think one of the bigger things is also just this.
Man, the
maybe
issue
slight
is,
trend of
Saint,
Talon having a
against
weaker
against
attack
double
side
initiator
half.
that's becoming
I mean,
more
that's kind
common.
of what happens.
I mean,
after
it
round
would work
12, right?
definitely on
It
some
ends
maps.
9-3.
Yeah,
you
I'm
mentioned Talon
in
has
for
some,
it.
interesting strats and
Killjoy
cheeky
slash
ideas as to how
Cypher.
they want to take
Surely
shots,
that's-
but even after they do get these spike plants,
Oh, the no
lose to
Killjoy.
Gen.G's
Oh,
retakes.
okay, I get you that.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where things get
The
really
whole
difficult. A lot of times
one
they were
agent
coming into
plays.
retakes with odd man situations as well. I mean,
Yeah,
this is
I'm down for
one
it.
of the more difficult challenges that every team that has to play Gen.G has to deal with is the fact that you have so many players who can take those opening duels.
Okay, chat,
so
let me spam
incredibly well
some.
that you feel like you're
spam some
constantly fighting on
ads.
the back foot, and so they're able to kind of do that to Gen.G, flip it on its head a little bit on the other side of the
We'll be
map.
back in a
They
little
were
bit.
reading the pushes that Gen.G wanted to do really well, getting their utility in the right places, but a lot of times. Especially on the attacker side, Gen.G's utility placement was really good. There was one time on the
Okay,
back of the mound,
maybe send it
Governor
on
was back there
Twitter.
trying to
I'll
hold
send it
him,
when I'm
and
back.
They just smothered him into a corner and were able to get a double swing on him. So it's stuff like that that's just a little bit, there's like a little bit of an edge for Gen.G in that regard.
but I do love the fact that Talon are able, especially
where am I?
Cruz
There we go.
IGLing, they are able
I'll be
to
right back.
read Gen.G's game plan, actually forcing the timeout from Coach Solo, and down to a bit of that map point play. You actually had Munchkin with the Sheriff kill, and that's the thing that brings Gen.G to 12 points. But Talon overall, a bit of that comeback. Jitboy still a little bit consistent. Interesting ideas from the shadows, similar to the previous day that we casted the long combo with the Nightfall. But I think in this game overall, Ban and Governor stepped up. They definitely had a lot more crazy opening kills. Ban was a little bit more safe as to how he's getting some of these 1v1s. Governor, on the other hand, really wild with the showstopper.
It's a good moment. I was very, very impressed with Governor. I thought, one of the things that we talked about in the desk that we wanted to see was, Governor stepping up. He did. The problem was that Jitboys and Surf really could not handle the pressure here from Gen.G today. It was just too much. 12 kills between two of them, which just isn't going to cut it. Especially with Jitboys, the guy who has been so good for your team. A lot of people, maybe rate him as the highest player, the best player on your squad. But for them, not their best map, not really able to kind of hold down those anchor positions on their defender side. That's what really killed him. Gen.G was just kind of running over the defensive setups.
That's really a thing too. Yeah, I mean, great point by Paper Thin. Because if you think about how Gen.G, I think it's also just a credit to how well Gen.G plays. They have these ideas, these plans as to push and pull across the map. Sometimes you'll have players like Munchkin pushing out, and then Surf kind of gets caught in the back. That's one of the things that happened in one of those rounds. And Talon really, on the attacking side, sometimes they forget some of these things. On the defense, that's where they shine. That's where they do a lot better. Cruz was getting some of these triple kill rounds, and we definitely love to see more of those.
Absolutely. This is an uphill battle for Talon, to be completely honest. Again, Gen.G was the champion at our kickoff. They were second place in Madrid. This is a hard battle. This was Gen.G's map pick, but Talon, and you know, it got us all a bit curious, but yes, the next map is Ascent, which is Talon's pick. And how are you guys feeling about this? I love how you pointed out Cruz did make some great calls. They made some great reads. Is this going to be enough to bring this to map 3?
I think they have to. That's the thing. You know, you don't really have a choice. And they picked this map for a reason. They had a great performance against Team Secret in their opening game and kickoffs. I do believe they are bringing back that 6-man, so perhaps that's a bit of an inkling as to how Talon might perform. You know, you have the Sova player Lenny back in. Cruz probably still the caller, but then how does Gen.G really adjust around this? Because we haven't really seen, you know, how Gen.G might have changed up their Ascent game plan.
Yeah, I don't think they will. I mean, like, you know, for Gen.G, this is, like, in my opinion, you don't really have to change much until someone proves that you have to. You know what I mean? Like, or until you go up against, like, Paper Rex or something. Like, then certainly I think you're going to see some different looks and stuff like that. But I think at Ascent, it could probably just be sort of game is normal for you, you know, let Texture run around with an op, you know, Munchkin kind of does his thing. Garon's always good for clutches. Yeah, exactly. Locky on the Odin. I mean, it shouldn't. The recipe here doesn't need to be complicated for Gen.G, right? We're not trying to make something, you know, at a 5-star.
Keep it simple. Stupid.
Yeah, exactly. This is just some down-home cooking. Let's make it.
Yeah, that could be the case. I feel like that would be the wiser choice. But you never know. I mean, they could be experimenting with something else. It's still early, very, very early stages, literal stage 1. With that, we got our own game to play. This is the first time Quack's playing.
Here we go. I don't actually even know what the question is this time. Like, I'm just like I'm so screwed.
Well, for those of you who don't know what this is called a guess and gain poll, where us, the talents, the analysts here at the desk, get to answer this question. We have these questions every single day, and we either rank up or rank down. Where are you right now? Clinton, Paper Thin is a bronze. Definitely our lowest ranked on this particular game.
I feel like I'm doomed if I pick what I want to pick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's hard. You know what? It's been really hard. It's been stressing Achilles out a little bit. It's been stressing all of us. It's so hard to predict something like this. Maybe it's a little bit tough. I don't know. Well, the question is, which team will have more first kills on map 2 Ascent?
First kills. Specifically first kills.
Specifically first kills.
There's a prize for this, right?
Apparently, I don't know. Like,
Wait,
it could just
be.
be.
Do we win Tactibear?
It could. I'm gonna feel so bad because we promised like
I know
5
so many coaches
already.
Yeah.
They each get a limb of Tactibear. I'll just take his sunglasses. All right, so we have little things here for you guys to we'll reveal.
Oh boy.
And have a thing. So Clinton isn't a team player yesterday. Are you a team player today? Are we gonna like?
I have insider info again. No, I actually don't. But I'm going against my better judgment on this one.
Okay.
Same here, I think.
Are you ready? You guys look so nervous.
So nervous.
Yeah.
Maybe you do care where you rank more than you thought based on that first question that we had. All right, let's do the reveal in 3, 2,
What is the next map?
Oh wow.
Oh. Okay.
Then we get Lotus and Ascent,
Okay,
just
guys, why
default
first
comps.
Should I go first?
Yeah, you go
think
first.
Logical choice, probably Gen.G. You know how strong every single player is on that team. But just because of the map, just because Gen.G started out on defense, Talon starting on attack, you know Governor, you know Band, they're going to do some crazy things. I feel maybe first kills, they might win out.
And in DMs,
Sorry,
have a look.
my earpiece fell out. I just feel like something is in the water with Talon right now. I feel like they got their confidence coming out of that second half, and I think that's all they really needed. I mean, it was not their map pick. Yeah, it was their map pick the other day against Bleed, but I think it may be more been that they felt like they had a good read against Bleed. Turned out to not be true. Here, they actually pushed them pretty well. You know, if you can come out on that defender side, really set the stage, really set the tempo, kind of, if you could start shutting down Munchkin in particular, like, then all of a sudden, like, the first bloods will slide
Man, I
away,
hate the split comp, though.
I think we're going to see Jit Boys bounce back, yeah.
But it's
No,
old
that's a great
school,
argument.
I guess.
I won't be surprised if you guys are right. I hope you're wrong because I want to win. Like I said, rankings are important. No, I worked really hard yesterday for this. Yeah, but I think Gen.G is each of their players are just looking so good right now. But I would not be surprised if you guys are right about Governor, especially Governor.
I mean, 90% of the time I'm picking Gen.G.
Yeah.
But I don't know, for some reason, all of a sudden I'm like, I think Talon.
Yeah, some of them could work. I think your Lotus
comp's
comp's pretty bold though as well.
In first bloods for Gen.G for some reason, like
it's a feels. Today this is a gut feel.
It's a feel day.
Yeah. Total gut feel kind of day. Yeah, why not? Why not? All right, Ascent. Team comps. Are we gonna go for the? You think you're gonna go for the usual?
It's gotta be usual.
The usual recipe?
Nah, if the comp's fine and we messed up, then we messed up.
I mean, yeah, they're only like.
Talon tried it a little bit before, but I don't think that's gonna happen this time.
Well, we're about
Lotus
to find
is
out.
fun until the Odin comes out. Honestly, kind of same with every map.
Gen.G wants to tool around
Kind of same with that and Ascent.
against this Talon team. They look too good.
I agree.
That's true. This is not the team to mess around.
Yep.
Yeah, standard
most
comp
like
for
maybe
Lotus,
wanna bring
standard
out
comp for
Ascent.
Ascent.
Maybe when Clove gets into circulation, perhaps we'll see some changes. But for now, no. This is the most optimal. You know that Odin is probably going to be picked up at some point. But that's why you really want to focus on how the players are going to perform right now. I think Paper Thin has some great points about Talon's confidence building up after that second half. So that's
man
what
roster.
we're going to be looking on. Ban on the Killjoy though.
Yeah, I think
at least I get to watch. At least I get to watch Talon take sites, and Lenny still have his drone. The afterplant.
When he was on T1, we know that
it has a very high success rate somehow.
Killjoy to really kind of strut their stuff, really show.
They wanted the Lenny drone buff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Nobody seems to want to go away from the pick.
Whose map pick is this? This is Talon's map pick, right?
Is out for this particular map. Talon is going to have to do everything they can to bring
yeah,
it to
I'm a
map
believer
3.
in it.
Let's go over to our casters.
I'm a believer in it.
Ascent.
I would change some of the stuff you
Kilios
have
and
though.
William.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Map number 2, Talon with a very solid effort over on Lotus. Now we go into their map pick.
Like the chamber one though.
Certainly had us scratching our heads a little bit, maybe even more so, given who's playing what at the moment, as we do have Lenny stepping back into play to Silva.
Okay, Gen.G on defense, Talon on attack, and Lenny is back. And we're gonna strictly check out his drone
not
usage.
Too much, but again, it's been a continuing trend of past duelists feeling
unique.
On these Sentinels that can kind of hold certain angles and have the reassurance that your own utility is covering you. Now, I will mention Talon is the team that also
picked up B main take, and they just give the orb. Turret over towards middle, doesn't spot anything.
But they seemed very confident.
Do I believe in 6-man rosters? Nah, they're awful.
Coach video, Frost talks about
never gonna win
that,
anything.
They had confidence for good reason, just didn't work out in the execution. So curious to see what the homework has been done. As Gen.G doesn't exactly play a unique Ascent, they play pretty textbook.
On fun, it would be on paper, it would be fun, and like there's some belief in me that thinks I would make it work, but it's just like, what's the point in all the extra work?
Play contact for him. Just the one nano swarm over towards door.
I love this from Gen.G. I mean, they see here a couple of these early darts flying out. The side of Talon, but Killjoy set up
this is nice though from Talon. Double orb on Cruise, and then now they go over towards A. Gen.G gonna be here pretty fast with 5, so we're gonna see a fast flood, you would imagine. Recon isn't up though.
Shots now, knife out to go ahead and just try to break this door down, but Plan coming through quickly here for the side of Talon. Van still disconnected from the rest of the team.
Hey, they're in to do it without the recon.
But already 2 kills going to be found in Section
Bold call.
Dead as well. It's only Shit Boys that's been traded out thus far. Meteor down to 40 HP.
And they tried to force through a one-way over towards door.
Yeah, and the pop flash just to delay. You still got a double out in A main, so Talon playing it very safe. And the swing.
Okay, nicely done from Talon though, this is really good. And the good thing about this as well is they have such a good chance to snowball here. Crew's getting 3.
So Talon, they go for a bit of fake pressure.
Yeah, it looks like they want to get this
now, they didn't know for a fact that Gen.G was stacked in mid, but it didn't matter because that was enough to make Gen.G think this is our safest bet. And I don't blame them, right? You had full mid control. You could rotate to either side at any point for a flood retake.
Yeah, the flood retake wasn't great.
Delaying the door close.
I mean, they all went door into a one-way.
Already set up from Talon, some early damage as well going their way. And once again, it's going to be a similar setup. Just Chip Boys looking on the lurk. He does have a Vandal, so he can't get too greedy on the A side. If you drop that, suddenly Gen.G's chances look very good on this eco.
Just a stray dink on that.
Put some damage down on the Lockya.
Lockya just tried to matrix his way around it, and he will survive. Not dipping down below that 60.
Yeah, do we count that one for you?
Gen.G immediately trying to re-clear B main. Goes for the pop flash. Now Talon hears it.
Smidge 3, thank you so much. Thank you with the tier 1. Appreciate the 10 months.
Picking up that one way over at A. Off the angle ban, just sending out a warning shot since Lakia scattering back over onto the B side.
And look at this drone usage. Back-to-back rounds.
This is what I was gonna say, because wow. Okay, well you only showed the killjoy on that reclear of B main for a little bit. Now Ban even gets the kill.
He just randomly spammed that on top.
Governor's just gonna try to forcefully open it up. Does have a bulldog in hand. Doesn't want to drop it too early.
Timing there.
Meteor with the right from Meteor. Wait, they get 3 people in front of the smoke of 30 seconds. This is a good call from Talon to go back to middle. Karen gets the info. Does he beat them there? No, he's scared that someone might have gone over towards shore. Oh boy. Meteor's annihilated this round. Took the risk over towards... Oh man, he has Omen Flash.
Whoa. Even full blind. Able to go ahead, take this position, finds the headshot with just a little under a second to spare. Spike will get planted.
Spike planted.
But already, this is far too many players lost on Talon as Texture. Swinging out on Heaven, gets the headshot there on the Jit Boys, and Munchkin picking up a Bulldog himself. Will be able to find Ban there in
crumbled so fast.
Gen.G.
Shout out to Meteor. He went and took the risk on the eco, through the smoke, got the kill, picks up the gun. Karen got early information, which then got him back to middle in time to see them trying to book it over towards shore. There's a few people that are involved in this, but it's very, very nice.
Gen.G, a very firm reply.
Yeah, Governor wanting to create more space as they didn't exactly clear the site. I get that.
Wait,
and
someone
you know
dinked him on
Gen.G
site,
normally,
maybe?
especially on these ecos, are going to be pretty far split. Something like a 4-1 or a 5, all on one side, a bit of a stack. You realize that you've pushed and pulled them quite a bit, so you think they're on the way back to B, but Meteor's there. He goes for the curveball, tries to get the early weapon pickup.
Actually did good damage to this guy.
All Gen.G needed. Can't ever give them even an inch. Try to claw their way back in. Now the Odin right away coming online alongside a couple of the picked up rifles.
You get the ping off there from the recon. 0 point at the ready, but held on to. Munchkin sent it right then. Got a big reveal, but this will just be an even bigger one. Spots him out, but up a little bit closer than he might have anticipated. A brief little back away there from Talon. Not liking what they're seeing here on this A site. Oh yeah, covering fire is there though from Meteor.
Down though.
Keeps him protected.
Dude, imagine he went down.
I mean, it was risky.
It was very risky
as well. It seemed like Ban was somewhat wary of another member potentially.
And they have this setup as well. They got no util to play off of other than just crossfire.
Texture on bodyguard duty. His crosshair gets shaken up.
Governor trying to push forward, but he only has that classic in hand. Now Meteor able to collect the kill. His crews will also be taken down at the same time there in main. Lakia able to find it. Lenny scooping up that Guardian to see if he can put it to use and avoid this being a flawless round, but he himself will fall as Lakia, like we said.
Hey, nothing
Lotus
on this. We
like
got
Ascent.
2 armor rebinds.
The Odin rings out.
Yeah, it goes from bad to worse from Talon. They got to win this round though, really.
Obviously, losing that anti-eco Talon.
This is the ult that they wanted though, so let's see what their plan is. This is the ult that they, on the pistol, did the double orb default, and they prioritized it, so let's see what the round is.
Trent from Lotus, the prep, seeming to be very good for Talon. But when it comes to Gen.G, you always got to assume there's more than one. There's always a trade available with this squad.
Right here.
A flawless way to carry themselves forward now into what is Talon's first real buy round. Still a couple half armors in the mix there. No outlaw on the opposite side. See how they decide to pilot this one. Looks like this time it's going to be full attention over towards B. Leaving Ban back to try to linger outside. See if anyone goes on an aggressive push out of A main.
Who shoots this?
Yeah, Lakia had a lot of consideration on the timings he wanted to use this. Now he will spot the Jet all alone. Obviously something fishy about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, why would a Jet be on his own?
Killjoy.
Would have been better for the Omen to have done that.
Players in behind that Jet. Tags through the wall. That's going to be the null command now.
Straight up B hit with the KO.
With this Odin on the opposite side. Shots going in. Governor getting tagged down to 54. Ban going to be dropped. Just can't find one. Meteor is able to get that Jet. Now Cruz on the floor as Lakia. Yeah.
Well.
Okay. Just mow them all down.
They did come in way faster than expected, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they got
down,
early
like you
info.
said,
The drone
and
was
a
very
big part
nice
of that
timing.
was
You see a Jet on their
Talon,
own,
once
and
again,
it's like
their
warm.
utility was good.
And
The
then
setup
Karen
was
got
good
a
for
kill,
Governor,
then
but
got the
it's
Omen
a little
ult,
bit too much faith in their
and
own
then the
utility,
rotate
assuming
was
that
very
Gen.G would've
fast.
backed out, that they would
And
be
they just had
looking
3
away,
people
things
here.
like that.
Him getting the jump there, I'm not sure if it necessarily changes the outcome too much.
Yeah, I
but
don't think it did, to be
great
honest.
reaction from Karen. Stop that lurk from coming to fruition. As a tech pause is going to be called.
Of course.
All right.
T1 doesn't play until after this series, though.
I know. Their power is growing too much. Gilios, how do we stop them?
Spread. Well, it looks like it's going to be something here on the Talon camp. Audio issue for the side. And so we'll just go ahead and hopefully get this taken care of quickly. He's already given a couple nods, so we might have fixed this in record time.
I'll say it might just have been something for a quick double check here. And that does happen every now and then, as long as we can get through. Lots of fans here, as we do have Korean teams playing back-to-back matches. But of course, as we've been mentioning, I mean, lots of local fans growing for all the teams in Pacific as well.
Talon fighting, you can do it.
Speaking of Talon and Korean
The 6-person roster, yes, I agree. It does.
Saw a great post from the Talon side earlier today where they were saying
does put a bit of a question mark on this team for me.
Out of him, and it's Governor checking his
My
desk
rankings of them were going up,
and
then I see the 6-person roster back to a similar position as to where I was thinking earlier.
Really set that trend.
But clear on the dart, not going to be able to get the ping off this time. Your point will be used. Munchkin still trying to stand his ground. Heard the TP, and will also get a fairly nasty shot across on the Jit boys. As dart is added damage as well on the back end. So will just be the orb collected.
Yeah, I'd love to see Talon in one of these rounds where they're on their back foot. A little bit of extra pressure. Obviously, last time they eventually had to go through mid, and they tried their best with the classics only.
Zelsa spawning because they got an audio timeout. I mean, tech timeout with the audio.
Gen.G's prepared for it. I'm not saying looking at the minimap that it would work.
I mean,
but
it makes a lot of sense. We never see any techs in Americas, and it just sounds like they're crazy strict with it. But honestly, like if Americas wants to save time, oh my goodness. Yeah, I had the jump peek as well. If Americas wants to save time, take the 2 minutes out of the timeouts.
I mean, I was going to
like
mention
the 2 minutes at halftime is so pointless.
It's still going to be 2 people holding
just take that out.
but doesn't even need it.
The 3 maps, you save 12 minutes every single best of 3. And then you have 12 minutes for tech pause.
Quick dash out there from Governor, but HP bar is low. Will be cleaned up.
Okay, nice.
Flawless.
Clean once again. Money's out of control.
It's now 4-1.
Love it when they make it easy for us.
All right, look at all these members on the side of Gen.G, 1 point away from their ultimates as well. Things are looking good.
Lockdown to work with here for Talon.
Wrong with a 6-man roster. It's too hard to make it work. There's too many variables.
As we check out the highlights, I mean,
it changes too much. The chemistry is slightly off. It's just never going to be good.
All you really have to do is wait to see what the Hail Mary tends to be.
For the production efficiency strats, yeah, I used to work in production for a long time though.
Curious to see the discussion here, because again, the first like 30-40 seconds of rounds, I would say even all the way through 3, were pretty solid for Talon. They had, good setups, they had good reads, and then, one person gets a little too far ahead, or maybe a little bit of discrepancy on the timings amongst each other. That's where things fall apart at the seams.
It seems like this might be the upper limit of when Frost feels the need to call a timeout. Same scoreline that we saw there on Lotus. Just in a bit of a different order as far as which rounds are picked up.
Sure.
Now make a 6-person roster work? Nah, dude.
The big one here.
You ever seen the YouTube channel Bad?
I'll tell you what though, we got an upgrade, right? We had so many six-player rosters last year, and is this the only one? There's obviously quite a few in China, but
he's very animated.
Well, there's a free content idea for somebody out there.
Yeah, there's endless amounts with Alex as well.
6-man roster makes teams more resilient for meta changes. I mean, that is true. But we also don't, like, the argument for 6-man rosters was, sort of, sweet.
Texture, oh boy, looking for a tiles.
Yeah, and this was an absolute classic. Attack timeout with Vision Strikers aggro called once they're trying to do their new plan.
Quick and easy,
a perfect execution of it. What I was going to say is the 6-man rosters made sense for like the first 2 years maybe, where they were changing agents and just trying to balance agents. Now the agents are relatively balanced, so we rarely get meta changes like sprung on us. So you're fine with 5 plans to do it.
Okay, well, they probably won't expect this.
Yeah, they just toss it out there.
Back in the day when they were changing every agent like every other week, then yeah.
I mean, sure, there's util thrown, but
This was a nice call. Gen.G is so dominant right now.
Which is why it was kind of an interesting tiles crunch, right? It's not the usual.
Yeah, and this
throw
is like the
everything
worst
and let
start
them know
ever in
that
terms
you're
of this.
coming in.
Get the pistol,
It's more
lose
just
this,
Texture
do a
dashing out,
timeout,
everything
and then they go
seeking to get the better
aggro,
of
and they
it.
completely ruin your new
Now
plan.
The ops online for Texture as well, waiting for the updraft.
That's unlikely. Probably the drone to try to check up over the top of bench, but either way, not used yet. Lenny in position. Not going to send it here, it would seem. Meteor wants to try to get that turret out of the way. And oh, spotted.
Yeah, a bit of a freebie.
Gaining some space here for free.
The solo walk up mid, no util. It's an up.
Lockdown committed. Thanos wants to try to deny the push in, but Lockdown does not care.
What is going on?
Move past it, does destroy it. No real
Dude, he's
movement
got to
coming
call
from
another
Talon, so
timeout, I
widely, they're
think.
just stagnant.
I mean, that's what surprised Lakia a bit too, it seemed, right? He breaks the lockdown, he's ready for people to push him, and doesn't happen, so he says, I'll eat the Nanostorm, I'd rather regroup with my teammates. So Talon, again, a couple moments
Ban
here where
goes
they
down
seem
to
a
what,
little
1
bit out of
HP?
sync. I mean, the early lockdown itself, that's not the issue.
Lakia
but
did
no one
good,
there to capitalize on it.
but it.
Wow. Come on, man.
I mean, he was 2 HP.
I know, but come on, man.
Oh, my flash is going to be
allowed
good,
use
right?
The word lucky on that one? I feel like I should be allowed to use on that one.
Yeah, that one was pretty damn lucky. Is now waiting for the opportunity to try and get
Lovely
this
cross
plan
map
in.
recon.
Ping. I mean, look at where, I mean, Lockett was nowhere near to be able to get that reveal as well. His texture not even letting
They're
him
all
hit
over
the
them.
cash from the
That
plant.
was really bad from Talon.
Off the top of
Holy.
heaven.
This round was
Taking
atrocious,
out Lenny.
man. I think they call
Things
another timeout.
Starting to very much slide out of hand here for Talon.
Yeah, not a lot to work with either. Yeah, you have Dante's Fury, but lockdown on the other side that you've got to be wary of. And of course, the half buys, you start to get into a little trouble, so we'll see what they decide to commit to. But this round was just a case of Talon trying to spread out apart to get a little bit more information, a little bit more control of the map.
That's delicious.
Yep.
Extra
So
10 and
maybe a
2.
little bit more
Changes
grouping
up his
Now,
position
I
of the
get why
op as
Talon might
well.
have made the adjustments, right?
And
They were trying to
Talon,
stay
let's see
grouped
what they
up
got for
earlier,
this
but
round.
They were a little slow on getting the information.
Oh, drone to
eventually
set
getting
this
red.
up. Just
So you want to put pressure across the map.
swings.
But
Yeah,
kinda with
nicely
the
done.
tools, if
Because
you wanna
most
do things
people
like
would set this up with a drone.
So confident
And then
with it.
drone outside, get the
Exactly where
numbers
Ban is
too,
going to
so
be.
that
Just
they
trust that he
stay.
can be
I
able to
could
pull
say
the
they
trigger
stay
a
heavy,
little
but
bit
honestly, the
faster.
op wants to
Ban can.
reposition.
This reveal out, looking for the spray across, but Lenny widely not being rewarded for his efforts there. Lucky is still at full health and now just returning fire with his own Odin through that wall.
And just a safe shrouded step backwards, just to see if there's any more util being used. See if
Looks like
there's a
goes
chase.
the
Now, there
alarm
wasn't
bot. That's
on
not
the
him.
side of Talon. So Gen.G, they already
It's
called
still
the
nice
operator
to
over just
see
in
it.
case it was. Knowing that you can still delay a lot with the Killjoy util on B, you've got Meteor set up to watch for mid. I mean, look at Gen.G. Anytime they make rotations, the amount of coverage they have and the wind conditions being kept, it's so good.
30 seconds left.
Now trying to go.
Yeah, the
for
issue
entry,
is they
trying to
just
play
keep
this
losing someone early.
concisely, send out the flash,
Good nice
start
kill
pushing
from
the
Jip
smoke,
Boys, and they get
throw
over
them out
towards
on the
site.
opposite
I mean,
side.
Cruz
Jip
could
Boys is able to find
maybe
one.
have a bit of a hero
One to
play.
Munchkins. He was trying to start working his way across in through mid. Hunter's Fury now out from Lakia. Interrupting is Jit
Yeah,
Boys.
nicely done
Another
from Jip
crucial
Boys.
kill
Okay, this
does
round
make
is
the
very
fight
much
easier.
on.
Spike now getting planted.
Spike planted.
Goes in with 8 seconds to spare. His texture's up over the top, thinking they know that Jit Boys is going to be there in main. Now they try to flush out the rest of these players.
Jit Boys just waiting for the cue to pounce.
Smoke gone. Cruz taken down. Governor 10 HP here. The back of the
Holy
site.
hell.
That's just
That
the
was
texture
kind of sick,
flushing
though.
him out
Fell
with
play.
the
That was a really
knives.
good retake.
Quick right click to finish the job. The fuse coming through. It's now 7-1. Gen.G very far
Yeah, they're
out
on top of it
front.
the whole time. Man, Odin is just too good.
Still have the op, still have the Odin as well. So all things considered, Gen.G feeling like they can
Another
continue the
7-1.
streak. I mean,
Desperate.
7 in a row.
Guys
The
just
amount
gonna
of
wake
rounds
up
that they've thrown
thinking
together
it's a
in
good
this
day.
match. Started Lotus with 4 in a row, got another 4 in a row in the first half there.
One enemy
Now
remaining.
7. Sure, it's on the defense side of Ascent, but just not really in any danger of losing that streak. Texture 12 and
Now,
2.
now they're gonna go down to an eco.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's
Wow.
everywhere.
6.0 game.
I mean, mind you,
I'm not
they
even
all
sure
have
Talon's
G-dubs
had the
except for
first kill
me.
other than pistol.
Oh, that's true. I mean, it's been pretty smooth sailing in all these rounds.
It's the peak. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, but
Rare
you can
miss
tell-
from Texture.
You can tell he's feeling it though, right? The confidence just peek out there right before the util comes out. Just to push them back. Gives them the time to clear out B. The turret cleared once again. I mean, Gen.G is making Talon starved for information, and this time Talon's on an eco too, so it's not like Gen.G really needed that to gain an
Yeah,
advantage in
throwing
this
up
round,
short
but they
for the
are just
fake.
being
I mean, look
thorough.
at Gen.G at the moment.
Well, it's the commit on the ult, the drop down.
Well,
Lenny
they thought there were more numbers here on this
trying
one.
to stay alive in this situation, but they are rushing in, looking for the kill.
Okay,
Munchkin will be able to find
and they
him
have a
in the
lot of
meantime,
stuff
just
for
doing the same
retake.
damn thing
Lakia
over and
hasn't
over
even
again.
used his recon, and I mean,
Manages to get the kill there on the bad. Now
got
pushed
hit
up,
by a knife,
dissipating
that's
some
why.
pressure into the smoke.
And
seems to be
Talon
aware
have to
of that.
fight
Forward
aggro
and
because
all.
obviously if they
Yoda
get
just
boat
comes right
control, they
back
can
out.
just Killjoy
Cruz
ult.
will be able to get one on the back
And
end
these
there.
rounds are
Lakia
just
will
so
be taken
clean.
down,
I know
but
this one had
Gen.G,
no
the
guns,
Rare
so we
Terror
shouldn't
will not
focus
be
too much
brought
on it,
to an
but
end.
the rounds are still
8
very
rounds
clean.
Now, all of these have been in a row.
And it doesn't look like it's going to stop, right? Ults are coming back online. The weaponry is all still there. Everyone's been capped on credits for a couple rounds now, especially with the low amount of deaths that Gen.G has. Lakia, the only one now catching up, one closer to Meteor. Just the awareness. Again, things like that, hiding in the smoke with the shorty, being aware of the fact that Governor might have gotten through, keeping tabs on the opponent.
Governor.
Man, the kills, dude.
13-2-1.
I normally
Fewer
don't
misses,
point it out,
not
but there's too
one
many of
point
them.
Out the unfortunate circumstance, 0-8-2 at the moment. That impact has
Had
not been
no
found at
kills.
all. The Texture just getting the better of him time and time again. Lakia as well with that Odin there in that last round, just ensuring that
And it's just
young
so many of
gun
these
just
rounds.
can't do anything.
Yeah, where Governor kind of feels the need to do something
Not
on
again.
his own, right?
Trying to push up. This time, shot gonna go wide.
He's very far ahead once again.
Takes
Oh.
an immense amount of space, but dashes in and Lakia again. Able to mow him down. Lenny just not close enough to try to follow up. Cruz now put down on the floor is resible, but damn near suicide for Lenny to try to go for that one. Just kind of have to leave him to bleed out. Lenny himself will just get caught. Ban now. Lurks forward, spotted. Texture with 3.
Did a KO flash miss?
On an absolute tear. 9-1 now.
Now, the dash in there, it was set up. It was a pop flash setup coming in from Cruz. So again, there was an idea, but it's Gen.G. There's gonna be more than one, right? So even if Governor had gotten the kill on the dash in, there's no one there to trade for him. Just seems like it's some of these
I mean,
Hail Mary
this guy was
situations
anti-flash, but the guy that was actually in market that
where
should
they're trying
be
to
they
just
should
say,
be eating
"Governor,
the
go kill, I'll
flash.
set you up." But
Did
even
not
if he
eat the
does,
flash.
and he's stringing more than one when
A
he's getting
Texture
into a crossfire, that's the big
is 16
question.
and 2. He's got 2 more rounds to see if he can hit
Tools
20.
to work with Lenny. I mean, he does have a Hunter's Fury to use in case that lockdown comes into play from Meteor. Now things getting slowed up. Talon. Everybody worked around here towards this B side. The bright spot is that Lakia does not have an Odin.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, but he's got a lot of backup. Might as well be enough bullets for an Odin. He's going to be the only
KO
one
over
that's
towards
been
spawn.
pinged out.
KO
Now the
needs
drill
to-
well spotted. He's looking
Oh man,
for a first
he's
kill.
actually looking good
Spots
for
him now,
Talon.
Paranoid. There's the Hunter's Fury coming
Crossfire.
across. Meteor able to find one, but Jit's boys does go ahead and quickly trade it back, maintaining the man advantage here for them. Karen, however,
Smoke
found
run
himself
out over
situated in
towards
boats.
spawn.
They're
Karen
all
all
chaos,
back
clear
of
out
sight.
on that recon. They know that he's their Texture now. Dead. Governor
Gotta do it
getting
all.
himself on the board for the first time. Finds 2 kills.
Yeah,
That's gonna be
nicely
Lenny
done from Talon.
finding
Okay,
the
much
finish.
better.
Talon able to
I'd be
right
on
the
for the
ship here
9-3
at long
again.
last, break the win
Repeat
streak
of the
from
first map.
Gen.G.
Round before the switch.
Now are in a chance where they can once again have a 9-3 half.
They desperately want it. Now, they have the weaponry. There is a lockdown on the other side. Hunter's Fury, one away as well. So curious to see Talon. What's the answer to this potential lockdown? Obviously, you know, you could just try to storm the site and have plans for afterwards.
Governor now
Okay.
finally
I was gonna say everyone's on the board now. Everyone's on the board. Everyone can relax a little bit.
See if you can put that to use.
We got Killjoy ult.
I don't
They
mind
want
it.
to play a site in
Play it
terms
a
of
little bit
retake and
slower,
just leave a
try
site they
to
can easy.
Sniff out where Texture might be. See if there's a reaction off of that. No, the alarm bot was not destroyed, so no
You might just
reason
hold
for
this
Texture
for
to make a
20
move.
seconds.
A lot deeper. Also
Here.
has Meteor. Able to watch in case somebody's going to be
Here.
creeping up that right wall alongside towards Pizza. Good Texture, okay.
Yeah, that's
Eventually
dumb.
says, you know what? I feel like I can win this. He didn't.
No, he didn't. And Governor had the right read, right? Eventually, if they don't have information, someone's going to peek out. Thankful to him, it was Texture. Now the op down.
Off angle.
Slow creeping up.
Does he? Oh, wait.
Swap out on the weapon, but he doesn't have it drawn down. Call the Cloudburst in hand. Spray from Lenny, however,
Gun,
able to find
bro.
Munchkin. He's unable to escape. Meteor now arriving. Lockdown at the ready. Here's them rotating out. Ban, the last one, getting ready to push. And he swings
Sova
out,
ult
finds
was
the kill.
so
First thing
good,
down,
by the way.
Carrying is
He has
line
3
2.
assists for the
Boys
Sova
out.
ult.
Last one left, and there's a lockdown invested just to really give him a hard time. Karon playing with his foot a little bit, just
Nice,
continues the wild
and-
swing. Eventually does fall,
And
but
solid
Meteor
game.
was right there for the kill. 10-2 this time on the half.
Reminds me of that moment when Karon had that very wide swing. I believe it was against Loud. And he talks about it in one of the content pieces he's done actually with Binbon, one of the Korean casters, and they ask him, what was going on through your head there? He says, well, you know, I kept doing left-right jiggles and I kept dying. So I thought this time, why not? Damn it, I'll just go all the way to the left. And
I'll
it
just
worked.
hold
Yeah,
answer.
I mean, you could do that, Baker.
Whatever, it'll work. Hold D.
The 10-man
Yeah,
roster.
there you go. Well, this time, another wide swing there. Some tricks
It has
up
100.
his
It has
sleeves that he's picked up
100%
from
success
Madrid.
rate if you think of EG. That's a different
Now
approach,
a
though.
10-2 hefty lead. So Talon, I mean, forget the
Also
first
costs a
half. No
lot.
matter what you've prepared in the second, might not even get a shot to show it.
Yeah. And it backs up against the wall. I mean, we've
I had
only
something
seen
similar though.
upgrades,
Like, you know how you're joking, you said
like the one that
10-man
would be
roster
necessary
and
here
you
for
each do
Talon
like
a handful
3
of
maps and
times.
5 maps. I had a thing with that
The
with
run back
coaches
fanatic
where
at lock-in,
you kind of
DRX
split up the maps
versus
as well.
Billy at Champions
Like
last
2,
year.
you have 2 and 2 for the
Very
coaches,
few and
split up
far
maps.
between we
Especially
do
when
get
you're
to
doing
witness
like
those. You can see that
anti,
it's just
like
a
at
big
an
old
actual
strip
event as
green
well.
for
You do like
Gen.G.
your map pick, make sure you change up
this
a good amount of
pistol
stuff
goes
on it,
their way,
and then whatever their likely 2 map
be
picks are,
the final nail in the
then you
coffin.
can like, join together
Got the
and
Sheriff
do the other
Meteor
map
as
picks.
well.
Especially when
On
it's like
that
a day
attack, Killjoy.
in between
That
at like
pop up
events,
more
it would
and
work
more,
pretty
almost
well.
becoming the norm now. Some of these maps. So got the firepower. Cruise with a frenzy instead of a
But
ghost.
you also the problem with this stuff is you also need
For a
like
bit of a
money.
skirmish.
You need
right
4
off the bat.
coaches, but there's teams now that have 4 coaches. So. I mean, there's teams now that have 6
Well,
coaches. So.
7 more seconds. Flush out the game plan. See if they can
How many coaches
execute
have
it.
Vitality got?
Barry's
Is
now
it
getting ready
6?
to drop. 3-2 split here.
I think it's Vitality. T1 have quite a lot as well. I can't remember
Players
all
over
the.
towards this B site
And then
where
Zeta have like
little
6
market
as
push
well.
set up there for a brief little moment. Suppression does come in. Governor
Maybe
gonna
4.
hold the angle, spots him though. He's able to back away.
I cannot.
Oh, how much support is there? Saw a cheeky little Sentinels classic, it looked like there. Maybe trying to put in some nightmares back into Gen.G's minds.
A hell of a kryptonite.
Well, both the Omen and the KO getting pinged by that. That's pretty big. If they're together, you got to imagine that's where the rest of the team is. But that Paranoid doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit, but the shots absolutely do. Ban able to find
Spike
2.
down,
Texture
mid.
Karen, Munchkin all dead. Leaving now
Dude,
just
it's
Locky and
literally,
Meteor.
And that's
Ladder
the first
pushes
map. At least they're getting a
rapidly,
pistol on the board
rotating
though.
back around, but footsteps
We get a
gonna
bit
be
of a
heard.
time to see what their defense is like.
Noted here as Ban has a very deep creep
Last
up
player
here, and he
standing.
gets the headshot
Flawless.
instantly, as well as one on the lock here for the 4K. Huge way to kick things off here for Talon. 3-1 in pistols in the set so far, and that very much speeds up the process of trying to get that ever-important lockdown online.
Yeah, the lockdown's the big thing here. Not only do they get a clean win on the
One
pistol,
enemy remaining.
they get a very crucial ultimate. One step closer for the defense for things like the retakes. Feeling comfortable. Now it's going to be the Ares to start the pressure nice and early on B main. A couple other buys as well, mostly the double Spectres though.
As Rush gets ready to come in, that shock dart potential to do a decent amount of damage. Looks like widely
Oh.
Gen.G able to avoid it. Texture. Shot Lenny. Holding
The
it down with
reposition
the
is so
Aries,
good
giving
from
him a taste
Lenny
of their
here.
own medicine.
He handled this well.
Gets himself a triple.
Might be on for it.
Like picked up. Spring has to go for the reload here. As Munchkin trying to make the best out of a bad situation. Will grab the orb and start backpedaling before the Aries shots can follow up again. Just classics in hand. Not much that Gen.G are going to be able to do from this position, even though they
It
are
just
the
you as
thrifty
the number of
gods.
crack players
If they are able to
significantly
continue with the
increased,
flawless
yeah.
here, as we see
It's
Caron with a bit of
getting
an advertising moment.
it's getting
Talon
higher and
looks
higher.
pretty good, right? It's on an Oda, but it's still an Aries. You've still got a Guardian.
People are taking more
for some
chances
extra
on
pen,
like
a little bit of
rookies
long-range
and
hold,
just new
perhaps some mid,
players.
things like that. The observer knows exactly what to do here. In case you were wondering which team caps you wanted to buy, here's a choice.
It's just going to be Pac-Man gameplay here.
As they
Across
should
the
be.
map,
Oh
grab
yeah.
the orbs,
People
pivot right back over
there were
to
too
B.
many people sailing through.
Yes, yep. Karen. A little smile on his face as well. I think he
Yeah.
knows that he's being watched.
Yeah, you've got to imagine. And Munchkin's not having any of it. Munchkin's still looking for frags. He's still got hope in this round.
I hope that Karen just runs into somebody. He doesn't even shoot back at them.
Yeah, he just
keeps
holds it.
inspecting.
Commit to the bit.
Well, just to push out. Let's see if they can get anything.
Okay,
It's just gonna
nicely
be
done
Lenny.
from him.
Scooping up an
Gonna
ace
get his
here in the
ult
second round of the
online
half.
very early.
Flawless across
Three
the
more.
board for Talon.
It was a good reposition from him to allow this, honestly, because he was going to get pinched from the jet that was
I
dashing
mean,
into
5
sight.
points towards Yunter's Fury, 4 points towards the lockdown. It's as good of a start as any for Talon. It's just that the hill is a very big mountain to climb.
What the fuck, they came in?
Well, I mean,
Becoming
didn't have to
tier 2
die.
EMEA players, yeah,
again,
honestly,
that's
there's quite a
Mike
few.
Blanchard. Saw Governor
I
before the
think
replay
I
actually
can do a video.
using and playing around with the
I was
idea of
tempted to
going
do a
the
video at one
operator
point, I
here
just don't have
in the third round
enough
with
time
Ops
at the moment.
Or that Outlaw instead.
Yeah, you got to have
There's a
armors
couple
on the
of
other side.
solid
Exactly.
players on a lot
Very
of
well
teams.
Be rewarded for it. I mean, everybody was buying half armor in that
Kayak, yeah,
previous round,
Kayak's
so-
one of them.
Ooh, this is a big
Guy's a
clear,
beast.
right? Mid's cleared up all the way to top mid as well. Tree still held for the potential retake.
Be a very
They're
fast
really locked
retake
in at
here
the
for
moment.
the
This
side of
actually looks a
Talon.
little bit...
Look to get everybody in position, but turret is set up for
Doesn't
this,
look
so now
great
we
at the
know
moment for
there's at least
Gen.G.
one
The
player
turret goes
behind.
down. It comes down to this 2v2 duel at A-main.
Yes, there's the swing in. Coming
Yeah,
back, getting
and
one
this
piece.
now
They gotta
looks
push
awful
out.
for Gen.G. They
needs
got
a
to
little
take
bit
some
more
map
space to
control.
work with here.
Big duel.
Timing there from Lockheed gets in front of the Paranoia.
Only
able to
person
find
that
Jit
didn't
Boys,
eat
but
the Omen Flash.
Texture with a quick little up jab to peek. Not spawning much of anything. Smoke down. Cutting off main once again here as
Yeah,
Caron
nicely
peeking,
done. He
but
got the
Caron with
smoke
two.
down
He
as
takes them
well.
both down. Now
This was
Lockheed
great. They handled this very, very well.
Lenny.
Realized that they had to get some map control. They went over towards here, dodged the Omen Flash. I mean, even Talon knew they were going to push, so it's not like Talon
had
messed
all the
up too
advantages
much.
there, but they think that they can just
Flash
double
goes
swing
in,
Lockheed
they
next
lost
to
the
the
duel
switch.
here, and then the smoke
Caron, a
comes down.
quick double
And yeah,
tap
these two needed to wait for these
onto
guys,
the main
but
retake.
Here's a timeout call, you would suspect. Take a look back at this one, though.
yeah, this push was great.
And he's ready for it. He
Yeah,
knows
you
they're going to
can't-
swing wide, too.
you
He
can't,
knows that's the only information
This doesn't
they
make
have
sense.
for
Gotta wait for
certain.
these guys to clear this
It's
fast.
not much of an adjustment that you need for those
Sure.
shots, but it's still just so quick and clean.
Yeah, it's
and
lovely
just
shots
the
from him.
preparation, right? And sure, Talon, you could argue, well, why are they both looking that side? Because that was the only one they knew for a fact. They wanted to go and get the kill for sure. They thought they had the numbers advantage. Then they would be able to at least come in from heaven and clear the site. Little did they know it was Caron, the sharpshooter, waiting for him on the other side. Oh, man. And it all comes from Gen.G also kind of pushing out.
Soulcast,
Tree,
dude,
right?
I looked at
Texture
his
upgrade as well. So
I looked at
now
his
Talon a
VLR
little
page
bit pressed for
yesterday.
time on that
Soulcast is like
retake.
the most mental stats in the last 60 days.
Still, I mean, this would be a fantastic start to the half if it wasn't
That
for
team
that
is just
scoreline, if it
farming.
wasn't for
That team is farming Polaris
that
right now.
opening attack side being so one-sided.
I mean, Soulcast was always going to bounce back very
Normally
strong.
you'd be able
He's
to
got
shrug off that bonus loss
very
and
good
say,
work
okay,
ethic.
It's fine. Now we get the full purchase. We can match him in firepower.
And he's like doing the right steps,
Gen.G
right? I
just
think he
2
has an
rounds
aim
away.
coach now as well.
Closing out this series. Operator here in the hands of Governor, but it's going to be glass cannon. No additional cash to go alongside it.
Yeah, and they're going to try to peek out mid as well. A very risky endeavor. Gonna get forced away.
With the drone. Being a bit distracted. Think not going to find him. And now there's the drone up over the top.
This is all for
Dash out.
Ban.
Yeah, like you said, this is all for Ban to try. Get him into a winnable position. Jit Boy's able to find
Nice
Cruise
trade.
leading
Got
up
an extra one in there as well.
3-5-2.
Not bad.
Band's involvement not
Yeah,
necessary, it would
the
seem.
big
As Lokia
rounds,
now
and this is convincing as well.
suddenly just
Not
leaves
bad.
Charon all in his lonesome spots. One, just the shoulder there, swing across, and this time the headshots
Not
gonna be
even
found nearly as
facing
cleanly.
discipline.
As pop flash
Lovely
right as he
flash.
TPs into tree, swing
Yeah,
out.
very nicely
and will
handled.
be
It's
able to
actually a
collect the
very
second
nice
one.
run from them.
Fantastic adjustments here from Talon.
And I love that Governor commits to it all the way. Not only does he cover the dart, but then he moves ahead of the 0 point to try to make sure he sells the idea that that was just to hide himself. Shoots the drone as well, risking the fact that he might get picked off before the dash. Sets up an amazing trap for Talon. It's a good bounce back.
Cleanly done. Operator, the firepower now getting stacked up even further as Lenny has the Odin
Right here.
in the mix. Have both of these high-powered weapons right here on the same side. Spray across. I mean, look at the HP bars. Munchkin, he's got nothing. Texture dead. As Lenny, hungry for another ace. Hasn't even used the Hunter's Fury. Hasn't needed to. Well, shots on the Sheriff trying to answer something back.
The Governor's hungry for it. He knows there's one more.
Just tucked in behind the box. How is this jet not
Lokia
swinging?
Play around these limitations here, playing against the box, but there's a shock dart layered in
So
to
funny.
really seal the deal on the kill.
Lokia dodged almost everything, just not the last bit. But overall, good prep from Talon as well, right? This is a round where Gen.G could afford to try to do a full send Hail Mary with things like the null command, so they're ready for a B rush. Deflected successfully.
Baron spotted, taken down, Cruz spraying into the smoke, able to find Meteor. And yeah, there's a Bulldog, but you're not getting to it. Phantom spray.
Okay, let's see what the big buy round is
Find
like.
the target there.
Does
That
Gen.G
is
want to
gonna be
do a
Talon.
pause, or are they fine?
Themselves alive and well here in this game.
They've been taking no risks sometimes, at least if I
Gen.G
look
is
at
gonna have
Lotus.
to
So
do some major considerations on when they want to use their ult, because Talon's ult cycle is coming online much quicker than expected. And, you know, they cycle through one ult at a time, things like that. Talon might just be catching up in an instant.
One enemy remains.
5 to tie. Still just that Hunter's Fury, but Ban one away from having the lockdown ready to go. With the
early
ultimate,
Omen
though,
flash
going
over
through would be
towards
difficult
B.
here as Governor's
Trying to
taking
make
so
it
much
look
forward
like a
space.
rush.
Munchkin just around the corner.
Trying to
Does
get
he
some
actually swing
util
this
out.
one?
Trying to
Tailwind
get
is
the
gone, and
reactive.
Munchkin
Trying to get the reactive
That's when he decides
spam
to
over
strike.
towards B or a push
Huge
through
opening
middle.
kill here for
Yeah, this was
Gen.G.
sick for Gen.G. This was
That
just
aggression
all a bait.
very well
And there was
made.
actually
See
two
Talon's
things that
undoing
they're
here.
waiting for.
That had to have been some sort of internal timer as well. Munchkin just
Omen
perfect
flash
with
here.
it.
They're waiting for the
His
spam
teammates
back,
ready to
and they
swing
had their own
afterwards.
Odin to spam back. And then
Mid
they
and
also
all
knew
the
the
way
op
up.
was in play, and
Gardner
it's
and
likely
Tree
that we're
all
going to
taking
take this
over.
angle.
Now Talon's aware of
That was
this.
pretty
The adjustment
cool.
is here from Lenny. But the null command stops it.
Okay.
Get a double.
Cruz swinging out here into mid, gets so much damage across, but just can't quite confirm these other kills. Texture in the meantime finds Jin Boys.
Yeah, Jit Boys had to get one on site here, and I think I didn't see the duel, but looking at 3 HP, that's relatively unlucky.
Aaron Cruz's face. And on Heaven. Sure,
Spike
and
planted.
Lokia. No HP between the two of them.
Oh, and look at Munchkin. Knowing the health situation here, just asking for Gen.G the whole time.
Flash out, but Texture still manages to stay
3
alive.
HP.
A 3K with 3 HP. Gen.G.
Okay,
now
6
get themselves up
chances
match
to end
point.
this, and I mean, they got some ults. Talon might stall this out a little bit.
Back to the first half as well,
There's a
right after
similar
round
story
like
though,
that.
where
You imagine
you know
normally
the map's
you brush it
done,
off,
but
you move on. Great shots from
try and get it
Texture,
closer.
Good for you, Gen.G. Talon can move. This had to have been a timer there that Munchkin's just waiting for, counting down in his head because he was holding that far wide angle.
I mean, when we
Yeah,
looked at the way that
Molly.
people were tucked over
Yeah.
in B lobby, it seems like Gen.G had a perfect
Yes,
read that Governor was going to go for that position.
exactly. I mean, they had got pinched from it before as well, so it's not exactly a crazy idea. So just good mental memory.
Oh, okay. Well, decent start, but instantly traded back. But now Ban trading up.
There's a Killjoy running
Will
down
get hit
middle.
by that Hunter's Fury, but that's the last charge, so no follow-up to be found, no kill to come across. I think they might have a decent idea that he's next to it, but no, it looks like Munchkin actually this time does
Spike
not have a
down
decent
mid.
sense of it. It's a
Bam.
block, he's banned.
Let this guy
Gets
run
himself
down
a
middle
third.
every round
You
if
know,
he's
last
doing
man
that. Fair
standing.
play.
This map is not over yet. Well, Slovakia has something to say about it, but 1v4, Spike stranded at the stairs in mid.
I mean, if he can line up his shock darts so they land perfectly at the same time on the two other opponents. Oh, Talon one step closer once again towards an OT, and their ults are all online.
All but the Gen. Just given the Governor has that operator, not going to be the most concerning thing here for him. It's Ban, I mean, he's just been on one today.
Spike down.
Very clean.
We weren't sure what to expect with him going back over to the Killjoy again for now the 6th time in his career. It looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, it looks very calm as well. Very calm. I mean, I think it's, you know, for a lot of these duelists, suddenly recognizing that they don't have to just go create space all the time, right? It really puts a lot of relaxation.
And these guys are just, they're trying to fix solo queue effectively.
Oh my goodness. We're going for...
Ban, again, finding the kill.
Yeah,
so you don't have to insta-lock Reyna. You don't have to insta-lock Jet. You can play Killjoy.
I mean, honestly, if the Killjoy rotates a bit faster, it could work.
And you can put up solid figures.
True. And still have a lot of value with your utility.
Yeah. Munchkin, is he ready for this? Yeah, snapping on that one. Re-swinging.
Yeah, they just got to be ready for everything now because Talon are just doing...
Governor now in a spot. Shot a little bit wide, but Lenny again just
Bro gets 3 there.
Triple for him, just situated right smack dab.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting the 4-person or mid
spot anything, and Munchkin
on Ascent on defense.
Nothing else realistically
in a 5v4. I'm not sure I've
3,
seen that one before either.
You could isolate and pick him off, then that's one thing, but I'm not sure if he's going to have the read with this push coming in from Ban all the way through the attacker spawn.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Of course, Munchkin, for now, just narrowly avoiding Ban. Uh-oh. Fortunately, doesn't get the clean kill. Now it's going to be back up.
Yeah. Governor hopping in around the
we
corner,
might see a timeout.
Taken, found.
It feels similar
Talon
to Lotus, where it's getting a little bit close, and the coach might be like, well,
into
probably need to
overtime.
end this.
Still have not had to commit these ults.
Dude, there's a lot of ults.
That's the big thing, right? You didn't have to use it and then wait for a long cycle that may never come as the game ends. You're just holding on to until you need it. And a big difference is Talon is starting to play with trades, right? They're starting to set up for backup. They've always got someone else covering the next team.
How is this gun not been off yet?
Things like that. So while Gen.G is ready for a couple of these pushes, they're not ready for 2, 3 people. Because
like how long does it have to stay like this?
Now after a couple of these moments, Gen.G.
This wasn't even wallbang. This is just
looks like they want to take a little bit of
jaws.
initiative as it is a half buy. They're prepared for the push out.
Oh, yeah,
dude, here's the knife and W keys forward.
Hitting that one well, does get the punish, Governor.
That is that is too much.
Is that how this map ends?
At least I mean, they've been walking down middle. And that's the one thing I highlight. I think I need to relax because they've been doing some mad stuff past 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's all mid control given over. Again, one of those situations where there's no one there to trade with.
Still have some ults to work with. I mean, all of them.
All the crucial ones, right? That could make a difference and swing it.
They start pushing in the B. Could just see Ban
already queued in action. Yeah, was that?
Shove them in the opposite direction.
That smoke. It's not going to shake
himself up for the swing so much.
It does draw out a lot of utility, so it gives Gen.G the cue to go to B.
Use a press. I know the Odin's going to be on that side. There's the lockdown.
And they get to it and clear it in time.
They have their own, but that's about it. Now the TP across, Jit Boys joining them here on this side of the map. That is going to be the lockdown committed.
30 seconds left.
They're just waiting this out, and they know, okay, well, now you have to try to come towards us.
Yeah, good luck, Ban.
Here with the fight goes into the smoke, still manages to find one.
Nearly got another. Did incredible to get one. Munchkin missed the shot as well.
The shot goes
There's a small chance into it.
Cruiser now has that null command for the reapproach, and the Hunter's Fury comes in from Lenny. Munchkin again looking for the shot, cannot find it, but Lakia will get one.
It's a 2-on-2.
Down there on a Munchkin, Jit Boys finding Lakia. Now Texture and Meteor. Spike still ticking away. Drone to try to check. They see the turret. They see one. Texture going to be noted there. The back sight. Back over to Boats as Meteor tries to challenge the fight. Now it's Texture on his lonesome to see if he can end this game, end this series right here, right
now. Nicely done from Texture. Reliable.
The 4K through the box.
Yeah, and it was very similar to the, I mean, it was pretty much exactly the same story as the first map.
Not pushed over. They managed to get the
dominant first half and then just a bit of comeback.
Incredible effort from Talon.
You could kind of always tell that it was going to end like this, really.
Both maps, right? 9 rounds on Lotus, eventually in on Ascent. And you can't help but wonder, what if those first halves have gone a little differently? Because I think what we saw from Talon was the prep is good, and individually you have some high moments, but you gotta execute perfectly from the get-go if you want to compete with the best of Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, tight-knit play across both of them there, but you know, Jitboy's not as present on Lotus as we saw from him in their opening series. Governor taking the longest time, unfortunately, to get himself on the board. And in the end, only was able to accrue 5 kills. But Talon, literally, the ideas that they have,
is
the
uploading.
game read, sometimes it is there. They have a decent understanding about how Gen.G wants to approach things. Just haven't been able to capitalize in all of these rounds. Things go a little bit
Gen.G
different.
looked a little sloppy compared to Madrid.
This could have been
First of all, I think that's okay because of the time off that they probably needed to have. Second off, it only really got sloppy when Talon just decided to do some stuff that you wouldn't expect teams to do, I guess. I'm not too worried. Like getting caught off guard by a two-person random walk push once you've shown 2 people over towards B, it's fine. And then next round, 4 people over towards middle walking, fine as well. In a 5v4 when they have the 5, like it's not normal stuff that teams would do.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gen.G continue their unstoppable Ascent streak.
It didn't seem sloppy, they were just relaxed. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Because it was like, it only looked like a little bit looser when it was like, what, 10-2, 9-3?
I mean, obviously a 10-2 defender side is difficult for any attacking team on Ascent to kind of overcome. And get credit where credit's due. Talon had 2 good halves on each map, but they weren't good enough because the other half was just so bad that they really couldn't come back. I mean, that's just the only way to put it, which, you know, there's a lot of good things to take away here from Talon, that you're able to play your defender side pretty well on both maps. It's that attacker side that needs some work, that needs some coordination.
Yeah, fam. Yeah, it's a shame they got to play T1 first.
Where, you know, they had some good ideas.
And good vibes,
Good
clearly.
vibes from Gen.G for sure. Like, you had just these little moments with, like, off timings that start to cause the team to kind of unwind a little bit. And every single round on that first half, whenever Talon went for a sight hit, Gen.G just made it so labored. Like, every time you went through, you would lose 1 or 2 players. The retakes, the post plants, at that point, it's just not going to be enough. Gen.G won almost every single retake against Talon.
Yeah, and
pretty much everyone.
It was like even difficult for them to get to plants in the first place because Gen.G was doing such a good job, like either setting up good crossfires that they were able to bait Talon into, or sometimes just like cutting their team in half. Like I can remember one time, it was on the eco round. Gen.G's on nothing but classics and like a sheriff for texture, and Governor dashes in, they get the first kill, he dashes
NRG
in,
comms video? No, I haven't watched that.
Cuts off B main, and that just stops all of Talon in their tracks. But then Governor's on an island, Meteor's able to kill him from market.
Maybe tomorrow morning we do some
Bulldog,
content
move
watching.
into mid and pick up 2 kills when they have
Play
to
some
rotate around.
deathmatch or
So
something.
it's like little things like that where there doesn't seem to be enough confidence or something for Talon that really costs them.
Yeah, and I mean, this was going to be an uphill battle from the very start from Talon. So it, like you guys said, there's a lot of good ideas here. Again, a lot of potential for a lot of these teams who didn't quite make it this first weekend. And there is a lot for all teams to work on. And I mean, the continuous progress from all of them is great to see. Now, you mentioned first kill from Governor, but was it enough first kills?
Oh, man.
That's the question. I actually don't know what the final first kill count was.
No, that's not true. Don't lie.
But, yes.
Wait, did they actually?
I'm not. I don't believe.
Is that right? Are we? Is everything okay here?
That would be crazy.
Did I get teleported?
There's
to
no
another
way they
dimension
had
and I
the
don't realize
most
it?
fast kills.
No, we don't have the exact count right now. So,
okay.
Okay, I'm getting it. The production's getting it right now.
Just by 1! Oh my god!
No! Oh my god!
Wait, did they actually?
Talon got 11 first kills and Gen.G
I
got
thought there was like no way.
I am
10
so
first
sorry,
kills.
Victoria.
Oh, the way that
Really?
texture was going, it just looked
That's not a
like
good
he was
sign.
getting like a
Yeah,
million
Not a good
first
sign for
and
that one.
second and third and fourth kills.
You know
I mean,
what
I
it
guess they
is,
were
is
all
that
on-
second half,
felt like
you
on
started to
defense,
have
Texture was
Van
getting all
and
of them,
Lenny,
but-
you know, with some Odin shots and Vandal shots, they started to stab Gen.G in the back, and they got some more first kills that way. That's probably what happened.
I did it. I finally won a
You
prediction.
guys. You outsmarted
Oh
me.
well.
Should have known when it's paper.
Poor
guys.
Even a
Chubby
broken
ninja.
clock is right twice a day, so.
How do you feel about your new rank? Well, it's not that new.
You're the
Well, you
ranker.
know what?
You're the ranker here, Victoria.
I like it because it's specific colors.
Oh,
Ah.
How positive.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Way to.
Positivity.
Okay, chat. I'm gonna leave this running. I'm gonna get some food. A little bit hungry. It's very early, but I'm still hungry.
More, at least to
So
tie it
I'll be
up.
back in a little bit.
Texture's fault.
That's actually.
I might miss some of the
crazy.
pre-show for the next
but
map.
That should give you some hope.
But
with
other than
your
that, we should be
talent,
alright.
Right? Like
Okay,
the
we'll be
fact
back
that
in a bit.
you're winning those duels. Like one of the
let me
things
turn
that
up slightly for you.
was concerned with overall in this series. Now again, this was more like a feel pick. I wasn't like.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, it had
this isn't like a statistical thing. This is more like I just thought that Talon was playing pretty good at the end of Lotus, so I thought maybe they could carry it over. They kind of didn't, to be honest. Like they got pretty well shellacked there in that first half, but that's good. That's a good sign that you're able to win trades against Gen.G like that. That's a really good sign.
Oh yeah.
I think it's kind of like what Coach Frost said during the interview as well. You know, he's talking about the players' experience and some of them maybe feeling a bit of nerves or letting that mentality get to them a little bit, and you start to doubt yourself, and that's what causes these moments of hesitation, and then you don't really get the timings correctly, the coordination with the rest of the team, and that's what you're seeing, especially around round 5. I think Talon called a timeout. They had a game plan. They always have game plans. They have these strategies that they want to pull off, but then Gen.G just crunches them and completely wrecks everything that they want to try. You know, towards the end of it, maybe some more of these plans went through, but then at the end, still, it's just a bit of individual performances from players like Van and Lenny definitely stepping up right now. But yeah, Gen.G still, Gen.G is the one to beat.
But there's no consistency here, right? Like Cruz and Governor were your top 2 players on Lotus by a pretty wide margin, and now it's flip-flopped where it's Ban, and then Lenny comes in off the bench and puts up, you know, pretty solid numbers overall. Jitboy's better than he was on Lotus, but still not quite where they need to be. So, again, you're seeing good things, but we're not quite there yet for Talon.
Takes a bit of time.
It definitely takes a bit of time for this team, and like you said, the numbers kind of flip-flop, but then you can see the potential of every single one of the Talon players too. They all can step up when the time is right, and you know the key here is just to do it all at the same time. But again,
get more XP.
Yeah, and but it's tough. It's going to be tough against a team like Gen.G. I think it was a really good showing for Talon. Anyway, we're going to go to the stage and interview with our MVP from Gen.G, which should be Texture.
Guys, I'm standing here with Gen.G's Texture. Now, Texture, thank you so much for the interview. Now, first of all, I want to start with what you were able to learn personally and what you were able to take away personally from Masters Madrid. So, what did you learn? 어떤 부분을 마스터즈 마드리드에서 배워왔을까요? 개인적으로.
그냥 멘탈적으로도 저희가 강한 줄 알았는데 좀 생각보다 한 번에 무너지는 것 때문에 좀 더 다듬고 있고, 그리고 체력적으로도 좀 생각을 해서 저희 다 같이 이제 헬스장을 끊고 다니고 있습니다.
Yeah. Before Madrid, we thought that we had a pretty strong mentality, but we realized that we can crumble, and the mentality has to be something that we need to keep working on. So that's something that we've been trying to improve. And other than that, we've been working on our stamina as well, basically to get through the full best of 5s, especially after that grand finals against Sentinels. So we've been hitting the gym all together to make sure that we stay fit. Well, you mentioned going to the gym, you know. Anything you have for your gym routine? 그러면 이제 헬스장 가서 루틴이 뭐 따로 있나요? 어떻게 운동하나요?
따로 뭐 루틴은 없고 지금은 일단 좀 유산소 위주로 좀 하고 있어가지고 그런 이런 건 아니에요. 예.
Right now we're starting with the basic cardio, and it's nothing like lifting heavy weights. But yeah, we are definitely working out and trying to be in a better shape. Now, we got to see most teams play, and we're about to see DFM play now. But is there any team or any player that really caught your eye? 우리 이제 모든 팀들이 거의 다 경기를 치렀는데 뭔가 눈에 들어오는 팀이나 선수가 있을까요?
DRX랑 PRX가 그래도 제일 눈에 많이 들어오는 것 같고, DRX는 킥오프 때도 잘 하는데 저희가 좀 운이 좋게 이겼다고 생각을 했었는데 좀 이번에는 좀 보면서 더 잘 다듬어졌다고 생각을 많이 하고 있습니다.
I would say DRX and Paper X. Now, in terms of DRX, I think they performed really well at kickoff, and I think looking back at that match, I think we got a little bit lucky being able to take them down. But watching them perform in stage 1, I think they're better and stronger as a team. So that's definitely, those are the two teams that I'm keeping my eye on. Well, on the 13th, Saturday, this coming Saturday, you guys are going up against Paper X, but this time with Jing. So we're excited to see that raise battles and the duelist battles between you and Jing. So talk to me about your expectations for that matchup. 이제 13일 토요일에 찡 선수가 돌아온 완전체 페이퍼렉스를 상대하게 됐는데요. 이 찡 선수와의 레이즈 대결, 타격대 대결 어떻게 예상하고 계신가요?
찡이 당연히 저보다 레이즈는 더 잘한다고 생각하고 있고요. 그리고 뭐 근데 제가 게임은 더 잘한다고 생각을 해서 그래도 자신감 있게 한번 또 부딪혀 보겠습니다.
I think, hats off to Jing. I think he's the better race, I'm going to be honest, but I'm a better Valorant player, so I'm going to try my best and make sure that we have a good time with that matchup. Now, thank you so much, Texture, once again, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
And that was Texture, everybody, and I have a quick announcement for you. VCT Pacific's and XG's collaborated single is about to drop on April 12th, and here's a little teaser, so check it out.
Efficient because these guys just play contact. So
okay, Team Supreme, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Right, let's go.
Tara, let's go.
Tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. Gen.G takes the first championship point for the Alpha Group. Rather unsurprisingly, another upcoming Korean giant T1 will be playing next against Japan's DFM. Now, we haven't seen DFM at all yet. I'm very keen to see what they've got up their sleeves.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a lot because it's been a struggle for them since the inception.
And we're going to have an interview now with T1.
Wait up. All right. Whew. Sorry. What were the feedbacks after Paper X match?
Not much. I need a step up.
Okay. So you need to do well today. Now, going up against DFM, what's your mindset?
I already beat them before, and I will beat them today also.
Okay. Thank you for the interview. Good luck. I'm going to let you go.
Very simple outlook there. It's really funny because every one of his footsteps is like 10 of Jen's. So I'm happy she caught up to get a quick interview there. We did see T1 play this weekend already. Quack.
Yeah, they definitely did. It was a bit of a rough game. I mean, they definitely had some great showings, but like Izu said, some step-ups needed. You definitely had players like Rossi, Execure definitely landing their shots. Saya players still great on the entries. But Paper X was just that much stronger. And I felt like the team started to crumble a little bit at the cracks because of that success from Paper X. So T1 hopefully with a mentality to come back into this game. You know, this shouldn't be too much of a tough match for them, but you know, you never know what they might be thinking.
Yeah, I mean, historically, at least from what we've seen. But let's get a word from DFM and see how they're feeling.
Hello, May. Now, everyone in Omega's winning. Does that put pressure on you?
No pressure.
Okay.
Winnable.
All right. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu and good luck.
All right. So they're feeling good.
Simple.
No pressure and winnable. You said winnable, right?
I believe, yeah.
Not we will win, but it's winnable.
I think, yeah.
That's an interesting choice of words.
I think this team can win matches. I said it before. I'm sticking by it. I definitely think they're good enough. It's just like you need to see more. I mean, this is a team who's played together. A lot of these players have played together in the past, right? In tier 2 Japanese scene back when they were Crazy Raccoon and stuff like that. Tons of experience with each other, but it didn't look good at kickoff, and that's what really scared the heck out of me because it should have looked more coordinated at least. It should have looked like they were more on the same page. It should have felt more cohesive, even if they're losing battles, even if they're losing big fights and stuff like that. They weren't trading. A lot of the things they need to just kind of do fundamentally weren't there yet. So hopefully with this time off, that's going to change.
And the reason why this graphic is here, if you guys aren't sure yet, DFM is in fact that team who has yet to win not just a match, but a game. This could be it. I know, Paper Thin, you had good feelings about this. I'm really glad to see Anthem continuing on the roster this year. I think he was a really strong player on DFM's roster last year, and I think he continues to look good. T1 is a very good team, though. They came close with Paper X.
I like how Victoria just kind of took a pause after saying they need a win. It's just you let that sink in, and it feels so. It's true though. It really is. That's just the story for DFM right now because we're not gonna lie. This is kind of what's happening right now in VCT Pacific, at least for this team. This entire day is sort of like David versus Goliath. DFM having to play against T1. It's very much so in the power rankings. DFM's kind of at the bottom. T1 is up there. So I think May is right. There is no pressure. I just want to see some improvements because they definitely have that potential.
And here we're looking at key players, Saya Player and May. And Saya Player, I mean, doesn't matter what team he's on. Saya Player is quite the player.
Yeah, he's
a player.
He's 100%. Yeah, this guy is really, really good. Going up against a very good duelist in May, I think one of those players that a lot of hopes are pinned on him by the Japanese community because of how talented he is individually, how good his mechanics are. And we saw that for DFM that he was the bright spot during kickoff, right? Like he was the one who was at least keeping pace with the other teams. Even though they were losing, he was at least, putting up pretty good kill to death ratios. He was doing good amounts of damage. Obviously, he's generally the duelist, so that's expected in a way, but he needs to get some help. He needs a little bit of backup. I expect players like Anthem and others to have that coordination with him to set him up for success with their utility and for him to let those natural mechanics shine.
And now we're looking at the map data from just this year alone between T1 and DFM and their map ban picks and their percentage wins here. And the thing for DFM is like, yeah, we do want to see their first win this year, game or match. I want to see a full match win, frankly speaking. But it's really tough. While they may have upgraded, so have all of the other teams across the board. So it's just constantly a battle here. And that's what we want to see, though. We want to see all the teams constantly upgrade.
Constant battle, constant struggle a little bit. I mean, there's definitely a lot of potential like we're talking about. The stats are always going to be a little bit skewed because of these two teams, but I think it definitely shows just how much T1 has played and how much DFM can really prepare for this. May, like we mentioned, is always that capable player. We saw in the stats sheet from before that, he's kind of gotten a good numbers all across the board. He's capable on certain agents like Yoru, for example, playing against DRX and kickoffs. They've definitely shown that they are capable. It's just how much have they improved. And T1, whether or not they can stay on top, because that game, again, against Paper X, they start to shake a little bit.
You're right. If this is the match where T1 shows any cracks, that's not a good sign for them. Right now, they are looking like one of the stronger teams, but we'll have to see how they play against DFM. DFM hasn't shown too much, frankly speaking, because they just haven't gone that deep yet. So they haven't really revealed much of their potential, actually.
And my concern here for DFM is that their map picks pretty well overlap with T1 in that neither of them like Icebox, so it still will be, it's the same ban as, from kickoff, for T1, excuse me, the first one. I think that your opponent's going to ban Icebox here as DFM, so you could get away with it. But
I would like to see like a Breeze.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I think DFM is pretty okay at Breeze, but it seems like Ascent is something they've been working on, something they're going to feel comfortable with. And this, I have a feeling it's going to be the same two maps we just saw. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
One more time.
One more time.
Why not?
That was the theme of Champions last year.
Yeah, one more.
So.
One more.
We go again.
That's what it is, right? T1 had a pretty good showing against Paper X. They did lose on Lotus against Paper X. But that said, I think, they definitely want to get that practice in match practice, do as much as possible, and really improve all these tiny little gaps that they have in their game plan sometimes. But apart from that, that's just the main thing for today. Can DFM sneak away a map win or maybe even a match win?
Say for Paper X, T1 is is great at Lotus. It's always Paper X always stopping them in their tracks on Lotus. So I'm not surprised that they're
Yes. Well, this is kind of another concern I have for DFM is that again their map pool overlaps very much with T1, but the Ascent pick, you know, and with Sunset in there, could be really interesting if we can get to Sunset. That's kind of my bigger concern. I think Lotus, pretty much no matter what, going the way at T1, very good map for them. And I look at T1 and I think if you drop a map here to DFM, and this is no disrespect to DFM,
sure,
that's kind of starting to be concerning for T1 because I think they came into that Paper X match really feeling like they could and should win it, and then they didn't. They got beat again. They still can't take a map off of them. They're still, you know, coming close, but not quite, and that could get in your head. So I think certainly T1 is looking for that mental reset here today where they can just come through, get the expected win, and then get to that next stage.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm pretty sure that win will help carry them forth into next week, because next week is going to be really tough for T1 too. They'll be facing against DRX. Now here we are looking at the map data. Last time they played Ascent was never for DFM, at least this year, this DFM, and we did see Ascent from T1.
Yeah, right. Rossi forever on that Viper. I think this is what's interesting between this matchups because DFM, you know, we don't really know what they're going to do, and they might change up their agent picks here and there. And I want to see something interesting, at least for Lotus. You know, Ascent, you might want to go with that classic composition, but T1 has interesting ideas with the Viper on this map. The mental conditioning that they can do is something that teams, you know, won't have an easy time with.
I'd rather see a different duelist here for DFM then. If you're going to go against this Viper Cypher, I'd like to see something like a Raze to give you a little bit more ability to clear some space, clear those tripwires, things like that, clear the smokes that are going to be all over the map. I think that could really be good. Or a Yoru, just who cares? It's been done in other regions. They're running Yoru on this map. It can work really well, and we know that Mei has a pretty solid Yoru, so that could also work here. I think DFM actually is going to need to dig a little bit deep with these agent comps to get over the line against T1. They're going to have to show something a little bit unexpected. I don't think that standard, you know, KJ, KO, Sova comp is going to work.
Absolutely. When you have one of the oldest maps in VCT being played right now, and you're going to use the same comps, and it just hasn't been working all this time. I think it's time to switch it up, try something new.
We got?
Yeah,
Ascent.
definitely sticks to this strategy because you've done it before, but it definitely is a good point because
and Lotus Sunset, dude, Ascent and Lotus again. Is this just going to be the? Is Lotus just the haven now for
Pacific? That's going to bring a lot more confidence into your future matches. So
what's going to happen?
It's now or never.
It definitely is now or never.
Is
maybe
these
today
two
is
maps
the day.
Guaranteed?
Predictions? Do we put it up? I think it's heavily favored, and this is not even. Yeah. It's T1. It's got to be T1.
You can't not.
Yeah.
I mean, again, until DFM has proven
that
they can actually get over the line, start taking some of these rounds and maps.
Or unless we're trolling, you know.
Yeah. or unless you're just.
But we're not trolling today.
Unless you have insider info or something, I don't know. Like,
But we want to be.
But you know the whole team's like really sick, and then you're like, okay, well, you know.
Well, I hope that's not the case.
No, it's not.
I hope DFM proves us wrong. We always like to see every team do well here in Pacific because we love all of our teams.
Do you think pushing against Eco low buy is wrong, even if the enemy team has lots of good
ults? If they are going to win this, they need to have it very convincing.
With numbers, I think. There's a right way of doing it.
T1 and DRX, and that's gonna be a big
depends
one.
on the low buy. I think like Eco, if it's literally just classics,
I
then we have to worry.
Start being a little bit concerned without.
Because a lot of the time you can just completely own people. Like if they want to use ults into those rounds, then that can be a huge win.
Especially if you can beat DRX, then that'll be even better. So T1 definitely has a bit of homework
to
do. But yeah, regardless
in
of
my
the
books, you kind of want them to
honestly, it's just the fact
feel
that,
like they can
you know,
win
both
it.
teams are here. You know, there's a bit of
and
that
then
mental
they use the
game
ults
going
into
on.
the ecos,
For DFM,
and then their buy rounds are a little bit
they're in good
worse.
spirits, and I just want to respect
like one of the
all the work that they put into
a lot of teams at the moment, like
they're
discipline on their
ults, doing their best.
It's like the one thing that I think
whatever they show us, as
like
long as
generically most players need to improve.
Still gonna love them.
Yeah.
Always.
And you know what? A lot of people do. We were talking about the team
So
bundle
I think that's
sales,
one of the things where you can kind of
and we saw the top 5. Do you guys remember what it was?
Yeah, I just did that
Pop
now.
quiz. I
yeah,
remember
I
what
kind
it
of
was.
honestly,
Who's
as soon as I
number
read,
one?
as soon as I
Yes.
saw you
Number
type it, I
2.
was just like, oh yeah, I cranked it up
yeah.
heavy.
DRX. No, T1.
I can't remember.
DRX or T1 is.
DRX or
What do you think went wrong with Fnatic, bro? They just individually they look off.
6.
I still need to watch the side show
Actually,
thing.
DFM.
Wow.
Individually, they look
they're
a lot
huge
off.
org in Japan.
Yeah.
And I want nothing more
Lots of Japanese
in
fans.
this year for DFM
Not
to
at
play
their
some
form.
really good
But it's
maps,
still just
get
like,
some
it's
wins.
still not enough
That would-
data.
Nothing would make me happier.
But
Like,
I am,
that would actually be
I am
the
now
best
starting to
treat
be a
we
little
have.
bit more worried.
If
for
DFM
sure.
wins this match, I think everyone should just buy a DFM bundle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why not?
Would you
I'm
do
in.
it? I would do
I'll
it.
do it.
I
We're gonna make a
100%
pact right now. That's what
yeah,
we're gonna do.
We're in.
I was gonna buy it anyway, so.
Yeah. Well, that's even better. You in? We're in
Yeah,
DFM.
yeah. Let's go.
Did you just here to flame my head, bro? What's wrong with it?
Reach for
Let me get OBS up.
Honestly, I would love to see it. I mean,
Well,
I have a
these
couple of
guys?
bundles already. How many of the bundles do you guys have for Pacific?
This guy?
None.
None?
Not
He's
yet.
a little bit.
No, I'm
He's
gonna
a little
buy
bit wild
them.
right now,
I
to be
just
fair
like
to him.
haven't had time to like
Let
get
him
in
be.
there and do it. But I was gonna hopefully
Oh,
eventually
nice.
get like pretty much all of them.
Yeah,
That's my
actually.
kind of like
Yeah.
long-term goal over the
Okay.
course of the year.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That was very honest.
I don't know which
answer.
I'm still like stuck which one I'm gonna get first though.
You want to
Okay.
buy like for the team that you like, but then some of the designs.
Like
are,
Cho
like,
said, he
biased,
thinks
right?
Fnatic
Like,
are behind the
I know, I
meta.
have to go for like which
I
one
think
is
that could
coolest.
be. I
Guys,
think that could be a fair shout.
Bundle, support our team.
From what we've seen at the
indecisive.
moment, comp-wise,
All right, we're gonna
I
go
think
into our casters
Icebox is
to
our best
start our
example.
game. And William and Achilles,
Like
do you
doing
guys own any of the bundles for Pacific?
I mean,
Tell us.
their comp is a little bit. It's like they're trying to take a risk, but
Yes,
they're.
I did.
Yes.
I bought
They don't
multiple
want
of
to.
them because I support our region.
Like it's like a
and
half-ass
the
risk.
organizations. I
But
think
we haven't
people-
seen all their maps yet, so we
the
don't know.
emphasis
But yeah,
out
there's no
themselves a
Gecko
little
usage,
bit.
and
I
Gecko is
didn't
very
have
heavy
time
meta.
to open a shop and purchase
We also
a
probably
digital
haven't seen
release.
enough
Quite a few
maps for us
clicks,
to
to
be
be
like,
fair. It's
yeah.
more than
True.
2 or 3 clicks.
But
so.
also Quack saying,
And like, you're not going to use a
you wanna buy the
Gecko on
skins
Ascent.
that you
The
like,
maps we've seen them playing.
or for the teams that you like.
Yeah, I guess
then you see
Icebox is the
cool
biggest worry.
designs that Gen.G
What we
has. So
saw.
Quack basically saying, I don't like Gen.G, but I think the design is cool.
Right. Yeah, I mean, listen, like there's multiple reasons to at least buy, I don't know,
EMEA
Gen.G's
in
paper
general
X's,
is
right? They
behind
went
the
to Masters
meta.
Madrid, and then you can buy your favorite teams.
Yeah.
And then there's plenty of other
I think
designs. There's plenty of teams. Like, there's all the reasons to
There's
go
a
buy your team
collective
capsules. So just do
team-wise
it.
maybe,
Don't do
but
it.
then we
Don't
have
steal
like
the analyst test.
I think I have
people.
three.
Then we have like
Okay.
heretics who
Pacific
seem
ones,
to
and then I
be
have the Sentinels bundle because
pretty
Celsius
far
got-
ahead.
You know, I almost fell for it. But then
Yeah, I
I
think
heard
it's a team-by-team
clean, and I love
basis,
those
But then
guys.
I heard Riot Shaker say we got to keep the money in the house. We can't let
Yeah,
it
maybe.
go over to Americas. So
It's
I'm
okay,
thinking
we're still winning globally.
that's true. That's
So,
true.
because one of my other purchases was Paper X, so I balanced it out.
Okay,
I made sure
okay.
to not tip the balance in their favor and anything like that. So
that's good.
But yeah, I have a multitude of them. So you know, we'll see if we can put them to good use.
Yeah,
once
we got some good ones
I got
out
to
here.
dive back in. I've been getting ready for this
Yes.
stage 1 to kick off, so I haven't actually been playing too much myself. So I haven't utilized them quite
Yeah.
just yet. But eventually, I'll get back onto the grind and see if I can get myself up into Ascendant and whatnot.
Yeah, some highlights there with the Classic, with the Team Classic.
I've never used the
Last year, EMEA was so behind on Harbor
You know,
Viper.
It's gotten me to use more classes,
Yeah,
which
but was
hasn't
it
been working
really
out for
even
me,
that good
so,
apart from?
there's a little bit of a
Oh.
trade-off there.
But yeah, weird just moments.
Like
where
Loud
we
made
get
it look
this
very
game.
good, but
Lobby's been set up.
I
We've
don't
just
know.
been waiting for the players to go through their agent selection so we can see what they're going to be bringing to the table for this first map. But I mean, the desk, I think they set it up pretty nicely. I think that
I don't
all
think
of
it.
our
I don't think it was like a
predictions
hard set
reflected. This is
meta.
another
I don't think it was like
huge
this is
uphill battle,
how you have to
much as
play.
we had in our first series, and we did get to see Talon putting up a relatively strong fight, taking a lot more rounds than I think a lot of people would have credited to them ahead of that series. The question is, can DFM do similarly?
Well, that's the thing with DFM. Until they get that first win, no matter who the opponent is, it's going to be hard to have a reason to vote for them other than maybe just cheering for them, maybe you're a fan of the team, et cetera, because stats say that they haven't won, right? That's just the truth.
I think it's a really good reason to cheer for them. Because the desk was talking about, they said, okay, we'll buy the bundle if DFM wins this series.
Oh, so finally they'll buy a Pacific bundle.
Well, but do you remember, because you and I were on Plat Chat, so if you want a reason to root for DFM, if they win the group, Brent has to get a tattoo of their logo somewhere where the sun doesn't shine.
Yes.
So that would be very funny. So I think we have plenty of reasons to actually cheer for DFM. So I think that the fandom, now that I've said that and put that out there, it should have grown a million times over.
Okay, yeah. Now we got some more support out there. For sure, something to look, well, I don't know if we look forward to it, but at least maybe the win from DFM, that part of it.
I will not let him forget that he said that. It's on tape.
There
it's
you
been
go.
clipped. But here we go. The players can now make their
It's a
way
pretty
out
safe
onto
one though.
stage.
You would
Team one
imagine.
gonna be looking to bounce back.
As we
Had
see
an
mad changes from
incredibly tough draw
kickoff.
in their opening opponent there.
Jules,
See
mate,
how-
hello. How we doing?
How they fare going up against DFM? Because again, on paper, this is one of those matchups where you say, like, okay, the team should be feeling comfortable, they should be vibing, they should be very confident, but when you overdo it, when you overstep it, when you lean into just you know, a lackadaisical approach to the series, that is when you absolutely
Dino Nugget? Isn't you talk about the chicken nuggets that are shaped like dinosaurs? You can kind of go with, man. Fair play. Are they still around? Actually, I don't think they'll ever age, man. Everyone should always have them in their life.
And DFM showed some better ideas at kickoff. Now, none of it came to fruition to a map win, but they had a couple good round ideas.
In your oven right now, you're actually winning, bro. That's the thing. You're actually winning right now.
They had some more time off during Masters Madrid. How does it all come together with, of course, Cess in the starting lineup here for DFM? And the other thing that DFM can maybe look forward to is that T1 once again showed that they're not quite there yet to close things out against the best of the best like Paper Rex. So there are weaknesses that you can take advantage of.
How's the Gen.G game? Convincing.
One of the things that I'm
Probably the easiest way to say it.
From the side of T1 is a bit more impact from Izu. Had a very quiet performance in that opening series compared to what we had seen from him over at kickoff, where he was looking like one of the most dominant forces on this squad. You know, you kind of had this solid, you know, 5-threat team in T1. Everybody was able to clutch up. Everybody was able to put up strong figures. That was a little bit lacking from them in the opener.
Yeah, I wonder also just maybe how that pressure stacks up against Izu now. You know, he had a great start at kickoff, eventually doesn't make it. Meanwhile, Karon, another rookie in Korea, goes out to the world stage, becomes a star, and you got to imagine that starts to egg him on a little bit. And this team, I mean, you look at all these players, they are players that have been hungry for their entire careers, no matter which title they're competing in. So Izu has to be able to keep up with that pace, that hunger, that kind of anger almost to get their vengeance, get their victories, and get to a world stage.
DFM will get ready to flop down in their seats and get ready for this series to begin. We've been talking about the jokes of, oh, well, will Alpha Group ever get a win? Gen.G, they put that first one on the board.
Dress up as wingman.
DFM in a position to deny the second
was it Champs they had the full-size wingman?
Get a win for everybody.
Just have to get that flown over.
They're going to be up to task here. As, of course, for DFM, I mean, May, Anthem, these are the players that I'm especially going to be looking to see, you know, these explosive performances out of.
Yeah, May put up incredible numbers despite having a 0-4 map loss at kickoff. So I think he's already proven himself to the global audience. Obviously, people who have been following Challenger Japan have heard about the name, have been seeing May's performance through and through. My eyes are also on Cess, and we are going to see some of those adjustments coming out, but on both sides, T1's going to go standard.
Raise.
Yeah, I mean, this is standard from T1 and then very off-standard from the side of DFM.
And this is their pick, right?
Here for them.
They might have some good stuff.
Killjoy, so
the T1 have gone back to the standard stuff, even though I felt like they probably used the Viper, maybe some of the best we've seen.
Out with the Raze.
But T1 have also been cracking with the Viper, so they kind of know what it struggles with, or how to play against the walls, or essentially like where they can get for free.
They'll say, you know what, things are meta for a reason here in Ascent.
No drone, no recon. You can play a lot more angles on defense here.
Ready to go. Agent select out of the way. Ascent for map number 1. Lotus for
Solo initiator KO. Yeah, it struggles a little bit. Does struggle a little bit, but
I think that we are about to receive here.
Let's see what they got.
With these compositions, eyes, of course, now very much on May, even more so than they were before, given that he's bringing that Raze out. Not something that too many teams have really favored to play on this map. See how he fares and how those blast packs are going to be looking, because that movement is going to be ever important for their entries. See if they're going to be able to get it done. I'll start with that pistol round, see who can draw first blood, who can take that first step towards victory. T1 expect similar to Gen.G with a home crowd rallying them. We'll see if they are going to be able to get that first match victory, or if DFM can find theirs.
Okay, T1 on defense and DFM on
Raze
attack.
Even here in Ascent, right? Obviously, sure, opping. You can still do it on the Raze as long as you know your angles. But there's just a lot more utility. So if you know your flight paths to get into the site, as long as that's pat down, the way you can use other things to clear out some utility, to put extra pressure, to control both A main and B main from either part of the map, I think it's a huge boon, rather than Jet, who eventually always does have to take that contact,
quickly
which is
upload
slowly
this
being phased out in the meta for the time
Still
being.
not uploaded yet. All right.
Study some fun
Okay,
videos.
yeah, like we said, T1 on defense, DFM on attack, and Got a weird comp from DFM.
From the side of T1, no one in the site itself.
The standard wall that a lot of people are using. Block off deep short, block off middle.
No, obviously T1.
Let's give you a cubby towards middle. Speaking of middle, yeah, T1 can play a lot of positions where you would struggle to play against normal comps.
Jump out, tap on the orb. That's going to be the
right, so like these boxes are the main ones. You already see them play over towards middle. Honestly, this box towards B now, because of this smoke, harder to play because they block vision. They could be behind this box. That is a lovely shot.
Spotted across the way, side player. That Sheriff in his hands, able to find
A
that
lovely
kill.
time nade as well, and just stops them back. Gets a little bit of chip damage. Means they can flood into the site as well and play behind the util now.
You got to be able to utilize Medusa at this point. He wasn't spotted on that lurk. See if you can regroup with him, and if he can create space to get into B or mid, that'll give DFM a second chance in this round.
Pushing down this way, but Carpe now moving, rotating out. Looks like he's just going to be going for the jump over the top of the wall.
Keep an eye on
He's
it.
going on that market approach. Which they are about to.
30 seconds left.
Take a bit of pressure over towards short, flash, knife, and it is all down to Izu.
Okay, but really delayed on the Dragon Cross Mage, just kind of sprinting in, he's able to go ahead.
Looked like he didn't move his crosshair too much there.
For the damage found from that, it's Carpe waiting to see, but
And the recovery is incredible. They get over towards site. They still have Omen Flash, Boombot.
The team to get close by, but door's going to have to be broken first and foremost.
They have one pass on over towards B main as well.
Main control, it looks like Cess is considering potentially lurking around, but he's just going to hang far back. Doesn't get tagged by the 0 point.
Does not. He also does have that paranoia still available as well.
Yeah,
as
he's
one
playing
more
so
smoke to
far
further
back over
slow up
towards
this
him.
approach here from T1. Point at the ready. There's a drop down. Excurate now checking behind him. Ends up falling.
Good flash lane here.
Flex that kill.
Good Omen flash lane here.
Those right clicks is okay. Rossi trying to match.
Comes in a little bit late, but it still looks like they win the round. Nicely done from Medusa. Kills 3 here. I mean, the important kill.
Very well done by
Was it
DFM.
market?
They recognize that T1 is also playing it safe. Eventually, Neth gets caught in mid, and from there on, they don't rush it into A. They still take advantage of the fact that they haven't shown themselves. Pressure back on
Ikram.
A through short. Then it's
Ikram
just a
in the
quick
YouTube
finish.
chat. Thank you so much for that, bro.
Post plan. I mean, the
Appreciate it,
paranoia
dudes.
may be saved until the very last second, but having faith in his teammates to have that crossfire, a great start.
Thanks for the support, man. Thank you for that.
For the standard Saya purchase. Marshall's still going to be in play, something that DFM will be very well aware of. It's a matter about sussing out where exactly.
Yeah, and T1 kind of heavy leaned over towards A. It's not like the fake bit of util pulled anyone over. It just made them feel confident that they could keep the stack going, basically.
Pay a little bit more attention to that A side, so that's where the stack's going to
2
be.
FPS.
DFM will try to throw a curveball around.
My PC was struggling.
As we have this chance.
Oh, that is
just enough. Medusa now dead, looking for the flick of his life there.
Yeah, but that alone, I mean, it slows him down a lot. It's Saya player. He's often good for more than one.
The controllers, but there's a chest shot. Anthem taken down low. 49 remaining here on the KO. We'll be able to bring an end to it here for now, shutting the
Please
door.
tell you that
We'll
Fnatic goes to Shanghai. I still think they will.
Any kind of connection, but still 5 members alive here for T1 as they get ready to go.
Not hard to
On the approach here to retake the
fix a
site.
lot of what was going on.
Lingering there in main. May able to find side player.
The players need to play though.
Rounded flash coming through.
Players got to be playing.
Second, Paint Shell's back online. Anthem will get a piece there.
Yeah,
As
this
Izu
has
will
been
fall.
nice as well.
Oversends the Paint Shell.
Other than the little overstep from
Very wary
Medusa,
about this position over
everything else
Alley.
is very nice.
Gonna be spotted. Is gonna be
Even the
Rossi
spam's
taken down.
coming in as well.
Able to find that kill. Pushing the smoke. Carpe gonna be good for one.
Out of all the guns, man, the Bulldog just runs in.
Find an additional kill if you can drop Anthem. That would leave a rifle down on the
It's
ground.
getting costly now because of that.
Economic damage dealt
Yeah,
here,
one
but
thing snowballed
ultimately
into
it will
2
be
deaths
DFM
essentially.
starting off this map 2-0.
Still okay, but the bonus isn't going to be. I mean,
dropping more weapons than they
bonus
should
is
have,
going to be
but
alright.
DFM will
Yeah, I
still
agree with
come out
that.
on top. And overall, what I
Pape
really like
gets
from DFM
the
there
Odin
is
out.
the
They
post
have
plant
3
wasn't
rifles
gonna
and 2
feel very
pistols.
safe, right? If you allow them to start to flood into the site with pistols, you're not going to be able to utilize the weapons you have to
I need to see
maximum
more Jack, but I
efficiency.
think
So they take
I
the
think
time
that
to
has
push back out,
legs.
dwindle the numbers, and keep them at bay so that
think it's
you can
valid,
still
at least
spam
for
through those
Icebox.
choke points through the smokes. So it's really good decision making. Overall, looking like a very stable start for DFM. And now we'll see how T1 reacts with the
Paper
buys
X
up,
Tryhard
Odin
as well.
coming
Thank
out.
you for doing
Now,
that as well.
something
There's
that
2
I
of
wanted
you
to
now.
mention was first time Rossi's playing something other than
What do I
Viper
call
here
this?
in
Super
Pacific at
chats?
all.
What is this
So we'll
on
see how he
YouTube?
performs on the KO. Of course, not an entirely new agent for him, but it is going to be new here on the stage.
2 sheriffs, otherwise Bulldogs and a Vandal here for the
Super
side
chats.
of still
Thank you so much, man. Paperx Tryhard, appreciate you for doing that. Thank
full
you.
flash, turns his sights back over to May, trying to get that fragment down. May, that's his moment to strike. Rocket out, sends it. I play down to 41. Is Izu able to find that transfer?
Dude, he did great, and it's still a really close round. And that nade takes him down. Saya does good to get 1 kill. And
on for an ace, sees the gun, but
oh, did they not hear it?
find that shot.
Oh man, there was a chance there. 5 HP. Tell you what, DFM going to be a little bit gutted because honestly they could have won this round, but in terms of the overall damage done, it's enough to make this a swing round.
Actually winning that round too. The setup they have between May and Medusa, trying to create that noise, and Medusa can get the flank around window. It was good, but like you said, not able to close out the kill, so T1 will barely stabilize. Able to continue with a couple of half armors. Talked about Izu before this match started. Looks like he's right back in focus, trying to make sure he's the anchor that T1 needs.
Okay, massive round.
1 less kill from him.
And flash over towards short, recon goes in and spam. And as we can see, no one here. The classic EG strat.
Sending out a flash, trying to break down that barrier wall.
Instant reposition from the KO.
Okay, side player spotting 1. Does you use the tailwind there as May work down to 60 HP, just trying to get himself boosted up over the top. Saya, well, he knows that he's there now. There's a swing out, but actually doesn't send the shot.
I think if he sent the shot there, it's probably a headshot.
Decides to just back away instead.
Yeah, a lot of time bought for T1 though. Eventually they'll have to give up a main control. Still have the nano swarms from afar. I love the Killjoy setup right now. You can still get all the information from mid to B, but provide that global support with the nano swarms, which aren't tied to your range, your passive range. That allows just the double setup for now.
Yeah, the KO flash, and this is looking similar to a pistol.
If he wants to put a little pressure back on
yeah, but this time we invest the KO all into it as well. And rotate-wise, 2 people moving off towards B. Spam, managed to dodge all the spam as well. This is nice from DFM. Similar to the pistol, does pull a rotate out. Omen here, 30 seconds, extra back of sight. That's nice, man. The lark smoke to get him onto sight to kill. Yeah, now they crossfire.
Kill found, but now the 21 back, but Execute to find another.
Solid play, 19 HP, keep an eye on the time, 10 seconds.
Execute, trying to dance around. Lusa tries to flush him out, ends up falling.
Ooh, no time on the plant now.
Finds the headshot to take down Carpe. But he just
very close round, we gotta give Izu his props here.
Can't get that one down,
Smoke
so
connects with this smoke, gives him a path over towards stairs, gets the first kill, then they focus on him, we get the trade out, it was perfect.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive there from DFM, but not with the entire clearance. I like the idea of the fake out, right? You're sending the null command, you've already pressured A main, and you think it's gonna be an A pinch. However, they had no secure information on B, so no way to really clear that back of sight. And Izu, very fast backup. I mean, seeking through his own Caterpillar smokes there, that makes all the difference for Execute to hold just one angle.
Yeah, I mean, trying to go for that, trying to just drag everybody across, but they're still in the middle of rotating. So like, okay, well, we're just back.
This was a close round.
Really
A nice try from DFM. I mean, this is gonna be the second Razor, right?
Find a solid foothold on that B side.
Losing my mind.
T1 right up 2-2, but it is anything other than clean, because right now very scrappy between the two teams. See cash not being built up here.
Yeah, whoever wins
Carpe
this
with some money.
Yeah, they got enough kills, and obviously
DFM's continuing to try to condition
getting the spike down means that they can 33 HP. Gotta be careful, it feels pretty risky talking to B here. Oh my god, I can't believe Anthem is still like cool enough to just be walking around. Look at their HPs, man, they got wrecked in B main.
In their HP bar.
Yeah, none of them look green, that's for sure.
Yeah, and just on the nice off angle here as well. And it's a lot harder for them to clear middle, right? No drone, no recon.
Flush along the stairs now.
So these kind of positions and Saya going aggro, but not like crazy aggro, and just holding off angles is going to work well. Good sign for T1 that he's feeling confident as well. They've got such little HPs to get inside here. Yeah. Single bullet for both of them.
That effectively has to be the call to save now.
Yeah, and on this one, the Omen really had to just smoke TP in. Only one with high HP, like the Omen needed to be the person making a play here.
Okay, take the upgrade. I don't know if T1's going to let you get away with it, but...
Pop Flash doesn't go deep enough to swing in here. So it might still be bridge too far, but okay, yeah. They'll lose out on two of those weapons.
Not too bad in terms of damage. Two people staying alive.
Damage dealt. And overall, I mean, I guess, you know, if you want anybody on the enemy team to maybe get that ultimate, I suppose it's the Omen.
Yeah. Not the worst thing here for T1. But I'm wondering if DFM,
yeah, this slow default into B just gets
just to apply some pressure elsewhere.
Early wrecked by the Odin.
Because otherwise, T1, I mean, they don't have to put too much weight. Even if it's pressure, even if it's fake pressure, you can always try to go for the retakes on A as well. Just delay. So I'd love to see, you know,
it's about to get pretty scary for DFM because honestly, this is
just 1 or 2 rounds. That helps really add to the mental stack against T1.
Squeeze out another buy into it, and we take 2 hits, and they do have the Razor still. So
as far as the kills are concerned, as for you know, for the side of DFM, has widely been May. That huge impact as side player. Not the tailwind anymore. Maybe May try to just go rushing in with that showstopper, giving them to get the mobility away from the jet, but does think better of it. I think that overall that's going to be the best
good
decision.
though, but
yeah, they dread the drone as well. They know that there was some
D1
focus on B,
realized
so
they need to take some map control, and is this a 3-person push on short? What is the timing?
Well, there's a 0-point flash. Just
everyone ate the flash apart from Saya. A
The
great Omen flash. The satchel actually hit 2 of them and pushed them back. I think that's wild. 21 and 5 HP.
Bloody back and forth.
I'm pretty sure the satchel of the Rays there made them both dodge the Omen flash.
But also we have the spike down, and that guy's got no HP. Goes for the kill. Now we'll be able to pick him back up. So it's going to be 2 more weapons carried forward here for T1 as they move up 4-2.
They're kind of close. They could buy again.
A lot of weapons being dropped.
And then it's just Anthem that takes a bit of a hit.
For the entire team.
Guardian, so we can get full util.
T1. Right, you get pressured at mid. You still have ways
I'm pretty
to get
sure that's right.
Across market. So the only thing
The
you're really
satchel saved the KO, and then the KO got 2 kills.
So you don't want to have to go through the decay. You ditch main, you stack up on tree. You're looking for a way to push out if the 0-point tags. It just so lands right on the flash. And then the null command to deny the showstopper as well. That null command saves everything.
Yeah, it was a very good ult.
4 ultimates online here for T1. Crucial one's not that far away here for the side of DFM. An early pick. Set up for Neth to utilize that neural theft, but now's not with the rest of the
showing us that he can play.
Back around the other side of the map.
Showing us that he can play other agents as well. Been looking super strong on the Viper.
Oh, and they were able to get snuck in, right? I mean, DFM, they even spot the fact, okay, that the smoke doesn't really have anyone covering it.
Made with 1, but as Carpe sends out the drone, he'll see no one else is really pushing in on the back end of that. Entry power very much taken away from them. Spike is in hand, but realistically, where do you try to go from here?
Yeah, DFM, I think they could gain a lot of value right now in this round to just try to suss out what's the movement like from T1, right? What's the rest of the setup? Because the round, like you mentioned, is looking very difficult, but you're not in that far out on the attacking half on Ascent. So getting some more information, getting some habits and tendencies out of the way from T1, that'll help you set up
one player
in the future rounds.
There's one player over towards A. Yeah, it was a nice readjustment though from E1. One player being in the spot meant that the KO pushed through and then the op covered short. And they got the kill after this, and they just basically just switched back and then they were ready to trade.
Make sure that their Omen player has a weapon in hand. It's just a solid start. Just
yeah, T1 looked decent. I feel like DFM needs to, I mean, their mid control is working well. Like their deep mid control.
Yeah, and
go back to that
as well. Someone who's been known for his operator the entire career, quite frankly, in Valorant. So that's something that they will have to figure out. Now DFM, there's several questions that they need to answer, right? 1 is how do we deal with this operator? 2 is if you're gonna set up this screen, the problem is now you've noticed that T1 tends to push out of it. They're ready for the lurk. So do you dump your util just to shove them out of tree? And if you do, like that can be okay. But if it does not lead to a kill, how else are you gaining space and information? During that dump, is someone, nearby already in B main, somewhere right close to A main, to listen for the audio cues, to take that space, to gain some more control? You gotta have these multi-step flow charts.
Has there been a Rossi tech
prepared on the
pause?
side of
Nah,
DFM.
not yet.
We'll see if that's
There's
ready to
plenty
go
of time.
off of this timeout.
Still not so far behind that this isn't recoverable. It's only 3 rounds.
Yes.
Plenty more to be played out here in this half. Again, I mean, it has been such narrow margins in several of these.
Good news
Been
for
able to draw
DFM
blood.
is the
See
Odin's
May,
not here.
10 and 7.
So they
Lobby
might be able
leader
to
right
take a
now
bit
in
of map
kills.
control. And they're going to hear it over towards
It's possible
short.
for them to get
Ifa
right
might
back
get
into this
caught if
one.
he goes forward, but it looks like he's chilling.
Bit of this Odin tiles crunch here. Why send a jet in when you can just send 100 bullets? That shuts down mid. I mean, it's things like these, right? Where T1's able to do this because that denies the entire value of that toxic screen. Now you're scared. You got to use util to clear up mid again, things like that. Now, DFM's adjustment is a late lurk in from Sesu. We'll see. That comes to fruition. Of course, a weak round.
There's a
with
smoke
only
to
one
get them
rifle
B
in the
main,
hands
then
of
they pick
May.
it up and they go a little bit
CDFM
deeper.
trying to see what
It's a nice
learn
smoke. It
here.
over and leaks out
Figure out
over
about the
towards
positioning
sight,
of
so
T1.
it blocks vision from
Poison
lane.
orb, lobs it right back in.
Yeah, you have to remember that it's multiple rounds you have to think about. Not just one round at a time in isolation, but how does it all stack up?
And another full
It is
flash
actually-
connecting there is May. Jumping forward, shot.
Yeah, this is looking good. Really good.
May gonna be put down.
Lines
However,
go
Sion
huge.
repeat.
Do they stop the Omen?
Izu sending
Man,
out-
Saya. Saya
player
killed the
keeps
person that
protected.
was gonna kill
Gunning
him,
down
and then he
Medusa
Omen
on the
flashes and
approach.
they get 2 off of it.
Now it is all down to the Omen. It's a creep around. Second shot will
30
connect.
seconds
Finds the kill on
That was a
Carpe.
very nice round. Very, very nice
try to
round. I'll
recover
tell you
the
what,
weapon
though,
here.
in terms of DFM,
Saya,
the
not
actual
necessarily
default,
aware that he's on
nice
that
shots
flank,
again.
but
Like really
nice
nice
little
shots in this round.
adjustment.
Savior,
Flick
like
of
an
the wrist.
absolute savior. It
Will
was
be able to
gonna,
find that
it was a
third
done
kill.
round unless he
The
got
cover
like
from
all 3 of
Saya
those kills.
so
Well,
good during
all
that
2 of
round.
those
If
kills.
He doesn't catch
Um,
the members filling
the
back
DFM
of sight,
default was
that
pretty
could have
cool
been the
though.
spike planted. That could have been
Viper
a
smoke
weapon
to get
recovered,
them
and we could be
E
looking
main
at a very
control, and
different
then when
round,
they get it, they
potentially a
put it
thrifty for
here,
DFM.
and
The
it
idea is
blocks
not bad.
vision because
A
they can
very
get out
well
towards
done
lane,
set
and
play
obviously
to
lane
deny
doesn't know if they
vision
go
from a
out, so
potential
you
operator
constantly
from
have to have
anyone
2
that's
people
filling
B.
the site.
It's
Sets up May.
that's nice.
Delivery
That's
not there,
another,
and
it's another
Saya
good smoke that
very
teams
quick
can
to
put in on
recognize
this one.
where he needs to cover.
I liked it.
Quick turn back. You don't get that pick. Maybe the paranoia doesn't
Yeah,
go out
Saya
to
was
Izu as
unreal,
well,
huh?
and then the cleanup on the remaining players is that much more difficult, if not impossible. Fantastic timing there from Saya. Oh, Medusa, did you see him before the smoke bloomed? Saya still with the pick, but Medusa
Yeah, and
a
just
little bit faster. We'll take him down, and that's going to be a
It
very
was a little
solid
bit
start here
uncomfy
for
for him.
DFM. Pop flash over the top here.
over towards
Push out
A
towards
in the
Gelato.
4v5. They take a lot of control,
This is gonna be
and he
backpedaling
pushes
now.
forwards in terms of Izu.
And it looks like they're going to be leaving Izu in a bit of a more unorthodox position just behind.
Well, it's a very
Double
infamous
box.
position as well, so we'll
Well,
have to
I mean-
watch and see how that pans out.
That's very true, as Excurate getting bogged a little bit there by the boom bot. Doesn't clear him nor May.
I mean, this is all down to the Omen.
5 HP remaining there on the race, so damage dealt, but kill not found. 2-man advantage here for the side of DFM.
There's a wild
As they
Rossi
turn their
could get a
sights
nice flash
here
to nade.
towards mid, and
Okay,
there you
nicely
go.
done. I
Izu
mean, this is their
does
round
get
unless
caught.
Rossi does an
Rossi
absolute
slows
miracle
things up a
play.
bit with that fragment.
Makes the right choice
Tried it.
though. Picks the place where
Against
there's
his
only
moment,
one
he was not
person.
quite prepared. He's like, oh, where did he TP to? He's up top.
They find
Let's
out the
take a
info,
shot.
gets the orb as well on top of this,
Finds that
and then
elimination,
yeah,
but then Medusa
it was a
back
done
around,
round. He
finds
did the right
kill.
decision
Probably
though,
now
tried to
one
make
is
it doable.
lonesome.
Just wasn't expecting the extra luck.
Plenty of cash here in the hands of T1.
Very nice round from DFM. Honestly,
May
past 2
just
rounds
away
been cool
from
from
a
DFM.
showstopper.
Got some good stuff.
Carpe continuing to creep closer though.
I mean, you've got so many creds, so I don't blame him. Right, sure, May is 2 points away from the showstopper. That would be the one thing you're a little concerned about, but the creds are so low on the side of DFM. You want to try at least a little bit.
Oh, I mean, he hit Anthem down to 62.
Everyone quite low.
Recon not spotting, but May will be able to
Very
survive
nice.
the round.
And the round they
Pushes
win,
up,
4
gets
people
one step
alive.
closer to that showstopper.
Great round.
DFM lock in a third round victory here in the first half.
And what T1 was doing in that previous round is somewhat what I wanted to see from DFM, right? Where you're putting pressure on one side, and then even if things don't work out, you still took over A main. However, one of T1's weaknesses is they don't ever stop that, right? They're always willing to take more contact to get information to make sure that they're continuing to expand their territory on the map. DFM correctly identifies that they're still waiting for another peek out across all 3 lanes of Ascent,
Uh-oh.
and they will get rewarded.
Taken over towards B main.
Chance to soften up the bank a little
And we
bit
have the
here.
Odin
Side
here.
player, the one buying down to get that operator back online. Also, he has enough money to go ahead and afford another one here. But
They
Carpe now
picked the
pulling
right side though,
well back.
but it gets a little bit
towards the
weird,
spawn
right?
here.
They
As
know
the
that the
rush
Killjoy
ready to come
ult is
through.
online,
A
so
little
they
bit
have
damage
to fight
across,
this area a
and
bit more in the
tanked up
afterplant.
slightly, but overall, still quite healthy.
That's why Viper's playing close at the moment. Viper still has smoke, could throw that spawn. Yeah, nice way of handling this. Ult goes over towards spawn. The DFM is looking really good at the moment, by the way. These past 3 rounds have been
These two players that were going to go on this
very
flank
nice.
that are just going to be sat back in B lobby.
Yeah, very big for May, recognizing that if the Odin's going to keep spamming, we got to push out, we got to do something about it. Otherwise, this pit is our own death trap. Whether they knew about the flanks or not doesn't even matter. But you got to imagine that that's a possibility DFM considered. Now, T1 heads up play to go for the flank, knowing that the pit is available. But they won't be able to make use of it, like you said. And DFM, looking pretty solid already.
You can take a pretty easy guess as far as where Izu's going to be. Paint Shell's down to 6 HP now.
Did the jump save him? Maybe.
Provide some form of covering fire, but now he
And they
himself is gonna
fully
get caught up in
take
the
it
mix. Just distract
all the
him
way
long
down
enough
in
for
terms of
Medusa
no
and Anthem
people
to get taken out
saving.
by the
2
spike,
people
but they
are
have
wrecked
plenty
in
of
terms
cash,
of the
so
money.
You're going to be too worried about it. The main thing is them getting that round win.
And the showstopper online for May.
And do they
14 and
force or do
9
they...
in this map? Looking very solid already. Not an entirely bad
people
half
take a
for the
hit, huh?
attack on Ascent, especially given how it started. A 6-round win streak on the side of T1.
Yeah.
They get any more here, it's a nice bonus.
Absolutely would be.
Okay.
Good.
Knives, and they get dropped an Odin as well, so actually the recovery is really good.
Just a singular
Didn't
kill,
see
but
the
as
knives
you
were
move
here.
over on that defending side as the Cypher, that's where you're really going to be able to be in a stronger position to actually find some
And
tangible impact.
DFM just fully aware that over towards middle they might be doing some kind of play with the knives.
Okay, 0 point.
So they
Not
play
enough
far
to
back
actually
over
scout
towards B.
wine here.
They recognize it,
And
though,
they're
looks
pretty
like.
much just ready for all of
for a
that.
potential peek out
The
from either
normal
angle.
Ping's
get
coming
rounds.
down. Very much
Contact of the
suspicious
KO,
about this.
Omen Flash,
Frosty
these 3 eat it.
playing back Gen here for the moment. There's the Paranoia sent in. Just for the further target.
Nicely done.
Follow up on the
How on
second
earth
May.
is he doing
Will
that?
strike him down. Showstopper still at the ready. Side player now. Knives drawn. Sends one.
Trying to see if it draws Saya into a fight. He's not that crazy.
Oh, yeah. No tailwind's going to have to back away as that second knife does whiff. Harper in the meantime, just looking to hold from heaven. Waiting for any kind of additional cue. So far, it's just going to be the boom bot. Sends that dart right before it would have been nullified.
This is a lot of time spent for DFM. I get what they're trying to do. They know that T1's going to want to take contact, so they play it slow, but that numbers advantage
Honestly,
may
the
not
cover
be as great
sound
as
was
they
good
think with
here.
an Odin here. Oh,
The
no.
gap to
Oh,
work
no.
with there. That's going to be now spotted.
Not like
Anthem now
this.
Mowed down as Carpe just continues to hold M1. Can't readjust for Medusa. Just getting damage out onto the Viper.
Killjoy
Either.
ult can go up
Now
though,
gonna
but
be
they
coming
have
through, but
Razor
next
for this
position,
and
lockdown
Satchels.
At the ready. He sends it. Mitchell's
Do
not
they
available,
even
but
want
there's still
to?
that
They
showstopper here
could
for
be
May, so
relatively
T1 have to
confident.
be
Yeah,
very
wall goes
cognizant
up.
of.
This person's going to try and find safety over
On a bit
towards
of a
short.
walk. And Sai says, oh, hello.
Okay, and then we have a
I can
Razor,
see you
so it's
there.
going to be like get a
It's
kill and then
headshot
a
now that
Razor.
brings May into the 1v2.
Yeah, and they
Can't
just
quite
didn't
line
give
it
him a
up, though.
chance
Wow.
with
For
the
the
timing.
readjustment, Sai player
All
continues
fell
to
down to
counter swing against him.
the missed smoke
Finds that
here.
elimination. So T1 will be able to get themselves now up to 7-round wins.
Yeah, and a good double swing high-low setup there.
Yeah,
Going
they
up to
played
the
it very
spike
good
as
in the
well from
2-on-2.
Exterior and Saya. Well played. Medusa,
In terms of
it
T1.
seemed like he had his own pick of trying to find maybe one extra member next to that lockdown. And then, you know, seeing if he has a chance to break it. Doesn't
Dude,
quite
that
clear
replay was
all
so
of
loud
that
in
area.
comparison to these.
That's going to be the death in the round going over to T1. But again, DFM, some good ideas in the first half. It's just that they start to get real cautious as they start to taste a little bit of that round win coming their way. Now, because it's C1, they get rewarded now every now and then. But at the end of it, you're down to 20 seconds, 30 seconds. You got to start rushing in.
Chance to make this a 7-5 half here for DFM. Very solid position to be in. As for now, everybody widely just fanned out across the map. That's with the cam. Not going to be spotting too much there. Side player now starting to work forward. There's the
Yeah,
Cyber
saw where the cage came from.
Decides to just back away. Doesn't want to over challenge this.
Over towards A, they get aggro on short as well with the drone that's going to clear short. Tucked into the only corner that he could be. Oh, that's unlucky. Ooh. Okay. Dude, Rossi's going to be furious, man. Okay, there's the cleanup. I was going to say there was like 32 HP, 39 HP.
3v3 now. The showstopper still online in this final round of the half. Everybody clustered together over towards B.
It's gotta be
just accurate.
Yeah, it's gotta be a flash.
You gotta
right
raise all
right?
this.
You don't have time to clear everything.
No doubt in my mind.
Set up for it.
Flash drive out. Showstopper finds it.
And
Excurate gonna be taken down.
and his movement was so good that he's still alive.
Carpe nearby spots one, but
Oh, 5?
Way too fast for him. Finds the headshot. Now it is just Izu.
5, and honestly, they probably should have had more. They just messed up a little bit in some of these rounds.
Start to stage
Overall,
one.
though,
Still
I'm
not quite
pretty
where
impressed.
he would want to be himself, but if he can make this clutch, he's right back in it. Look at these angles.
Had some new stuff in there as well.
That smoke would be one way to try to help it, but as he swings the
Not bad.
corner, Anthem will be able to take him down. It's going to be 7-5 at the half. DFM, they let that streak come through from the side of T1, but they stabilize off the back of the timeout.
An incredible recovery from DFM, and a big part of it that helps is, of course, the pistol round as well. The pistol and the anti-eco puts them up at the 2-round start in the very beginning of Ascent. See if they can recreate that magic in the second half, because if they do, we could be on for a very, very interesting best of 3 tonight.
Absolutely could be. And we'll see how they fare. Just get ready to swap sides. I mean, again, you know, quiet from Neth. 2 kills in the last round. Fairly impactful. Now he gets to go this defensive Cypher setup. Really try and shine.
Yeah, obviously just a Jet on the other side, right? We don't have the raise.
Pacific Ascent is attack sided though.
So
it has been like that. Well, actually, I mean, there was the Gen.G game.
Identify it early.
Gen.G game kind of wrecked that a little bit.
We've heard this music before.
We have.
And it's T1 on stage.
Wait, this...
Attack pause!
Of course, man. Rossi,
So we've been getting through them pretty quickly. It's not on the T1 side, it seems. So
yeah,
we'll see if it gets resolved in a quick moment.
Which team is worrying me
As it
the
generally
most out
has
of all
been
the
here for stage
regions?
We've kept
one
Jake
from
off
each.
Twitter.
Yes.
Not allowed him to.
Away from anything that he can write with, quite frankly.
I mean, honestly, GE,
He's not even allowed to
Furia.
Imagine we just have a bodyguard that follows Jake around.
Slaps pencils.
Who and after picking EMU?
Dude, I have to sign this contract for VCT
Giants,
PACIFIC.
probably.
You have to get off the premises, sir. Just takes him out across the street.
Giants just because of
Doesn't matter.
Giants just because of their breeze.
Hopefully it will be resolved promptly. But in the meantime, we can of course talk about the Smash overall.
Liquid?
So GFM,
Yeah, but
let's
Liquid
talk
should
about
beat Giants
the
from what
positives that
we
we've seen,
saw.
because they have made it quite close with a 5-7 half. And you're only 2 rounds down. Took them a little while.
China?
But understanding the fact that
I haven't
T1
watched
was
enough
catching
of the
on to their
games,
default
is the
screens,
issue.
things like that. Understanding that the benefit of that Viper means that
Maybe
T1 has to
DRG,
push
they
out
lost
for
all
information.
gamers, right?
So waiting for that. Those were all the first steps well done. Now sometimes they would start to get a little too cautious, and you would run into the
Should,
whole
yeah, should
old
is the main
habit of
word.
playing it a little too safely, things like that. But is that a drawing? It's surely got to be printed and stickered on. Oh, very well done.
Bringing fans to the next level. A lot of art. I mean, there you
Well,
go.
that's a drawing.
Yeah, nice little drawing.
That's wild.
Wow. Side player.
Yep. Yeah, side player with his desk as well. You can see the
Wait,
the
that's
shoulders
nuts.
are at pretty much close to 180 degrees there.
Carpe fan since all season 1.
Wow, that's way back.
I was a fan since Apex season 1.
Yeah, you one up those fans, Achilles. You show who's the real fan.
No, but I mean, it does just go to show.
EG
you know,
a good roster though? Yeah, I need to
even
watch
though
that.
We're still kind of in the nascent phases of Valorant. You know, it's been a couple years of play. First year of, you know, second year of franchising, really.
Yeah, I mean, we had this even in Challenger's career as well, right? With players like Zumba, even Bunny, you know, joining F4Q, making that big wave, bringing over a lot of fans who may not have had initial interest in Valorant, but then really getting caught up in the charm of it as they're following some of these players and teams.
I think there's plenty of people out there who just say, you know what, like, even if I don't even fully enjoy what they're playing, I enjoy that player so much that I'm going to keep watching no matter what. But yeah, I mean, these guys, even with Valorant being somewhat new, Carpe stepping into it very recently.
Yeah.
He already has a very storied career behind him, so a veteran of the FPS space in his own right. But tech
Right,
pause
well,
taken care of. We are now
we got there.
into the halftime break. 30 more seconds to run down here. Coaches to discuss and figure out how they want to approach this. I mean, DFM, a very solid start with that pistol round win. That's what they're going to be looking for again. Just bring that gap down to just 1 round separating them.
It's going to be a tough pistol for T1. You're going up against a Cypher and a Viper, without things to clear out that util with sure certainty. So we'll see how that comes into play. What do they have in mind? I don't know if they even expected this composition from DFM, quite frankly. As a lot of times you see some of these quote-unquote weaker teams just going with the meta picks and trying to replicate things as best as possible. But DFM says we've got our own interpretation this time. 16-10 for May. A great first half.
Yeah, and in theory,
yeah, I was gonna say, I think,
I mean, the issue is the DFM, it's like
the
question marks that get created around the map. It's going to be hard to clear all of these. With just the KO. But that, they can also KO flash bodies, and they also have the Cypher that can give them a bit of info, so we'll see.
Hard read from DFM, by the way.
4-man stack.
There's a 4-person stack with double trips.
And the toxic screen for A.
And he stands further back for this knife.
If this pays off,
Drone goes in over towards middle, creates a bit of pressure towards middle, and with that, the stack has gone.
So far, not really in any kind of committed position, and DFM are going to start drifting away.
Like I said, this comp struggles at clearing question marks, so what they do is with bodies, they clear it. 3 people over towards him.
But now they are going to be split off
and
a bit.
honestly, they might just walk all the way through, we'll see.
By side player, eventually noting it.
It's still the jet that they saw. You still
Yeah,
got
let's
the
see what
trips there
Execute
as
can
well.
do. And do they use any
So I
util?
love this wraparound from DFM as well. Now,
And when do they go?
it's hard to read
It'll be like
position,
off the trips. It's still pretty
but there
good.
are
Off the
multiple
trips they can
people
go
in mid, so
behind,
if they
or off
ever
this
choose to
contact
go
they
for
can
the
go
flank,
behind. So
should be able to go for the trade. That's
smoke coming through, but they're already all in front of this one, so they're not going to be too fooled by the movements here.
The real question is can Neth stay alive for his trips to delay? As long as he does not get picked off early, that's the big
and
question.
that's the signal to go up short.
Spotted pushing forward. You can see Neth
Knife
playing
goes
quite
in,
far
not
back
sure it hit anyone.
Avoiding those 0 points coming through. A little bit of spam on the right clicks.
4 people here early. Retakes.
Has been sent in. Rossi going to be tagged down about 74. Sends up the fragment.
They at least have the wall, which means they can save their Omens smoke for something else. Izu?
Not getting it, but Izu finds 2.
Oh yeah, they just hogs the wall. 2 shots against the wall, both hit.
That's a fantastic start to this post plane here for the side of T1.
So much to clear here for Cess.
Oh, Execute spotting him. Doesn't manage to play elusively, but he's between a rock and a hard place. Now the smoke goes down. Instant little head tap there. Gets the finisher. Anthem on the drop will be able to finish off Izu, but the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean a little bit unlucky in terms of the double pistol going the way of T1.
T1 played so calmly because he recognized the
Oh no, wait,
trips
DFM got
immediately,
first
and then
pistol,
they
right?
slowed things down
Okay,
as
1-1,
they've all been
sorry.
decayed through the toxic screen. That's what saves them from the right-click spam of Neth on tree, and then this, Izu way ahead of the boombot. You don't expect a thing.
I actually think, I mean, the turret kind of saves them a little bit here, and the reaction off the turret going was really good. But maybe,
solid work there from the
maybe like the original plan of offer the trips and they go middle might have worked out well here. We'll never know.
Here behind them.
Hindsight, but
So what Saya was able to get done with that. Marshall the first time out. That's in a bad spot. Flash in. Gets him tucked into the corner, but the range just not deep enough to really find a huge amount of damage.
oh my god, at one point it looked like 3 people were going to line up. This guy keeps getting
for a little bit more. Neth will be
instant
able to spray
doubles.
through that toxic screen. Just take him down, but the weapon be recovered. Looks like the answer is going to be no. Neth now gone. Saya able to snipe him out. As Anthem trying to dance around, but yeah, they know exactly where he is. Now it's all on Medusa to see if he can deal any kind of additional damage, but Saya is ready right as the door shuts.
And it's
T1 now 9-5.
They keep the guns into it, and it's double
Right,
armor
gave up the
rebuy.
pistol, have to give up.
Yeah, this
the
is it for
eco.
DFM,
Now
and they're up
DFM,
against a
3
very
half
good
armors. See
op.
what the buy is here for T1. They've got a couple options, right? You could really try to snowball it.
Yeah,
Still go
it's
with
a
something
very
like
good
Outlaw, you
bonus run.
recognize the situation. Messiah player things.
Yep. Let's see what he lands on here as far as the weapons are concerned. And you mentioned the Outlaw. There it is.
Yeah, I like the heads-up play here.
outlaw with 3 people that can get one shot.
Ahead of it.
Oh.
Boy, there.
Gets tagged.
He does.
That was someone that couldn't have got one shot, so gets away with a bit more HP because there's a wall.
Not quite the Pulvey shot from yesterday, but
that was insane.
Decent enough damage there.
So the trips have been cleared. Now recognizing DFM, you saw the ping. They know that they're weak now on a short. So they'll bring in Medusa over. That means mid is short, so only the cam really helping protect that. But a nice spam through the smoke from Cess.
Drone should have gotten the spot there, but actually 100% certain if it did. Either way, May finds Saya. Carpe now dead.
Down A.
May down to 10 HP, but it's just Rossi and Excrete left alive.
And it looks like they're at least on top of someone being able to have got here.
They are going to be, suspicious of this, and will get taken down. Rossi and his lonesome says, all right,
imagine they lose no one.
My ultimate online, grabs that orb. See where he decides to approach from, but DFM on pace for a flawless here in this round. Flash forces May back.
There was a funny little interaction here.
Muddy Spaghetti, no, it's been a pretty good game so far.
Himself as well, just to make sure they're not.
There's a lot of thought behind a lot of what DFM are doing. Maybe like the only negative thing I could say is like maybe some duels could have been one. That's about it. Like everything else, like really
going to
strong.
allow for that conversion to come in. We'll keep things tight knit once again. Just 3 rounds between these two teams.
Yeah, flawless is huge for DFM. Buy up some of those armors.
Okay, and yeah, I mean that's a great round to win.
You'll still be able to compete on this round, but as it goes, you only get one more shot to really try to keep the lead.
Yeah, I thought maybe just right out of the peripheral that they might have been able to see. That lurked there from Medusa. I think he might have actually gone unnoticed by the drone.
This goes here.
Either way, good for May to just swing in, flush Saya out of tree.
Adjustment on that trip near tree as well. They put it in a little bit deeper just to make sure that it's not a wraparound all the way through heaven.
Cut off a potential window
It's
approach.
a deep
maybe.
smoke.
Way
they go take B main control and they get the orb. What on earth is the... Oh, okay. Walk close to see if there was an alarm bot or if he could hear the turret, and they instantly ping the turret out.
On their side, they did give it to Medusa. Slow creep up towards that Viper's pit. Now this cam has been very useful for them, right? They don't really have to push mid too hard to gain information. They'll always spot it before the cam goes out.
A really nice cam.
Sat on it, so you're not really hearing the toggle. Now they'll know exactly where it is.
2 people on site.
Dart has to be removed.
Knife is great. Hits 3.
His way forward. 0 point comes across. Look to be shot. Medusa needs
Whoa,
to push
whoa,
forward.
whoa,
Rushes
whoa.
in. Tries to
My
capitalize.
guy.
Gets a little bit of damage. Nope. He will lose his life. Side player able to find that one, but now May takes out Rossi. Pushes back through the smoke. Finds
Lovely. Holy, what shots, man. That was nice.
Side player, but now Saya in such a dire situation. Tries to tailwind forward.
I tell you what was really impressive as well. Like obviously the shots were sick, but Neff here held onto his cage and held onto his cage. Yeah, and once they were locked in here, it was really impressive. And as we can see, holding onto this cage really helped this happen. So Flash comes in, this cage then gets popped. Like the patience of that cage is very impressive. Good KO Flash as well.
But then that's when you hear the flash strike pop right above his head, and you know it's a setup from his team.
This team actually, this team gets some upsets.
And of course, they were still holding on
For
to
sure,
the side
this
as well.
team gets some
Backside
upsets
still
this
safely
split.
tucked in. So just trying to dwindle the numbers, make sure they alleviate a little bit of that stress. That draws out that timeout from T1.
Their first of the map used. Ottoman Company certainly not going to be happy with how close things are at the moment. Granted, yes, this is DFM's map pick, but I mean, it's DFM. I mean, I can't say it any other way.
Yeah, nothing against them, but they haven't really pushed anyone to the limit, right? Let alone take a win.
Looks better than last season,
sure, you
way
change your
better.
Comp, it's the Metacon for T1, but it's a map that's been around for so long. All your players have had their moments on it. And so you got to imagine they thought, no matter what, we're able to win this. Now, Ascent was also one of the maps that Anthem, once he started calling on the previous CFM last year, started to have some good reads and calls. So maybe a little bit of comfort there for him as well. Oh, the nice switch up on the cam. Still able to absolutely gain information if there's a push up mid, but this one is going to be hard to spot, even if it gets a tag.
Suppression there onto Excurate.
Really late with the wall, so they can't adjust to it as well.
Away from the no command, so even if you take the B orb, Cypher's all the way on A. Yeah, and everything.
Oh, yeah. He's spotted too, but I don't think he's been spotted at all. There you go.
Damn, a double.
Rossi, easy, both going to be taken down. Arbe is able to rush forward, finds that elimination, would love to try to grab the gun, but it's just a bit too concerned now. Tagged. Cam there at Pizza. Dart through, swing out. Medusa eating quite a bit of damage. Not enough in reply.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. And this is interesting because so DFM were happy to give them an orb, give them the KO ult, and then they played anti-KO ult, right? Trips over towards here, and then they made sure the people that got hit by the KO ult could still have impact on the other sides. Right, that's why we're seeing the smoke go down to A right now. So it looks like that's mad that he gets 2 there. It looks like they have the same anti-KO setup, which can potentially get exploited later on. But I'm also tempted to see if T1 are going to work that out as well. Because right at the moment we have a Viper smoke over towards A, but Viper goes over towards B if they get hit by the KO ult. And then we have Cypher here, and then we have a trip over towards here. So both of the agents that can have impact on the other side of the map set up for it. But it's nice, and they do actually change it up a little bit. It's very similar, it's just a different cage, it's right, it's same wall. So, but it's still good, their anti-KO is very nice. And in terms of the anti-KO, just having a Viper and a Cypher is like the one. 2 people with global presence.
The man has inherited.
This is going to be a KO ult, but then they have the Viper smoke, and the Viper smoke is going to give this guy a good angle, and it's going to give this guy room to play around. And they both have util out, so as soon as the ult gets popped, they're going to nade and flash. Yeah, but they have the smoke to play around. Like I said, it gives you angles top of sight. And then he plays around it and they play around it. Damn, they're really good, man. It's a really good setup.
Can't quite transfer up onto Neth. Suddenly it is just Excurate all on his
like if this was my first ever time watching them, I would say this is like a high mid table. Like it might just be one map they're like insanely good at, and that's also okay. Like a good way of just having like a good boost into your like league is to just kind of focus on 2 maps, and then you always have like an insanely good like early pick. Right, you're always going to have one map that's incredible. So that might be what they've done, but I mean, it's well thought out. It's very impressive.
So much more passively to overcome the Viper setups, and T1's not a team that wants to do that.
We're now tied up at 9-9.
But look at the ult economy, a little bit in favor of DFM. Now, sure, you could argue that T1's ultimates ultimately are a bit more valuable, a little bit more impactful. But DFM,
after some footage, this could be exploited a little bit, right? We saw twice them use the same anti-KO setup. But they could also have a switch on it where they do the opposite.
Get out of my way.
So, variations.
This ult's ready. Get success from them. Side player, knives popped once again. Creeping his way down mid. On the corner, May's gonna be there. There he is. Looks for it. 2 knives sent. Kill not found. May continuing to just reposition, just in case that repeat comes in. Try to be a bit unpredictable. Also had the backup there.
But look at just how fluid DFM can be thanks to this cam. They can empty mid at any point. He can still watch it. He's still got cyber cages to protect himself from B main.
And this time Cam, Dart, I think goes a little bit wide, but Medusa's shot does not. Isu going to be taken down. Showstopper now at the ready. In towards Morgan, and he gets 2 more in trouble.
Double.
Messiah player will be able to come up with 2 headshots. May
This
Medusa
Messiah
out knives.
would be a mad clip.
2 more to work with. 3 players that he has to be concerned about. Stacked up.
Really nicely done. Dealt with the eco. The T1 used the other timeout.
And DFM find themselves in a lead.
Since, round 4 when they got tied up, they bring it back.
Yeah, they do.
And in very good fashion, too. It's the complete package. It's hard reads on the round setup. It's reads on the tendencies. You've got the trap plays. You've got good comms. The rotations are there. I mean, yes, it's almost an entirely new roster, but even much more upgraded than kickoff as well.
Nice step. I mean, clearly DFM have not been resting on their laurels.
Yeah, man, they've been pracking heavy for this. Impressive.
Clearly been putting in the work. Now find themselves up by a round here in this set. I think that's eluded them, ever since round 2.
Yes.
They got the pistol.
T1 first time they got to play against this as well, just trying to work it out on the fly.
Whole way since then until this very moment.
The bracketing, bro, the whole format is a long one. There might be some maybe someone can link you a YouTube to it.
Lotus, but hey, May is going to be playing raids
weird.
like this.
True.
Oh, I mean that they could find a big. They could find
Game Changers watch party. I normally do it at the end of the year. It's just the fact that there's too much going on. There's this, like tier 2 and Game Changers all at the same time, and to do all regions and that, like there's not enough hours in the day.
Another switch on the screen.
It's not,
the toxic screen. This
not
time
really a thing.
with the Cypher
But
as well.
I always do Game Changers, at least Chams.
Got the pit. Eventually, if you want to make some fast rotates back over to A, they're going to do a fast push out. It's going to be a pinch onto A with the flash drive.
Flash goes in, Nade close on top of this one as well. It's the classic, an attack timeout with something aggro, and we bring something relatively new.
It's just so clean.
Relatively, it's like it's the normal flash TP, but then they have a nade on top of it as well. It's really cool. And honestly, the flash is better than other flashes that I'm seeing people do because you can be close and you can help out as well.
I mean,
they are really good, man.
Okay, doing it off of a
at least this map. Let's not get too carried away. At least this map is very good. It's very high level.
Potential shrouded step to be listening out for it. I mean,
look, there's still more to be played. But if you told me coming into this week that DFM was going to have the hardest counter
This is a great play at the moment. Found the gap. Does the camera every so often check behind? Looks like it, because look at where the Viper's holding.
I mean, sure, they got through to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Oh, the cam spots him as well.
Spotted, take it down.
Yeah, they're on top of this.
It's just been so crisp. Arpe just decayed all the way down, but what more can you do?
Not Bobby. Thank you for sending that, bro.
Hold on to your weapons. The timeout. These two that have been invested from T1 bearing absolutely no fruit here for the squad. DFM.
Yeah, they got a lot of good setups. A lot of cool plays. What a nice time to bring this aggro out on them as well.
Now it's really just a matter of as long as DFM,
and the good thing is most people are like ready for aggro, and it's like the standards, right? Like Omen Flash and stuff like that. But to bring a new one out as well,
because
really
thinking
cool.
back to, for instance, this round, it's off of a timeout. Like even if it's not hard counter stratting, you think about how they set that up. Off of a timeout, we want to make sure that we now up the tempo on A side. Change up the toxic screen again, but this time it's Cypher and Viper doubled up. You still got the pit as a backup.
Does this team make it to playoffs? We need to see more. Again, it can be like
And this is just
the best example is BBL, right? BBL last year would be every single team on Ascent, but you look at other maps.
And another, so they never place things
it could just be one good map.
Now you have Cypher and Viper.
Kickoff still looked. I mean, Kickoff had some potential, but it still wasn't.
It's just incredible.
Clean.
Remember, stack up here for B. May just going to be flying back. So go for a quick rotate.
BBL, I mean, they are the best example on the same map as well, so it made sense.
And no delayed toxic screen this time, so they don't know exactly where it's set up before the round begins.
Okay, and for literally the T1 they are so far down, especially
really
the Segway carpet. Like these three, they're really low by next round. So DFM could actually end this here.
Not spotting much there. Flash is trying to stave them off, stop any kind of peek from coming through there at B main. Looks like Spike now just going to be ushered back across the map towards the opposite side here, where Meth and Cessa ready for this push to come in.
I mean,
okay, group up over towards A, and we need to keep an eye on Rossi's knife, because if Rossi hits the Viper, this is going to be around.
Turn around for the smoke.
Cleared.
Okay.
Flashes out.
Keep an eye on Jet. Making sound over towards A. Jet walks up towards short. Window not broken. Wow, they're on top of it. Nice. Not too tunnel visioned over towards site. 25 seconds. Camera still. Omen Flash still. Spike down, they have to get it 10 seconds.
Knockdown.
Do they
51
flood or do they
HP.
chill?
They're just doing so much damage to him. Boombot on the
Dude, this
chase.
Boombot is locking onto everyone.
Yeah.
Bouncing around.
Hey, the Boombot knows where everyone is. Fragment into the corner. Check switch side. Nothing noted, but gun barrel spotted. Saya dead. Swing comes in, making a fall.
Rossi, nice shots.
They
They know where they both are though. So doable. You got Viper money. Ooh, nice round from Rossi.
And he will bail
Savior.
them out.
They have to actually make just like hero plays to win rounds.
T1.
Huge.
We'll inch this back
Fast buy rounds
towards
on
a damn
attack.
near tied up game. 11 to 10. DFM still in the lead, still with cash in the bank.
I mean, T1 held on to this round with their dear life. They knew they had to commit to these fights, so they're constantly swinging out in doubles. That's what really saved them at the end, making sure they're staying one step ahead on the trades, because otherwise, honestly, the response from DFM was once again pretty good. They even
It's a
made
similar
sure
story
that
in
they
this
checked
one
window
though,
again for
because
that
if
lurk
this
in
gets
from
reset,
Saya
it's
and them.
actually worse
Catching sight of that
in terms of the
brings back
money.
May
So
and denies that
DFM
flank.
can still win this here. Like, can still just end it with this round basically.
So now with that null command online, once
29 to 16.
He's about to drop 30.
Yeah, we're one away from 30.
And we may not even go to overtime. That's insane.
And
I believe I read it
AO
correctly. I
ult,
think he's,
same anti-KO setup
29
3 times in a row. They definitely need to make sure they have another for their next game. This is
They pop this null
been
command.
exposed
They're
too
gonna
much,
make
but
the
for this
smalls
one
in,
should
and
be
that's just not
should be
gonna
right to
be
win
the
them.
case. One of the trips having
Okay,
cleared.
trip over towards side. It's all about that. And May called out in the open. Wasn't expecting him to burst so fast. There's the trip. Does get them a kill, sorry. Smoke as well to allow this. Guy's got to get another. Whoa. Okay, got 2.
Evened up here.
Yeah, way more than I thought was going to happen. They know that Rossi has no armor.
Doesn't catch on to anybody here from DFM. Roll theft available. Just get Neth over to a corpse.
And you've got a paranoia and a flash drive as well. All the tools you need.
Scred putting some shots through across there as they jump their way over. 1 for 1 there. Side player just get taken down immediately after finding
Dude.
Anthem. Neural theft now.
And the
invested
Omen
extra-
flash on top of this.
Angle after spotting them here. The reveal is in. Swing down onto the site. Rossi dead.
He has to win it.
Needs to try to 1v2 this. He gets the first. Neth low on
Holy
HP,
hell,
shorty in
nicely
hand.
done from Neff.
Jumps
Chat,
in the boats,
they have
takes
no
him down,
money.
Gets the defuse, and DFM get
They have
themselves
actually
up to
no
map
money.
point.
Like Saya has money,
What
that's
a
it.
hero play.
They
You're
are
the
down
one
to
lower
the
health,
bare
you still
minimum.
just
They
jump
get
in
1
with the shorty.
rifle.
It's the Hail Mary because otherwise
It's
you
so
don't have
on.
time to jiggle around.
It's
You've seen
so
many ring
on.
around the rosies there
2
that really deny
chances.
the time
We get the
for
op.
the defuse.
Bulldog light
And now
armor, but he's
map
missing
point
nade
for
and a flash.
DFM.
I'm not sure he can have that Bulldog.
Again, these setups, T1 just not ready for it. A great double.
Dude,
from
what a
Medusa
hero
in
play
raw
back
time.
at Saint.
Things like this, Cess going up high, ready for the crossfire. I mean, DFM, everything is thought through step by step.
Okay, yeah, so 1 flash, no nade,
listen,
triple
You
stinger.
gotta be worried until it's over.
Well, potentially the last round here of this map. May at 29 kills, 1 away from a showstopper. Null command online for Anthem, but a multitude of ultimates here for T1 to try to keep themselves in
Saya
this,
gets the op
take
out.
this up to overtime. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury. Can they get in a position to utilize these? For now, it's side player leading the charge, op in hand, fearlessly working his way up through tree.
You should run.
Spotted there by the cam. Lockdown now,
Killjoy ult goes in.
committed to.
They're then got to be scared of people going up towards short. What do these
Space
2
not
on
really
site do?
being taken quite just yet. Let's start working their way forward now. Cyber Cage coming in. May up here on Heaven. Lob in.
Damn, bro. Did we not hear this?
Absolutely unexpected. Comes
Yeah,
in,
dude,
strikes.
I mean,
Takes out 2. That is monstrous.
I thought they were going to just look. I can't believe he stuck it.
Going to be burned here by Anthem. They want to end this right here, right now. Side player taken down a 3v3. Is Carpe, he's committed onto the site.
Nade flushes them out a little bit.
Fury,
Smoke over
not in a
towards here.
position to really
Shorty
find
on top.
an immense amount of value.
Oh, boy.
Drop down around the back. Carpe puts that stinger to
Hey,
use, finds one.
both
Anthem
under.
gone, but now Medusa and Neth versus
Low
Rossi and
HPs?
Ingrid. They're both so damn low. Stinger finds one extra with 30.
Damn, they actually did it. 37 HP. What a sick map from them. Honestly, like, that was very impressive. I came in with low expectation. I've been blown away. That was impressive. They got some really cool stuff. Nicely done.
A map from DFM. They showed exactly why they picked this Ascent. And they bring home a map victory. Sure, it's not
This
the
is a
full
good
match
map.
just yet. but it's been a long time since they've had even a map win. DFM didn't get a map win since April 29th last year. In fact, against T1 in Week 6. Since then, they have not gotten a single map win under the DFM banner.
Well, as a spoiler,
Crazy.
we did not get to
Yeah, because
see
they won like
30
what, 2
kills,
maps
but
last
good
year,
God.
I think.
What a performance from him. The analyst desk has a hell of a lot to talk about. Not much time to talk about it, so we'll go ahead and pass it over to them.
Thank you so much, casters. Ladies and gentlemen, sit down because DFM finally wins their first game in what feels like forever. Like William said, we have not even seen a game win since last year against T1, funnily enough. And Ascent went out
that was a
to
good
see why
map,
they picked
man.
Ascent. They were so well
It was a
prepared
good
for
map.
this.
They had some
fully
good stuff. I
anti-strategy
liked it.
T1,
I'm
and
impressed.
they were on form, looking good as a team.
Yeah, well, I think
And
it's
again,
kind of
first
interesting to me.
time going up against
They
it,
came
T1
in
had
with
to
the
try
race
and
comp like I
adjust on
wanted
the
to see,
fly,
but
and
that
it's
was
too much.
Me assuming that it was going to be going against the Cypher Viper comp on this map, but T1 actually changed it up, maybe unexpectedly, to DFM. So I don't know exactly what their thought process was.
The innovation on Ascent, I mean, yeah, and it worked well against the KO, a lot of stuff.
100% that's happened.
And even T1 did alright in terms of like going aggro to try and abuse the fact that they had no Cypher. They played a lot of areas where you had no Cypher.
They won. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I feel like we got to fork out some Valorant
We even
points
saw
pretty
stuff
soon.
from DFM
We gotta
that
bring
didn't
our
win in
wallets up
rounds,
to
right?
buy
Like the
the
default with the
capsule
smoke over
because that
towards
was
B.
An
That was
incredible
just for a
game.
low buy.
I mean, the first half looked a little bit even, but throughout the whole map, you could start to see that players like, I mean, of course, still May
That was sick.
dropping a lot of frags,
What a
getting
sick
these
map.
great entries. But overall, it's just the fact that DFM, as a whole, look a lot more cohesive. They would have these set plans.
DFM's
these
Lotus
great
was not bad,
protocols,
yeah. See, this was the
whereas
thing that
you
gave me
have
hope
the
for this
KO
team
toss
when they
and
started
flash,
doing that
being
attack
with a
wall
clear
against
fight
the
path into sight, making
the
sure
Fnatic
stopper
comp.
everything
That's when I
connects.
thought like they have someone in their
Everything
team
is
that's a
flowing
thinker.
for this team.
But I didn't think it would look. I didn't think anything
I-
would look like this
Like
convincing. This
Paperton
was
said, I'm almost
like
speechless
top
to the
level
point where I'm
Ascent
just
right here.
Genuinely very
Really
happy
good.
to see this. We all
It wouldn't
are
work
to see
as
this
well
kind of
second
performance
time
coming
around,
from them.
but
And May
they could just make small
blowing it out of the
adjustments and it
water
could be
here
just as
as
good.
a
I think
race.
we would have to
Oh,
just
he was
see the adjustments.
so on point. I mean, the blast packs look really good. Timings look good. Like you were talking about, Quack, good support from
Yeah,
Anthem
really
in
cool.
particular. Had a really nice setup with the KO. Everybody kind of pulling their weight behind May. Even though you have a little bit of a role change in the back there, you know, Neff going back to Cypher, but I'm pretty sure, if my memory's serving me correct, that he used to play a lot of Cypher back when he was on Crazy Raccoon. So,
Right back buying the
like,
DFM bundle.
Absolutely. Everybody in their comfort
I don't
zone.
remember
but
what
May
their
is him.
card
Like,
is.
this is the next duelist. He's finally kind of coming into his own. We've seen flashes of it before, but now it is
29 to 18. Yeah, he's getting double
He's
kills a
definitely
lot.
landing some
Especially the
incredible
Razors.
shots, some sweet double
Tell you though, the
multi-kills,
strats were
and it
really good.
happens
Okay,
pretty darn
chat, I'm just going to
often
spam
as
some
well.
ads so we don't
You
get
would
to the
also
next map,
see
and I'll be
some of
back
the
in a
other
little
players
bit.
like Cess, for example, who not only just providing him with cover, but
I'll
they
be back in a
have
sec, but they're really, really cool rounds.
audacity
Oh,
to
really,
go
really
for
cool
some
map.
crazy antics like jumping right clicks. And it kind of throws T1 in for a bit of a loop sometimes. I mean, pretty nice moment from Rossi inside of that dark cover for the time being. But apart from that, like you can see that DFM definitely trying to push a lot more pressure up against T1. And so many of these rounds where, you know, T1 tries to go in for retakes, it feels like they had their work cut out for them. You know, we start things off with DFM picking up the pistol, and they just picked up momentum after that.
Yeah, they just had T1 red, especially in that second half, every step of the way, and they just climbed back, gained back every single round, and before we knew it, they were well in the lead.
I mean, and that goes back to the protocols that Quack mentioned earlier, like especially on its defensive side, like their ability to react to things properly is a big part of it. And look at the way they set up those combos there. You're seeing it right here on your screen. Everything we've been hinting at, you're now seeing. It was just such good coordination. So this is huge credit to the coaching staff here for DFM coming through, getting them well drilled no matter what. Because I think you probably could have anticipated a different comp from T1 potentially, but either way, you're still there, you're still mentally prepared, you're still making good decisions for the most part. I think the only time I was kind of upset with the decision anybody on DFM made was actually May in that 1v2 where he's in wine with the showstopper on a post plant. Where like, why'd you wide swing that? But other than that, everything else was pretty darn good.
We can confirm that moment when Paper Thin was very offended
He
by
started
that
to
decision.
maul.
Anybody in the building can confirm.
Why wouldn't you use the showstopper? But it doesn't matter because they won that map pick. But the next map is Lotus. Now, T1 did lose Lotus to Paper Rex, but generally they only lose this Lotus to Paper Rex. They're actually quite good on Lotus. So I'm wondering how DFM is going to do this time around. Are they going to bring forth that energy, carry forth that energy from the first map into this? And are they going to push forward into 2-0, or is it going to be a 3-mapper?
Well, I mean, certainly you would think so. You know, after winning a map like that against T1, denying them that overtime, and not only that, just looking pretty clean with some of the ideas that they have, clearing out Hell, for example, over on A site. On towards Lotus, you must be feeling a lot more confident, and I feel like that's something that you can really bring with you. Not only that, you know, you have the effect, you have that same kind of strategy from Ascent, whereas T1 doesn't really know what your game plan is. T1 doesn't really, you know, study you up that much because you haven't really shown all that much before. Meanwhile, DFM knows that this is probably the exact composition that T1's going to run. You always expect Excurrent on this chamber. He's got the Operator, he's got the Tour de Force, and he's locking down and posting up on a lot of positions. If, you know, players like May, or along with support from Cess, for example, they can go in for wide swings, throw off his crosshairs, that could really throw T1 off kilter. Like, they might just be knocked off balance because the entire team's, like, positioning and everything is just thrown off.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, and I think to kind of maybe the thing I'm really thinking about, I guess, in regards to that aspect is, what's your initiator going to be? Is it going to be Sky, or is it going to be Fade? Because how do you want to keep that chamber uncomfortable, right? I think everybody's looking at Excurrent here as kind of the pivot.
There is no way they look this good on all the other maps.
Set them over the line in this match.
There's no way. It's impossible.
Which one of those initiators
if they do,
feel like is going to be the more comfortable
man, if they do, it's
who
was it? Bren and Sideshow both said they're going to do mad stuff.
Plays it. I think maybe the Sky actually might be better here with the flashes to keep him off balance, because the Prowlers.
Sideshow actually can't do his thing, so, but Bren can get a tattoo.
Get them into range of him, and the haunts aren't really going to be an issue. So I could see them sticking with the Sky here and not really changing up their comp as well.
Do you know what's impressive? They were even using agents that have been used on this map loads, and they had new stuff. That's how you know you got someone inside there who is like legit.
Exactly what, you know, DFM
like if teams can work out who that person is that's coming up with the big stuff, like whoever came up with that camera stuff on Cypher, you gotta keep that guy. Find something new. Find something new on a map with an agent that's been used for a long time that is probably going to become like a bit of a meta camera, or like at least a camera that most teams are going to steal. You got to find out whoever that one is, and you got to hold on to them.
We don't have much time.
Because people can't. There's not many people who come up with like good new stuff in this game.
Yep. Well, you know what?
Yeah.
You got like 5 seconds to pick.
They have someone in their team.
T1 on attack.
Okay.
All right. You guys ready?
Sure.
3, 2. All right.
The camera is on top of Boathouse.
I've broken away.
I can't draw it.
You have.
It's on top of boat, and it sees like the legs through middle.
That's my reasoning from before.
Yeah.
All right.
And you know what? Weren't they the first 5 rounds up? I can't
Yeah,
remember
they got
actually
someone,
anymore.
but I thought they had someone good again. When I saw that Lotus wall against
I feel like they
against,
definitely have a chance to surprise T1, and T1 looking at how they might not be feeling
I have no idea who they played, to be honest, on Lotus.
That worked for me last time.
They have someone that is thinking outside the box.
But I'm like, I have the same pick as Paper Thin now, so I'm feeling good about that.
I don't know about that.
DRX? Yeah, it might be. Yeah, I think it is DRX.
We are going to go to agent picks real soon. I do like your inputs on which initiator. Anthem is a phenomenal Sky. Very much like how Devi is. Okay, we're gonna go to agent picks in a little bit.
Damn, that's exciting, dude. We have another sick team to watch this year. This is like an unexpected one as well.
But in this case, especially when you're going
that's really cool.
Against a chamber,
it hits so much harder when it's like expectations are just on the floor. And I know we're getting overhyped for one map, and I know we are, but that's also okay. Because I reckon they've done the thing where they just have 2 good maps, like I said at the beginning. 2 good maps, and like they're both insane, and if the other one gets banned, they have the other one. But that's good, man. They can get some results. That's all you need. This is like when you get into a new team, this is what you do, right? 2 good maps, and then everything else is okay, and then you just have like a permaban. That's normally like the approach that most people would do. And then you have like 1 map win no matter what, and then you have 2 ones where you're like okay at.
Initiator util to deal with
like the fastest way to get a new team good.
You're also going to need to make sure that those paranoias are on point, assuming you're playing Woman, which pretty much everyone does. So
Does Decisive get picked more on Ascent because teams watch these VODs? They won't get picked more, but it will just be like, this is something that we can add in if they have it. There's quite a few teams at the moment that are playing Cypher who are just going to be like, well, that's an extra cool rounds. We get to save a trip towards middle. We can have this. We can even trip early B to make sure that people aren't going to shoot this camera.
That's a great
like there's
question. I feel like they
it's just an extra, just an extra thing for the playbook.
Precisely. Visibly, not only that, like the player cams, you can see like sometimes not really that much communication.
That's about to steal that?
Really
yeah,
need that
exactly.
mental reset. That's
exactly
very
that.
important for T1 right now because it's not just the fact that they lost the first map. There's so much pressure. You don't want to be that first team that loses to DFM. And not only that, there's like so much for them at stake.
Yeah,
we are in
this is going to be a good time to work out, like anyone who goes in here and calls out T1, like you know they know nothing about the game. Like literally any friend that comes in or anyone that you see on like VLR and calls T1 like bad for that one there, they have no idea what they're talking about. Just block them. Like literally mark them down as someone that has no idea what the hell they're talking about.
They do manage this becomes a 1-1 situation.
Put a little mark on their name. Actually make a list, man. Make a list of everyone that says that T1 didn't play good here. Because T1 played good here. It's just the fact that DFM just had really good stuff.
This could be the day. We want to see that turnaround. We want to see that progression from all the teams. But it's a tough one to say at this point. This was a bit unexpected.
Yes, it is in a way. But again, it's something that you could feel that it could happen.
That one's pretty good, though.
The team was very different from what it was last year. It's players, again, who played together for a long time on multiple different orgs and stuff like that. So this is like...
Do I think they're going to win this still, though? Probably not, but I'm impressed with them, man.
To excel. Okay, we saw it on one map. Great. Now are we going to be able to see it beyond that? Are they going to be able to build into more map wins? Are we going to be able to see this coordination continue to come through? Are other players going to be able to step up along with May? I mean, obviously, it's great that he's dropping these huge kill games, but that's not going to be, it's never consistent, no matter who you are. Even the best duelists in the world, even Aspas, can't do that all the time.
Will
right?
Sideshow lose his house? I mean, he can't be feeling confident.
More support behind him. I still saw a few moments from some of the players that looked a little bit not confident with their aim, I'll put it that way, and that needs to be cleaned up because everything else started to look much, much better.
Yeah, right. My other question is, who do you think is going to hit Iron first?
Well, he's much closer to it.
Do you have one of those with my bald head on it? Like, 'cause that would be, yeah, that would be it. That would be the answer.
Just pull up the scorecard.
I mean, the Iron Buddy, like,
TFM will win champions. Yeah, you came in yesterday. You made a statement. Are you an insider? Are you the guy that came up with the Cypher cam?
Rarer than the Radiant Buddy.
Well, this is so funny to me because like people don't realize like the players can choose whatever they want. They have full when they're playing in game. Like they can pick. I mean, you see them with other teams like classics sometimes. Yeah. Like I think someone said that. I think Will pointed out that somebody had the Sentinel Classic during that last match.
That's right.
Or 2 matches ago during against Gen.G.
As long as they keep the confidence, they win Lotus. Nah, see, they have to have the the good. Have to have the good like defaults, protocols, just everything that they had. So I don't think they're like. I mean, honestly, they did have some good individual moments, but like the overall macro of the map was what won them this.
Pretty much 100% because I like the design of the gun and the banner. For sure, it's like more my style. Paper X was up there because purple's my favorite color, so...
Purple's your favorite color?
Yeah,
Purple's
Crew as well,
color.
obviously, so like teams like that, I was like already like eyeing those, but at DFM, they might do it right here, right now.
Just going to a tech pause. They have a 6-man roster, right? So are they...
Kind of hoping for
is this a longer
I think
pause
we
because
definitely
we're
do
switching
want
a player
I
out?
know the players are still setting up right now for this second match, which I'm dying to see at this point. I hope their momentum really carries on onto Lotus. And T1, in a way, if they don't win today, we had mentioned this, this is really not a good look going into that first match for them on Saturday against DRX. And when you have two Korean teams facing each other in home turf here in Korea, we know the stadium's going to be completely packed. Just the other day, even T1, Paper X, they believe DRX was playing that day as well. It was completely packed in the stadium. The energy is really high. The crowd was chanting, and this is kind of rare. I don't hear a lot of chanting happening here, except at like grand finals events. But they were full on last time.
I think it's
They
in
only do it for
4
teams that
hours
they
and 20
really love,
minutes.
the really popular ones, and they started chanting for Paper X a little bit last year. Just full stadium of DRX fans. But now, you know, you're absolutely right. T1 versus DRX, that's going to be a little bit rough if T1 doesn't come up with the win right now.
Yeah, it is.
They did pick Lotus. We know how strong they have been. Again, DFM could have studied
Am I
up
on it? Yeah, I'm on it. I'm trying to. I don't think I can leak who's on it. I don't know. I don't know how.
To, repair and fix their strategies given the short amount of time that they have. What we saw from before was that, you know,
oh, actually, no, I definitely can't say that one.
Very often
That'd be cool if that
all
happens.
the teams. But Paper X often had Forsaken lurking, flanking the heck out of T1. If T1, you know, start to get a little bit paranoid, getting a little bit in their own heads, it just feels like a tough game. They really need a mental reset.
Yeah, no. I'm right there with you. I think mental is definitely the thing that's plaguing T1 right now. I think they
it's a sideshow to blow up something in his house.
Tell with the players.
Turn him into like a iShow speed stream or something.
It's in their minds, and this is going to take a
popping off fireworks.
Time reset from them and their coaching staff to get them back into place. Even
if they win this, man, maybe.
This is going to be in your mind. That losing this map is definitely going to be on their minds.
Absolutely, and this is no disrespect to DFM either, but it's just they've just become known as that team that had a 0 win streak for so long. Now we're looking at the stats between Mei and Saya player, and this is fantastic output for Mei right now, and I imagine going to Lotus, facing against a Chamber, like Mei pairing up with a Sky. I think this could be really tough for T1.
I agree. I really feel like with what I saw from DFM, that they at least have a good idea of how to play within themselves for sure. Their protocols seem pretty good now. It seems like they've really cleaned that up a lot since
their
kickoff.
attack pause, yeah,
so it's just
pretty
a matter
much.
Of, are you going to be able to handle?
Again, I think they're trading.
That seems to be kind of the
players
biggest
out. I'm not sure.
Piece of the puzzle for most teams dealing with him, because if he pops off, forget it. Especially on their defender side, he's just shutting you out. And then on the attacker side, Saya's kind of
either that or that.
So if you can kind of keep those under control.
Their strat book for Lotus is so big that they're just reminding every single player.
But certainly those three are the ones that you really want to keep in check.
If anyone comes to mind for me, I feel like Carpe has to kind of do a little bit more.
Easiest ban of your life.
Obviously, you're shot calling and everything, but sometimes not being able to find that impact, starting to feel that pressure for yourself, he starts to put himself in certain situations where he's not quite able to perform, and that's just a little bit tough for T1 overall. And DFM, yeah, just Mei's having a grand old time on Raze.
We are going to go to our agent picks very shortly. We're going to be getting into the second game. Very keen to see what kind of initiator they will be using. And if they win today, they are going to be winning out that first championship point. And this is why this system this year is so interesting.
No switching of a player? Oh, really? Okay.
Well
maybe just.
Qualifying for
But I mean, it's T1, man. T1, so we always get we always get.
Fade. So that is going to be a change. We do still have this roll swap with Neth going over to the Sentinel.
Roll swap swing.
But the fade is really going to be interesting to see how they're going to pull this off, to see how they're going to try to keep some of these T1 players uncomfortable. And like we said, the big focus is the chamber.
T1 stick win their chamber, which I like. Again, I think their Lotus is good. They've been struggling a little bit on
They had a couple of weeks since
attack.
Madrid, since kickoff, and throughout Madrid to figure something out. And clearly they have something.
The one difference being the Killjoy and the Chamber. So I do wonder if DFM has any set plans to go along with this. Obviously, anchoring down side 6C, for example, work.
How good is Gecko? It has to be used with another initiator. Like one of the main reasons it doesn't get used on this map, because it's like
that DFM is starting on.
You want to use it on another initiator because you want to have a flash to just make sure that the Dizzy, when you are taking map control, it doesn't get shot and then it's not retrievable. So it's like it's hard to make it work as a solo initiator. Basically.
Then we can do whatever we want because we got our ranks and stuff to go through. But you're looking at, okay, save for Izu, you look at the mood between the two teams right now. We've been looking at the player cams as we go through this. It's a very different kind of energy on DFM side. They're looking happy. They're looking relaxed. it's a bit more somber on the side of T1, and I don't know if that's the kind of, some people work well under stress. A lot of the coaches have remarked on this before. They all deal with stress a little bit.
Am I getting the Sliggy Twitch name? Dude, I was talking to Lexi about this yesterday.
That's when things start to
I keep getting dono walled by this guy. Like, the thing is, the guy that has the Sliggy Twitch, like, I'll give him some money for it. Like, I want the Twitch. He just ignores me.
Circumstance of the way that
there's nothing I can do, and I don't want to abuse my power and ask Twitch to do it for me.
And kind of
it just feels wrong.
Technically,
he beat me to having the channel.
Obviously you want to get the win, but in terms of like
maybe it's a dead account. He streams every 2 months, man.
Didn't quite have enough time to get to that place they wanted to be.
I think he just does the bare minimum to make sure that I can't get it. To be honest with you. Prodigy, thank you with the 21 months. Thank you so much, dude.
To be ready to face their
now you know how I feel. That's exactly what I said to Lexi. I was like, this guy dono walls me harder than I dono wall you guys in terms of the mods.
Real bad if you're that first team that gives it over. Nobody wants to be that team.
And like you said, it's surprising in a way because it is T1 amongst the 11 teams. I would say safely.
Her stream's lit or what? I don't know, man. We need to check it out.
T1, on the top half.
I guarantee if I go in the chat while he's streaming, he bans me. Like, I guarantee it. This guy is not about me.
You can see how touched the audience is there.
Or he's just not good at replying. And honestly, I get that.
Do they have a birthday buff? Is that what this
Somebody
is?
said birthday buff on their sign, but I don't know
Raiden
if it's like
next time he's streaming.
And they're giving him.
He's verified? Yeah, dude, he's verified. And that's what makes me think that I can't get it.
It is
today? It was yesterday.
Oh, it's yesterday?
Oh, okay. It was yesterday. We have Achilles and Will.
They're shouting it.
Like, it was yesterday, you fools. Well, happy birthday. It is the birthday buff. Well, you know what? I think it's more than that. I think they've definitely prepped.
Our bro's always playing it, man. Bro's always playing Rocket League. Once every 2 months, he gets his game in.
Team Secret, we had the Jesse Bash birthday buff.
Keeping the channel alive, so I can't get it.
Team Secret.
It does work that way, actually. I mean, certain key events can kind of get your mental.
You gifted him a sub, bro. Tell me he watches this back. I would love him to. I would love him to watch this back. If anyone somehow knows him, that'd be cool.
Wow, really? They're quite
and to reach out.
DFM fans, yeah.
If he wants to do a channel swap or something.
Fans here.
A ton.
No wonder the stadium is a little bit more alive. We got DFM fans. Of course, the T1 fans are here too.
It's a good day.
This is an exciting day.
Weather's nice today. Everything's great.
Everything's great in Korea. Pacific's just awesome. We have the best signs. We have the best artists. We have the best casters. We have the best analysts.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that guy's a real T1 fan. Let's go. That's right.
That's the kind of support
That's what we need. That's what T1 needs to get him going.
All right, we are
ready. We're finally into a little bit of a long tech pause, but we're here.
T1 and DFM.
Bro, T1 games just last longer, man.
Over to our casters, Achilles and William.
Start scheduling in like an extra hour for T1 games.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is now time to go into map number 2. Detonation Focus Me out in front.
Twitter handle guy? Yeah, don't know all again.
On their map pick of Ascent. Now T1. Try to even up the
okay, T1 on defense and DFM on attack, and I'm excited to see if, I mean, it's not going to look as good, but let's see what they got. There's been a lot of stuff that if you combined everything and put it together, they could have a very nice nice amount of stuff on this. And T1, I've been struggling on attack, like we say.
This is who I have to have my eyes on. Execute it.
Or one pistol, push them into the chamber. I'm a big fan of this. If you've been watching some of my YouTube stuff as well, I've been highlighting it. And if you just watch the stream in general, I always talk about it when I see it. And Rossi, who watches the stream, also might have implemented that a little bit into this team, because I'm telling you, the success rate of the 4-1 default is, I'd even say it's 90%. Probably going to lose now, but...
They have waterfall now as well, so this post plant's not so bad for DFM.
Yeah, but it's still a rough plant for them, especially as the smoke goes in. We've got to have some spam on this one. Faye dies really nice. Oh, it's close. There we go. It's got the diffusing. Keeping up with the 90% win rate. I'm telling you, it's too high. It just doesn't lose. It's buffed.
I mean,
Just has a buff, no matter what the situation. Lovely smoke coming out from them as well. Lovely smoke from Izu, just not in the right positions. The thing is, it works so well, right, the 4-1. Because the 1's normally good for 1. The 4 normally overwhelms. And then what happens is you have to reactively take map control once you lose map control and you realize people are behind. And then the plant normally isn't 4 there, and you're also in situations that you're not used to playing. So it's like, it's so stacked.
Outlaw now going to be in the hands here of Xgrid as he pivots over towards the A site. Real pressure being applied there, however, by DFM. It's going to be orb take here from May. 2 kills in that opening round.
Yeah, now the desk talked a little bit about, you know, the potential of maybe the Sky continuing to return for DFM if you know that you're playing against a chamber, things like that. So you see a little bit of a trap play. Not going to find any targets. But
standing still.
Yeah, of course, you know, with the Viper, you can still try to creep up. And
Everyone's going to go door.
Okay with this.
At least going to get a plant. Let's see if Viper goes aggro into the Viper. Viper off. Viper on Viper. Yeah, I think Rossi tapped the orb and was just ready for this one. So nicely done. Could have got a bit out of control if they got this gun. They at least get the plant, and they get anything else.
Turret set up 3 players now on the post plant. Let's see what kind of damage they can deal.
They are already filling the site, so that gives him a shot.
Paranoia does catch on the multiple as they drop down. On the corner though, Saya and Izu will get one apiece. Just seeing if he can find anything at all, but he cannot. So it's going to be a flawless follow-up here for the side of T1.
Flawless.
I mean, armor rebuy, armor rebuy.
Things off nicely with a 2-0.
They...
Now though,
did they hit the Outlaw?
Let's see what DFM have up their sleeve.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong collection of weapons to carry over to the bonus as well. It's nice snap there from Rossi.
Ewok, hello mate, how you doing? Congrats on the game the other day as well. Bro, it was an intense game.
There was a degree of desperation in Carpe's voice.
I mean, I think also just recognizing that it's important to kind of keep the vibes going, right? The conversations going, and Carpe as the IGL and as the captain for the team, that falls on him. Now this is going to be the big one. It's not really always going to be the fade, but more so how much space do you take?
Yeah, and they managed to get out of there with, but this was nice from T1. Yeah, and okay, I like the reaction here. Oh man, he's dead.
Season, paint shell down, Anthem dead.
Yeah, solid combo. I've never really, I mean, the C crunch with 4 people, really strong. And they saved their util as well, so that was great. Got it insta-react, it's another 4-1 into the chamber. And in terms of the chip damage, we actually have some people that are one-shot that weren't before.
Nothing, and actually whips the shot.
Yeah.
Zess with the headshot, able to take him down. Neth now lingering around, to try to get the catch. And
damn, the crouch is everything here.
Carpe does manage to find that elimination. That gives the man advantage back over here to T1. Izu first. Try to deal with this plan coming in, but widely. Wait, play patiently for the rest of the team to get rotated over.
May needs to win here.
May's got to get. Oh, that's kind of nice now. Because then he can get the kill on this.
Well, that suddenly makes things a lot easier because the post-plant situation was not great for DFM. All spread out
A really good reposition from the Viper as well, just knowing that the Rays can take control of it.
Up top, and Izu not really accounted for. Swing out. Carpe dead. 10 HP.
Not again.
Smoke in, Boombot going forward, goes off. Izu down now, 40 HP with just
Okay,
in hand.
nicely handled. T1 should be happy with the amount of damage they did for sure, and DFM should just be happy that they got around.
Yeah, but with how things started, of course, Anthem getting caught on the other side, getting C's-nated, they'll be happy with the round win. They'll still have their selection of rifles. It's just going to be the half.
Yeah, it's been a while. It looked good, man. It looked good.
We did see the operator come out on the other side for Xgrid, see how that comes into play. But overall, something we're noticing, continuing from Ascent, is the way that they're covering each other's angles. That has been very clean for DFM, even in some tough situations like that post-plant.
Okay, we got 2 people that can buy next. Is the easiest way to do this, is they go aggro over towards A, 4 people, and that is a spam just straight all the way through.
So the Killjoy or the Viper going down early does make things a lot more difficult for DFM.
Yeah, that was nice. And they
Gambia
set up
isn't
the
active on the
chamber.
lurk anymore,
Super
so
aggro
they
as
gotta make a
well. It's one
choice.
of the
Do
better
we just
things,
try
right?
to
Getting to
swarm
this
whoever has
position
taken over Rubble,
means that you have to use your
or
prowler
try to
early, and a
slowly
lot of
work
times
the
teams
revolving
don't
door
want to use their prowler early, so they
Well,
walk into the
Extra
angle
just
like
not gonna give him the
this.
shot, not gonna get punished.
It's one of the big
Just
weaknesses
backpedal
against the
towards the door once again.
Fnatic comp.
Rendezvous set up, ready to go. Gotta range the trademark, but it doesn't matter. You have a double stack of Saya player as well as Rossi just watching their into main.
Shot, man.
That's again.
yeah, he's got his number for sure.
Let's take him down.
Oh, imagine he hit that as well. Would have been actually fully on. I goes in, and that did clear all of C,
But
right?
it looks
Because
like
it only
DFM's
hit
going
one.
to work the fact that both controllers responded solo to their advantage a
The
little
longer
bit.
they
You
wait,
might
the
have caught
better,
a
because
glimpse of
the
Anthem.
trip went down with
But
the
at the end of the day,
chamber,
you know that
and
you've now
B
put
is
the
open.
focus onto A and C.
Yeah, and B's been open for a
pretty big
while, so
defeat.
this is
Now,
now a question mark, and this is now a question mark.
Saya, recognizing that that's the part of the
Fade
map
needs
that
to
they
at
don't
least
have
start
any
watching
information on.
this.
Purposely sends the paranoia to draw that focus back to A.
He's working on it now that, of course, I don't have to worry about the
If Saya
trademark
gets a
either with
kill,
Extra
that's
in the
Razor.
picture. Slow creep up. Carpe nearby. Player as well. Time ticking. There's the plant.
So they'll get the plant, but how do they
10
keep the
seconds
hold?
left.
It's the forward left corner
Spike
here for them.
planted.
Seth still lurking outside.
Carpe's way ahead, and they have no idea because of that haunt not tagging him.
Continues to inch forward. Paranoia now set.
Dude, the crouches
Medusa
today.
getting
What's
out of the
going
duel.
on
Saya
here?
player ends up
Everyone's
getting
crouching
dropped.
shots.
There's a reveal. Sends out a snake bite to try to get the delay, but now Anthem going to be gone, but Medusa still holding
Whoa.
his ground. Drags across, gets the 3K. And now it's Izu in a 1v2.
Uh-oh.
Yet again. Shameful performance. Tap onto the spike. So there's one up.
Ah, Medusa. What the hell? On the big buy rounds? Money in the bin? That is some impact right there. Yeah, I'm surprised he won the first duel, and then was it the first? Or the second? I can't remember now. Yeah, this one.
That
is just such a nasty shot.
Yeah, that third kill. Incredible. After being spotted by the haunt.
Crouch spring? I don't know. I think it has a place. I remember in the beginning of the game, everyone was like unbinding crouch, but the amount of times I'm seeing people like win duels because they are crouching is a lot now, especially on pistols against ghosts. That's how I swear. That's how Sentinels do it all the time. I watch them and they're non-stop crouching on pistols.
Down to 20 HP now. It's Showstopper up over the top, and X-Crit nowhere to go. Ends up falling. Nice headshot from Izu. Does manage to equalize. His TP up on top of the box. And
that was a bit too much. Yeah, that was a bit too much to try force in there after the kill. It was a great reposition, obviously, from Izu, but...
Go ahead. Call this one back.
And...
Oh! No,
big win on this, but did they get the spike for... No way. And from one that duel over towards site. Fatal goes in, hits one, hits two. He knows where they both are. Can just send it over towards...
Knows where the two are.
Okay. Send it over towards A. What are the actual HPs?
Still just going to go for the safest play. Try to get the plant on A, it looks like.
150? Okay.
What's the setup, though? Does he try to go aggressive outwards? That's going to be the call. Doesn't want to wait for them to swarm him.
Dude, imagine he gets to Rubble.
Chance for the surprise, but will just be spotted now, but the damage.
Oh, man.
So you're going to be TPing.
Dude, the fade is good to see if he cancels it, and it's a good plant for him. Smoke goes in, 9 HP. Smart.
He confirms his position. 36 HP here from Anthem.
Oh!
The instant headshot. Izu, what a monstrous
His server is. The server is stacked, bro. They're all hitting shots. What an absolute round this was. Yeah, Medusa has a good hero play, and Izu has a good hero play. That was fast. Lovely ult from him. Obviously, lovely 2 kills as well over towards C.
Disgusting. It all starts with this Sheriff. I mean, it's the 3K. Just with this one here. So
yeah, he had to use his ult to reposition here as well.
Yeah. Could have shot him pretty much anywhere, but he said, nah.
Even the tap of the
Snap
spike
on.
and the smoke on here is like literally just perfect. Okay, and then we're literally back to like 2 rounds ago where we just have a massive swing round where now only one person can buy next. We get the raise. Nope. We get the op out on chamber. It's a very passive play, but yeah, passing to shoot this. I mean, you would imagine this is good for one. Personal assistant shoots double. Oh, they're on top of it.
I like it. They
And the
realized where that
disciplines,
shot
man.
came from. It wasn't in front of the Prowler, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
Solid awareness here from them. That's Prowlers out of Carpe as well. DFM now just gonna look to pump the brakes.
Yeah, they did have to invest a lot though, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say it is a slight nightmare though, double Prowler, but they at least avoid giving them the first kill.
So now they just have to take some contact on either side of the map to open up some space.
Oh, Medusa. Shoulder to shoulder.
Holy hell.
Oh.
They both went for it at the same time. Fatal goes in, clears all the C, doesn't hit anyone. Try and force back out. Omen Flash is nice, but do they... Problem is, it's like they could be 2 people here.
DFM now in a very precarious spot.
This was a very bold play to make over towards C. Like, this one was a bit too much for me. It didn't make sense with the map control they had, right? No map control. The minimum there was going to be 2 people here.
Everything being sent now. Saya pulling the trigger, but he misses the first target. Anthem's able to go ahead and
Denying the time.
10 seconds left.
4v4.
Yeah, Secure plant on this is so fine.
That means that the pit can't come into play here in this round, but with that plant, they also have a lockdown.
Yeah, they get locked down, and no one's here to shoot this, and they gotta respect this, and time is gonna be low after.
And then they have the operator as well.
And then they're gonna have to run in, and we can have a fade eye behind them all.
Terrible position, but they do passively have to wait. They don't want to push out because they know that Op's waiting for them somewhere.
Honestly, not even that much space bought by that lockdown as Cess does get grabbed. Still able to find 1 kill, though. Izu going to be taken down. May at the same time was able to find Excurate. Carpe fights back. On, thrown. Trying to wait that one out. Trying to stay alive.
Holy.
In the end,
close again. Yeah, the rounds T1 are winning it close. Still though, I mean, it's a nice score at the moment. 4-2, forced them down to an eco. Lovely kill from Rossi here, just commits with the right click.
To pick up the operator, looks like it. Keep the most expensive weapon in the pockets of T1. A great retake. I mean, the use of the C's and then the haunt as well. I love that they both peek the angle that they've marked with that haunt, because one of the opponents will have to clear the haunt for sure.
I just feel like it's a way too site-committed lockdown, in my opinion. I feel like there's so much space, so much of that radius that is not being utilized on the actual site.
I think they could have had better.
You know, from T1 able to get a
I
very
think after the
solid
lockdown, I
approach.
think they could have had better
As
plans.
Waterfall.
I mean, there's a world where, you know, maybe you plan
Aura,
the lockdown,
hello mate,
and
how we doing?
I was wondering
Good to see
if
here
they
as
do
well,
it
bro.
is tag the door at least to put some pressure, right? That there might be a flank coming in, something like that to delay the retake or maybe have them rush a little bit more. But at the end of the day, totally understand why, you know, things panned out. GFM, they didn't have any further info, so they didn't want to risk crossing over anywhere else. Just wanted to buy time. Hopefully,
yeah, good man.
That the
good.
operator would be a bit of a nuisance for T1.
Kind of pumped up after the first map here. It's worth watching if you missed it.
I mean, mostly it's Carpe's utility that opens things up on the retake, makes short work of them in the end.
4-2. DFM. See how they look coming out of this timeout.
It's going to be important to see what adjustments they make for Rubble. Because here's the thing, if you're bringing out the Fade instead of the Sky, you have a lot of utility yourself
yeah,
to
so the
combat
big
this.
impact rounds won.
In the earlier match, the Talon was
the
doing
clutch
it,
from
Gen.G.
Rossi,
Of course, that was on the
and
defensive
Extra
side,
is
but
one
either
away
way,
from
it's
getting
slowing
his
that
ult.
down, right? Making sure the opponent's util comes out first, and then retaking
They want to go
control.
fast
So I'd love
over
to see some
towards
adjustments
A,
one way or another
and
from DFM.
Fade Eye into
Sheriff half
Teva
armor. Coming out as
Nade,
May.
or?
Jumping up and over. Cross here to Rubble. Pinch shells now lobbed in on the back end. Haunt getting multiple marks, but May taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Like the haunts recently. I don't know if people have been mixing them up all the time, but I swear the haunt. I've never seen so many haunt tags in like the last
Right?
2 days or so.
But you were able to tell them that you're willing to take this control. Next time, you know, next round, maybe you slow things down again, see if you can get a reaction out of the opponents, things like that. Now just rotating over, see if they can get some control of Mound and the orb.
Bring them down.
Way forward, Prowler not going to spot much. Izu see more than enough before that smoke
Flash
does
hit
come
everyone.
in. But the Prowler getting the jump. He's
Yeah,
gotta
the
make
flash
his
was a
exit.
hard
He's out.
shutdown
There's
on
gonna be
this,
a
all
little
5.
space temporarily conceded.
Their own flash
Over here to the side
looked
of
like
DFM,
it hit
but
2,
now they
but
need to try to work their way onto the side proper. Saya going to be able to find 2, but Medusa and Anthem, 1 apiece. Off shot from Excurate, going to be good. Just Medusa.
yeah, some of the HPs come in.
Coming through with the classic.
Yeah, just the comms on the low HP came in there as well. Honestly, got a little bit close. Excurate had to save them here.
Too much cash to their names either.
Right, big buy rounds, and they had a timeout into this one as well, so we should expect something. But this is, I mean, T1's one of the teams that has like a better defense side than their attack.
starting to put the pressure a
This
little
being
bit back on Rubble.
defense-sided is
for it a little
okay
bit more
for DFM.
aggressively. Here's to see T1's read on the mind games. Overall, I mean, DFM, they try for a couple of nice double swings, things like that, but the weaponry, of course, not in their favor. Now it looks like it's going to be... They want to draw out the utility first from T1, meanwhile get some space on B.
Hit off the rip here from Rossi.
They do this a lot.
As well. I mean, this
Yeah, they do this a lot though.
Now it does mean that you have
I
to
wonder how on. Yeah, they're on top of it. I've seen that like what 3 times so far. Oh, nice to see the DFM are on top of that one as well.
Prowler to lead. May. Oh, bit of a fade away. Takes down Saya player. That is about as good of a start to a round as you could possibly hope for. Looks like though DFM still maybe wanting to play into this pit.
I mean, if you can fly over, you've still got the Boombot and a Prowler. And some
Nightfall.
Nightfall, yep.
And they're rushing into the Viper. One extra molly. They got to respect that molly. Respect the molly, and you guys. Okay, you guys need to relax. Damn, bro, it's nicely done from T1. They had the numbers here. Carpe kills everyone. But did they need to force through the Viper? That's the real question. They at least didn't send it through here, but they were like in the area tanking the damage, so when they open the door, it's just a lot of body shots.
So we can get the Nightfall. As long as we can get through the pit, we should be fine.
Nice round from T1 though, especially the idea when they were low.
Not active anymore on the other
Right, look how many
side.
body shots they have to hit.
They hear the orb, and that's just the moment they need to set up for this door trap. And Carpe, excellent triple kill to secure the round.
Yeah, good util from Rossi as well here, saving that molly.
It's just so built up here
just
in
won
their
them
favor. Xcurit still able to afford these operators, still has that tour de force in his back pocket. Showstopper from Saya as well. Boombot does go off, he does eat some damage. A little bit delayed reaction there.
Nice Boombot.
Fill in from the A side. So T1 making the adjustments as they need. They're just trusting the trademark on the C site. They've got a showstopper.
And no matter what the score line of this best of 3, if I'm a coach in a team right now, I'm writing this team's name down just so that I watch all of their maps. And there's not many teams like this that like actually just come up with new stuff that you need to watch. But this is one of them.
Snake bite, but May just flat backing forward, able to find one. Now they know that Rossi's there inside of the smoke.
Like the innovation's relatively low. Most people copy, but
not going to be able to find any eliminations. That's gone. Medusa cleaned up Carpe again. Looking to keep them in this.
Carpe back to back.
Spike dropped, swings around the backside of Rubble, sets up on top of the wall. Does manage to find
Big
the
1v1.
adjustment. He's had Xcurit's number. Can he get it here? Yes, he can!
Incredible from
Bro, that's his play. I mean, he makes himself hard to hit. He knows he has an op, and he does hit the shot. Nice round from him.
DFM, they break the 4-round win streak. They move up to 3.
Coming into 2024,
yeah, these rounds have been so close, right? There's so many one rounds with just like 1 or 2 people surviving that they have to eco. They have chambers all.
To take out Xcurit, knows he's going to be scoped in somewhere on the side of the smoke, bounces across it.
Just catches it mid-movement, trying to take that more forward position at the base of the stairs. And now that's going to be the tour de force drawn out here of Xcurit. Outlaw in the hands of side player as well, so plenty of firepower available to T1. I mean, we saw what Easy was able to do with that Sheriff, crying out loud.
Yeah, DFM has to suspect the double op. It's not the first time that T1's shown it. Multiple occasions, especially with the tour de force.
There you go. 2-tap. Anthem taken down. Fade now out of the equation. Sneth's just going to be grabbing this orb, trying to get closer to that lockdown. Showstopper still available here.
Like they want to force through door.
The door open, but looks like the answer's going to be no.
I mean, open door again and get another molly out.
Laying any push from coming through.
Look at all the space that T1 has now on the C side, though. Xcurit single-handedly pushing out of that. They know that this team has to be stuck here. The trademark hadn't activated before.
Paranoia in, May goes through, finds him. Fight will take out.
Damn, dude, the fade all. The fade. Oh. Yeah, I was going to say, man, Xcurit needs to relax a little bit on some of these. That was nicely done from Medusa. Oh boy, okay, it's massively on. Got an upgrade, noses over towards door because he has to pick up that spike. Got vision block for this as well.
He's got the spike. He's got the spike in his hands. He can rotate.
And there's a nice little combo as well. Fatal into the wall, into the molly. Just all util damage.
Across the opposite side of the map.
Now, the pit, I
Been
mean, it's
a
a 1v1.
lot of
So it could
1v1s.
go either way, but
Yeah,
on C
I
site,
think the Viper
you
ult could
don't
be
have
good.
as many angles you have to worry
Does he
about.
have a good Viper ult here?
We're going to go for the mount plant.
It's for the mount. Honestly, with a mount plant, I would be tempted to not Viper ult.
Blast I'm in full util here for Saya. He's not going to be using the pit, though. Just looking to try to play this out. It's out towards Mountain. Round towards that attacker's spawn.
Now, he's waiting far back, right? Not sure where Saya's going to come from, but also wants to make sure that Saya has to clear
Yeah, the good thing about this plant as well is you could just be heaven.
Saya has no idea where the hell he is.
Be heaven, could be back as sight, could be mount.
He's going to have to clear out a mound a little bit.
He pushes over the top of mound. Oh,
Dusa.
A little bit of ring around the Rosie.
Nicely done for Saya. Yeah, he really read that one well.
Pack to get himself onto the defuse a little bit faster. 7-3, side player with plenty of time gets the defuse.
Yeah, he gives it a little bit as well.
This is going to be one of those rounds where,
dude, how many is this? Is this like 3 1v1s that T1 have won?
Sure, it could be a bit of a pain.
Damon, how we doing, man? Thank you for the whole year. Appreciate the support. Thank you for the tier 1, man. Good to see you.
Especially as it was Eco here for T1, just that outlaw, of course, the tour de force.
Hello!
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, and completely wrecks their money. It was a great round.
Wow. 7-3, DFM. Potential for a 7-5, but would require a thrifty. Bucky and a Judge in the mix here for them. As X-Grit and taking a forward position. Paranoia not getting the catch. Upshot will. Anthem dead. Spike now spotted. Time Rossi just
Cole, what a shot.
That door. And
Oh my, what shots.
2 quick kills there with the Sheriff. Just charges.
Whoa.
Gets himself a third. I mean, what damage dealt.
Okay.
Unreal Sheriffing from
Yeah,
him.
nice shots.
Not the round victory, but certainly showing off a bit. 8 rounds, though, confirmed here for T1. So 8-4, the best that DFM can hope for on Lotus so far.
Yeah, and they've got the tools to do it. You've got a lockdown to push into the site. You've got a pit to protect it. So there's definitely some options now. Rushing to the C site might be a little obvious, though, so we'll see. Great hold from Izu. Eventually they'll come through. Of course, the Odin from the other side of the revolving door also assisting a lot from Rossi.
Okay.
So it's going to be
Let's
some
see if they can
initial
get one
pressure
more.
onto Rumble to see
8-4
what the reaction
potential.
is from T1.
Setting the paint shells, but no forward presence realistically here from DFM. More than
It's
happy.
a nice reaction.
Let
Oh, you gotta shoot that one if you want to react fast.
Clear this trademark. Medusa gonna get into
Let's
position
get
to be able
up
to
towards
utilize
heaven.
the
Might have
spec.
had that.
It's actually still going on a bit of an
Omen flashed it in.
excursion here.
Great nade
Paint shells at
back.
the feet of X-Grit. We'll take a decent bit
Yeah,
of
there's
damage.
4
Side
people
player
just
flying
flooding
through
in.
X-Grit,
The
getting
person from
another
heaven
missile
is the
fall
person
apart.
that needs to make the
Trying
play, and
find
everyone's
what the
dead.
setup was, what the plan was here.
Hey, nicely done from T1. Yeah,
Medusa,
just
he pushed
great
him into
Omen
heaven,
flash.
comes back with
And
two people.
was it Saya
That's
that just
about
sent it?
9-3 on the
Saya
half.
here.
T1 now very
He was.
firmly in control.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Again, you had some tools to do it, but DFM
He didn't pay.
seemingly
He felt like he had a
thinking that,
timing.
they didn't have
It's
much
like
time.
2
They had
rounds,
an
honestly,
opening.
where
They wanted to rush in. They thought that T1 would
It's
be
not
far
too
back. I mean, they
bad.
saw a Prowler chase all the way into deep into the site on C as well. So
like the first one,
making the wrong
over
assumptions,
towards the
but either
1v1
way,
wasn't too bad,
going
and
to
this
be an
one here,
unfortunate 3 to
he was
9
over
half for
towards heaven so
DFM
early
and a
they didn't want to
hefty
give
lead for
give
T1.
away his position, so he wanted to get a kill and then go back and
Missile
help
round
his
barely getting
team.
away from them.
But then they all
DFM
flooded in from Hobbit, so he got
2-0.
a little
We
bit
cannot
unlucky.
afford to have that happen once more. T1 well poised.
It wasn't as bad as some of the other times I've seen people hold on to their ult.
As expected.
Yes, a very, very comfy pick for T1. And also,
T1, I mean, T1 have always been good on
cheap
defense on
offer like
Lotus, so
Expirit,
let's see about
that
this one.
defense side doesn't feel so bad, right? You can trust him alone, and then you get the Odin and Rossi's hand.
They got to
That's
be
two
aware of
parts the
X-Great
map
using
that
his
you can
Opalon
really
attack.
rely on to be locked down. Now the question is DFM, are you prepared for the attack? Because if you can make sure Expirit doesn't find a lot of value on the lurks with the opt, that will make things a lot easier on getting the read on T1's movement.
Let's see if they're going to be up to it. As for now, looks like Saya, surprisingly, not going with the Sheriff. Ghost in a blast pack. Oh, nope, there it is. Okay.
Ah, there it is.
That's what I thought. Oh, no.
No, they're debating.
You got 20 seconds to decide.
Did T1 even lose the first map? You should 100% watch it. It was so sick to watch. Like, they got fully outplayed. It wasn't even T1 being bad, it was DFM being like legit masterclass.
They just want to make sure that they have the firepower to push through.
Still doing some assessment here. A couple seconds remaining, though.
Now, Saya's all alone on the C side. potentially trying to get an orb if there's no movement.
It's just Medusa over there, Jiggle peeking. And,
Shot.
okay, in the meantime, X-Ray.
Shot. Damn. Okay, the pistol round is on the board, you would imagine.
They will keep shutting it down.
Okay, everyone relax though.
Peeking. Knows that they are both
Yeah,
on this
saw
side of the map.
both though, so they can go in over towards C as well. Medusa picks up the orb.
Lays it back sight. Turret set up there in connector to B.
Now, just something
Door still needs to be broken too.
Yeah, something I'm noticing is you spotted both, but because they were near the entrance, Medusa actually doesn't push out, so they don't technically have information on if they could have rotated over to B. Normally, Medusa, I would say, is a player who willingly would make sure that he tightens the map, but perhaps just wanting to make sure, because there have been times where that has been the bane of DFM's own rounds.
Find you.
Right, the door broken now. There's the haunt. So, decent awareness as far as their positions are concerned. Saya getting ready to swing in. There's the jiggle.
30 seconds
Spot
left.
him out. Double approach now through stairs. Anthem on the opposite side. Just a classic in hand. Decides to send the Prowler. Confirms his suspicions.
Yeah, they played it very well. This was nice as well. Great discipline once again from this team. Halfway to his ult, we got to keep an eye on that one. Yeah, they would love him to farm these ecos and get this ult online for the bonus or the big buy.
His ground on stairs here.
Could even go aggro towards A and get the orb here. To be honest, that would be the most obvious call.
Counter strafing that he's doing to make sure.
Yeah, his movement's nice. Just moving in between.
Nonetheless, to potentially the ace, but either way, they'll be happy to take the flawless. A great way to start.
Yeah, they want to go aggro on this one, but maybe T1. Let's see if X-Correct can kind of disrespect a lot of the util early with the chamber.
I'm sure we might see a little bit of that.
Yeah, and it's
perhaps
the orb that he wants, and it's obviously he wants the orb, and they shut it down. I don't know if he got it. I really don't. And this might, yeah, this might get out of control fast because that is a lot of guns down. And perhaps the plan to get the orb here was a little bit too obvious. Nicely done from T1. Yeah, this was really good. Just everyone hiding towards the left side, wait for the tap, and then pounce out. This was great from T1.
This one's certainly going to hurt. Yep.
Really nice round from them.
T1.
Yeah, the plan was too obvious, right? And then they kind of tunnel visioned a little bit on it. They got a bit greedy, tapped it early.
I mean, Carpe, very heads up to just rush him down as soon as that Prowler tags.
Yeah, I mean, the call was just great.
Knows that he doesn't have the sight down the lane behind rubble. A great first kill. I mean, that slows him down a lot, right? This constant screen plus the chamber kill.
One enemy remains.
At that point, tempo on their side.
Yeah, and just like that, it gets taken away, and we start looking at sunset because this is too many rounds.
Everything to do. Try to get themselves back into this one. Early damage out on the Anthem.
There.
Just holding inside the site, not even on tree. We'll definitely have to get these first kills and try to play a little bit craftily around the hut in the middle.
Paint Shells are trying to turn, trying to lay. It does not work out too much. T1 just continue to push onward. The bot set, immediately set to be found. As Anthem gets cleaned up. They trying to play ring around the rosy a little bit here with that classic in hand. So far,
So we're moving though. Okay. Still, alright damage.
Neth, his damage was dealt with him, by him rather, with that Sheriff.
Yeah, it's a shame, man. That one little mistake.
More of that to deliver.
It's two Sheriffs.
I mean, he had to nades no matter what.
Entirely impossible. But the
It's just a slight bit of greed. That's all it is.
Medusa would have to swing the corner and instantly get the headshot here, but instead he's going to be taking some damage. Sufficient for this one. X-Crit eventually rewarded with the kill. Saya will find a third. T1
Couple of
now
potential
up
armor
to 11.
rebuys. We'll see if T1 want to treat it as a bonus or not. I mean, those two will rebuy armor for sure.
To close this out in clean fashion so they can regain some of that confidence that they should have had for this entire match. Looking towards Sunset, which would be map 3. Now GF
Might be a crouch enjoyer after this match. Yeah, a lot of duels are won from crouches.
Coming out on the side of T1. It's going to be a very, very powerful round for T1 to just try to snowball their way to victory.
Well, especially last time with rifles in hand, because Economy's not going to be doing great here for DFM. They lose this round. It's going to be Showstopper now.
Yeah,
Up
that's
here
a
for
Razor.
side
Do they
player.
insta-pop with it? Yes, they
Yes,
do.
it does.
2 people
Last
on
time
site.
they used off the back end
And
of this
1
does get
sticks. Oh, okay, they
seconded
both
by the
get out of there.
Prowler. No sight widely is just going to be space creating ultimate. Checks the
Yeah,
close
that's
corner
a
here,
free
backside.
sight. And let's see what the retake is like.
all of
Gotta
that.
highlight
Do
the
they push
Omen
everything?
flash.
Yes,
But
they
this
do, with an
position
early
from
smoke, so that makes it safe.
Excuret
Same by trying
over
to
the
clear it.
smoke.
Yeah, this is the big thing. It's the long sight.
Yeah, this is lovely. Yeah, this is
Force
really
North
nice.
Swings out, Execurate up on top of the level. He'll find that one. Now they get ushered out in towards Rossi, who finds one, but he's traded back. An advantage there, but now equalizing.
Okay.
And comes up with the second kill. Execurate drop it. Assassin Anthem both dead, and that leaves Neth all on his lonesome. Runs over, grabs the operator. Widely is just going to have to backpedal and try to hold on to this one.
Yeah.
That's going to be T1.
Yeah, I mean, nicely done from T1.
Yeah, I mean, giving Map Point obviously
Very
never
nice.
feels good, but otherwise it's not
Razor
like you're gonna
into,
have buys
I
coming
mean,
or
that
great buys
position's
coming in the
great.
next round. Might as well take
You
that
could raise
operator.
boost someone with a
T1
satchel up here as well,
definitely doesn't
right?
want that.
If you didn't have a chamber, I guess.
Final kill in the round to be able to get rid of Izu.
I guess Omen could also play her as well,
He's
but
at 6,300 before he even gets paid out, so there you go. Cash capped as T1.
closest 13-4. Yeah, a few of those 1v1s on the other side in the first half even. T1 are playing very good though.
See if there's any adjustments. It's going to be a long road ahead if you want to try to close things out 2-0. So DFM, what do they discuss here? Because it's not too many rounds that you can sample, right? Just the 4, of course. You lose
Purpose of the attacking Viper wall covering A lobby. It's just the fact they throw it from A lobby so that if they go aggro, they can hide behind it. But the main thing is that it covers just a little cubby for you to walk out and create pressure. Because they have no flashes in this comp, right? So if you get behind a choke point, you got to come up with ways to get out of your choke point.
At it and see what the ult economy looks like right now for DFM, because it's been very slow building in the second half. Just the 1 round victory there in the pistol.
Yeah,
that's thrifty, really.
Yes.
This is T1's best map. At least I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't looked good. Rough for them in this second half.
I don't know. At least in kickoff, they thought. I can't remember what the map they used to pick above it was. But they've started to fast pick it twice in a row now, so
being on that defense, it's
I
going
think
to be
they're
hard to
confident with
really
it.
decide when is the best timing throughout this. So off the timeout, T1 going to wait to see if there is some sort of util dump onto Rubble. Not going to be entirely it though. The adjustment to take it slow. Let the Odin spam. Let's see util come out.
They picked Ascent? Yeah, DFM picked Ascent. I mean, they'll pick it every single time after what I saw.
Cleared. Showstopper sent, but that's the TP out. Neth, however, is able to find Carbate forward, and that means that the Spike now a little bit stranded. Extra, however, pushing out, finds the killjoy. Seth takes out Side player.
Oh man, Ross, this is... okay, yeah, Spike was down, so he kind of had to go for a play, but I think once they saw the Spike, they thought it might be a thing.
He gets taken down, spam.
Yeah, I had to make a play with a Spike there, I think that's fine. I mean, so many rounds to play with, why not?
Just take this weapon out of his hands, but who wants to chase for it? You have no money.
Yeah, DFM has to hold. I mean, they got an operator for it as well, right? So DFM, they want to hold on to all these weapons because they're going to need every single piece. They want to tie this up into overtime already, giving that 12 to T1 in the previous round. Now, I like the adjustment, right? Timeout, then you go for that slow contact once again on Rubble.
Left.
Again, something akin to Talon's play against Gen.G. Works out really well against the teams that have just kind of habitual set plays to take over Rubble.
It's like they want to get the gun out, but at the same time,
deciding just to back out.
yeah, at the same time, you gotta, someone's gotta go. Guys, Rossi can just drop in them off. This could be an op. It's not even worth it.
So 12-5 now.
Your money's this low, you gotta just save.
7 in a row. If they want to take this all the way to overtime and have a chance at getting a win here.
Odin, Operator, both in the hands of DFM for this coming round to match. Now, the Nightfall will be online.
What the hell?
Surely
Okay, we'll count this one down.
looking to send that.
We had 8 chances down to 7.
I'd be curious if the opportunity is right now off the rib. But given that side players on the opposite side, it seems like it's not going to be a huge tempo play out into A.
Yeah, it looks like they've often been doing this T1 in this game against DFM, right? Where they actually have side player alone on the C side to just try to clear. That way they save the paint shells. It's just the Odin that really helps clear a rubble. This sets them up for the potential Nightfall.
There's a waiting to see if you can hear a tap on the door.
Oh boy.
Oh.
It's going to be a pinch with the double
No
blast back.
idea. Nightfall at the ready. There it goes. Open things up. They're trying to flush him out. Side player already in from
Side
behind.
double
He's able to
satcheled
go
off the fades and they didn't hear it. That was really cool.
Medusa now gone.
I feel like T1 was so aware because the instant tap of the door as well, and just straight away run away from it.
If they could try to somehow.
Yeah, it just came crumbling down. Okay, Sunset. And there's still a chance on Sunset, because like I said, DFM would have heavy focused on 2 maps. And there's a chance that second map is Sunset.
With an operator from behind.
Blast backs and try to get himself with his angles a little bit sharper. That's another paint shell.
The hell? Okay. Man. Yeah, it's a nice try still. Okay, really impressive map from T1 as well. As always on this map, really.
T1 keep themselves in this series, taking it 13 rounds in the end. Lotus continues to be an absolutely excellent map for them. Just the one loss so far. But the other constant is May in the top of the standings.
Yeah, continuing to put up incredible numbers, so we'll see if that can happen once again at map 3.
All right, well, before we go to map 3, we'll once again pass it back over to the analyst to break down Lotus.
Hey, let me
Well,
upload
T1
this.
continues to prove why Lotus is probably their favorite map. With that
What's going
said,
on here?
despite the scoreline, there are a couple of really close
Again, for people that want to watch the first map, I highly recommend watching the first map. It was really fun, and it is on my VODs channel.
I feel like a few
or
of
you can
those
just
rounds
do
came down
my
to
normal channel and just
maybe
rewind.
little mistakes or just make
Good
a
options
little bit of
these
a different
days.
decision here or there. The round where they're able to get the lockdown on the post plant, for example, maybe if that lockdown comes sooner, they set up for the positioning for the post plant themselves by mound and stuff like that. Like little things that I felt like could have been adapted better earlier on, might have kept DFM closer in this. But I think as time went on,
Yeah, Desp, you're gonna enjoy Ascent.
They started to really get into it. They just
Well
kind of
worth
like lost their
watching.
footing. It felt like they lost their groove.
I think that's definitely one of those things.
Okay, and let's see what
I
Sunset's
mean,
got.
just
I'm interested to see what the comp's
conversely,
gonna be.
it's a little bit of like the decision making on the side of DFM. You had these rounds where, like, for example, one alt point away.
DFM win is their first win. That is correct.
Didn't really go for it. They didn't have that in their strategy.
And again, I think they won 2
or
maps in the
Anthem versus
first
Izu in that 1v1,
last
for
year.
example, right? You know,
One against
sometimes
T1
just
and one
thinking, like,
against
this is the
Gen.G.
right move to make, and you
Something like
just
that.
Go in for it, but then
They never
T1
won an
starts
actual
to
best of
switch up,
3.
and then players like Izu start to pop off. You just kind of get thrown
They-
off.
but
a
they get
little
a
bit,
they
and
get a
then
win
you
this
just
year.
kind of get back
Like,
into
there's
your
no
head,
doubt
and
about it.
Players kind of start
From what
to
I've seen.
get that coordination a little bit off as well. So DFM, although
They
they
have a
looked
good chance for
really
this
good
one
at
as
the
well.
First map.
Okay,
back
chat, I'm
onto
going to spam
this
some
one,
ads so we don't get it
you
during
know,
the
some
next
players
game,
still
and I will
pretty
be right back in a
consistent,
little
still
bit.
incredibly sharp mechanically, but T1 started to become a more cohesive team.
I think it's worth noting Carpe really stepped up. And Quack, you had mentioned this before we went to this match. You wanted to see exactly that. And honestly, a lot of the rounds, I would say, was saved by him. He stepped up to the plate, took out multi-kills, turning that round completely in their favor when it was otherwise doomed.
It's a lot of plays like that, especially with the Fade. I mean, the information that he gets and just making use of the Nightfall, for example. I mean, there are rounds where, you know, he's just reading the map and setting the whole team up into positions where, for example, outside of C-Mount, they open the door at the right time. DFM definitely tries. They had some great ideas, especially in the first half, but yeah, just not quite able to get more rounds as the game went on.
Yeah, and I think in particular for Carpe, like, he had some really impactful prowlers as well that nearsighted his opponents that made it a lot easier for them to kind of come in and get the job done. So it was the gun skill as well as the agent skill for Carpe in this map for sure. You know, there were some pop-off moments. You know, Medusa had a great one there with that 4K. May is May. We know he's good. You know, those couple one-taps there at the end of the last round, even though he's in a really bad situation, still able to put up some good numbers. But I think in general, you know, once T1 kind of got their head straight, once they started to figure things out, these crunches like this that just aren't accounted for by DFM mentally. There were some rounds, like there was when May had the showstopper, and he off the rip kind of blast packs up in the air by A, and Izu's out there over by Rubble, and he knows it's coming, and he can just TP out of the way. So there's some little things, and then the door switch with the Odin hold in that last round that didn't work because they knew to switch sides. Like there were these little things that T1 were doing that were just enough to throw DFM off that it caught them off guard. It wasted some impactful, utility or guns or ultimates in the case of that showstopper. Things like that really made the difference here.
It did look promising for DFM in the early stages of this in the first half, because it looked like it was taking T1 a little while to rev up their engines again after losing that first game. And you could see mistakes come through Saya player. So while he did make some great decisions in the second half, the first half you see him just getting caught off guard with his showstopper in his hand and just going completely to waste. So, but I'm glad to see this because now we got a proper series. Now Sunset, while T1 has played Sunset before and has looked good on Sunset, I don't know which way this is gonna go. Again, it's sort of like the GE game that we saw on day one.
It really feels like it. I mean, it's just everything is kind of wild right now. That's what it feels like. I'm a little bit worried about DFM again though, because T1 intentionally picked Lotus, right? And Lotus has been their map for a while. DFM must have prepared for it, and if they go into T1's map pick without showing that their preparation isn't quite there yet, how will Sunset look? And now T1's engines are revved up. It's going to be a little bit difficult. I do want to see an interesting composition, of course, but it's also been a while since we've seen T1 Sunset, and that's where I think we might feel like a Gecko being pulled out. Carpe on the Gecko was great against Paper X.
But before any of that, we need to figure out our ranks.
No.
So production said we need to do a rank. So.
Okay, production.
You know what? I'm catching up to Achilles, so I'm actually okay with this.
Yeah.
This is good.
We're ranking up, and Quack is ranking down.
Normally, I don't really care much about rank.
Yeah, you did say that.
You get to beat Achilles.
Yes, that's actually now kind of become a new goal of mine.
To be honest, you never care about rank till you start hitting a rank that's reasonable. Then you're like, then you start to care how precious all this. First, let me bring you up to gold. I'm gonna go back to diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Wow. And you are down to gold. All right, good guess though. Hard to say. I would say it's not meant to be easy. Ranking's never easy.
True.
You never know. You might have bad teammates.
With the right teammates,
Yeah. If we worked collectively, maybe we could have ranked
Oh my
up
gosh,
together.
should we sync up our answers?
Next time.
No. Let's not do that now.
Nah.
Now that I'm doing, now that I'm starting to rank up, I'm like,
this guy is not a team player. He does his own thing.
I'm a Sentinel player. That's true.
Yeah.
I do just run around
I'm
the
just
map and do
anchoring my own site. You go do your other thing. Go do duelist
You guys
things.
hold your
Get
own
out of here.
site. Oh, I got a 1v4 retake now? Fine.
Fine. It doesn't actually.
Just look like, you're basically like Foxy and I. Just look like a sensible
I
hero.
wish.
I'm a team player. I don't know about you guys.
Well, you're gold. Together with Kilios and Paper Thin.
Thanks.
See, yeah.
You're like a third wheel in that party.
I need a duelist to, lead me and stuff.
Yeah. You guys got actually the full stack. You got a controller Quack. We got duelist Achilles and the Sentinel.
True.
Paper Thin.
We're getting pretty close. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to. We just need an initiator. You want to rank down to gold with us?
I am an initiator, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, gold. I don't mind playing gold. It's a little fun. But unlike us, these two that we're looking at right now, I like how he has been looking the past two matches. He's just been absolutely making impactful kills both of the games. S2, sorry. S.
Yeah. No.
Sorry, I don't have that
I know
Japanese accent.
his name is so deceiving, and I made the mistake of calling.
Oh, it sounds
him
like Izu. Yeah.
No, exactly. That's why I couldn't tell. I was like, did you say Izu? I was like, they're both playing good. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. No, I mean, Sesu he has some really good moments. He has kind of those tricky plays. Will was talking about on the cast where he's kind of able to outsmart you and get kills that way. But the overall coordination and firepower needed more work on that map. A little surprising with DFM. This Lotus is a map that they've wanted to play. I think it went 13-8 against DRX or something like that when they played them in kickoff. So it is a bit shocking to see them not, especially after a win like that. But the spirits were still high. They're still laughing. They're still having a good time, and they get definitely good. But Izu, I'm becoming more and more and more of a fan of as time goes on.
As time goes on, I do feel. I mean,
sorry,
starting
mate.
things off when he played
I missed
that
your sub as well.
for
Thank you so much,
example, he was
Des.
already really interesting and really fun to watch.
Yeah, a little bit late to the party,
Shows
but
that
you're
he's
here
got
still.
quite a lot
So
to
good.
prove, too. I mean, a lot of potential.
I'm hoping
as
this
to
map
how he
delivers just for your
positions
sake.
himself sometimes hiding inside of
And
dark
thank you for the kind
covers,
words as well, by the way,
or
Des.
the way he won out the clutch against Anthem, for example. I mean, he can be very snappy at times, very unorthodox. It's a little
I know all
tough
the
to predict
mods,
how
yeah.
he's going to position himself.
I don't even
so
know what
both
it
players,
is. It's just like a mental block at the
they've got
moment.
their roles to play, but I do feel that for T1 chemistry as a whole, there is a bit more pressure on Izu's shoulders as that rookie.
Yeah, I mean, you want the rookie to step up. The rookies have been stepping up on all the other teams, but you know what? I mean, that's why they're called the rookie.
Yeah, I'm actively trying to be better.
I think. Oh, okay. Well, first of all, we got a
Ooh,
neon on Sunset.
the solo.
Okay,
now wait a minute.
No Gecko. We got a Sova.
The solo
okay, so
Gecko
I've seen a
can
little bit of
be
neon
pretty
on
hard
Sunset
to make work.
here and there, and it can kind of
And
work
then,
like some of the fast lanes.
okay,
you
so
can
we pretty
use to
much
take
got.
some of those like tight angles and
Hey,
stuff
this
like
is the
that,
Heretics, right?
and use the relay
Heretics
bolts
have
to also
Sova as
clear
well,
some of
yeah.
that space. So it can kind
Yeah,
of
they
work.
do.
But it is shocking to see Saya player go for it.
Okay.
I can't tell you off the top of my head if
And
this is
I
the first
imagine we're
Neon
going to see a
game
lot of the
that
same
he's played,
stuff.
but it definitely feels like it. He's probably
Surely
played in NA
people
and I just don't
from
remember, but
the FM
here
watched
in Pacific, I don't think he's played Neon
Madrid.
that I'm aware of.
So they should be aware of like the flash plays over
It's gonna be
towards
very
A.
interesting, but I like it.
Right, the flash over the. Oh, I like
Well,
this,
we
man.
haven't seen
The
DFM
flash
on
over
this
the
map
top
at all,
and
but I
then
like that T1 has
stun.
reworked something here,
So
and
they should have that
definitely
stuff.
will need
And
to
they should
moving
know about that
into
stuff. They
this
should also know
stage
about the
one,
play over towards middle.
Especially if they reface some of these
So
other
we'll
teams
see.
who are very, very
Solo
good.
Gecko, man.
Definitely
I
a
find it
comp
hard
that's,
to.
a lot more aggressive for
I find it hard
the
to work.
least,
We'll
but,
see.
you know, the other composition looks
Feels like it's hard for the util
Right,
to
let's go over
actually
to
like
casters
get
to
value.
the last map of the
Majority of the
series.
time it just gets shot and it feels like they don't make too much with it.
Thank you guys very much. Yes, last map of the series, of the day, of the week. Here we are on Sunset. As mentioned, I mean, this is going to be
Okay, DFM
a
on
real
defense,
first
T1
look at
on
DFM
attack.
Sunset. Played it at the right one Invitational
And
during the offseason.
the
but that
double-
was a very different roster. That's when you had
the double
Ascent,
frenzy.
Chest, and JoJo still on the
Double
squad.
frenzy comes into
Both guys
play.
are part of the starting five there as well. So very big changes. Meanwhile, T1 taking the Team Heretics comp. We'll see if
Yeah,
they
let's
master
find
it
out,
just
Billy.
as well. Now, Saya.
Let's see if they can make it work.
The last time he did play the Neon was actually with T1, but not at
Holy
Pacific.
hell.
It was at the Ludwig
This guy got
American
hit by the trip, but he's like here before it pulls him back. He's here so early.
Makes sense, but there's a first blood. It's actually going to be taken down. Anthem able to find that opening kill. And Shell's lobbed in, swing back.
It was a great move from DFM though.
May and Cess, however, are going to be coming up with
Oh, guys, you don't need to push through the smoke.
goods.
You don't need to push through the smoke. I complimented you when you did that.
Things open. That leaves now Medusa all on his lonesome. Saya down low. 21 HP remaining here on this Neon as he plays up front.
Big 1v1.
Get taken down. Now there's an armor advantage here. As that is the last bit of util sent by Rossi. Does have a 0 point back off cooldown. Medusa already knows
Man, this is mad. They trade places. Yeah, I feel like he is not going to expect this one. But the thing is, there's a smoke and he could have gone round the world. Yeah, he was ready for round the site, not all the way round.
Not quite just yet though. Pulls to the half, swing up to the corner, the frenzy.
And picks up the frenzy. Nicely done from Rossi.
Won't be good enough for
Another
him.
1v1 goes the way of T1. And DFM did really good in terms of the reaction to take B main when they realized that they had gone to market and gone through middle. But then they just forced through the smoke and pretty much into a crossfire.
See if that trend continues here.
This.
Just a great 2v4 by Rossi and Saya.
Yeah, and it needed to be together
Pops
more.
coming in from Saya as well as he reloads.
Great round from Rossi.
Keeps him alive.
Solid start here for T1.
T1 decide to go fast, it looks like. They've already been going fast, but yeah, lovely flash. Recon as well behind this. I don't know about the two in sight yet.
Now T1, I mean, they have time. They don't
Oh my
need
God.
to force.
Everybody locked in behind the box here on site. Spray down coming through.
Yeah, the nade was incredible. And what is this? 2 gun rebuys and an armor rebuy?
members strong.
The Wasp.
carry
Plant.
forward. T1 very rapidly
Doesn't go in.
move up 2-0.
Yeah, all the important weapons carried along, and having faith in that as well, I think, especially when it's the likes of, you know, Spectres and Phantoms, you can go for those sprays even in close quarters. So it works out. I don't mind DFM going for the
Great
Ascent.
bonus. Wait,
Usually
do
that's just, like,
they-
you empty, so
do they
it just
bind
goes
this?
for it for a chance to play around things like Elbow, like the Generator. And they find 2 kills.
Rossi out for blood. Nearly has that ult online already. All command. Really try to slow them up. Just one more charge left to go. Side player going on the rush.
Okay, this is a big buy round, by the way. T1 take a little bit of a risk. They buy into
Shot
this
to
one,
base
trying to
shoulder.
snowball pretty early.
Gone down to 85. There is the raise.
We're seeing a lot of the same stuff from Heretics.
Shell's still at the ready though. There's the fast lane, a relay bolt in the back side.
Yeah, the paranoia to make sure
All
that there's no
picked
coverage
up.
coming in from market either.
All
No
on
command.
here. Crossfire. No checking at the corner. Trade though. Trade is good.
Course correct back to the left.
Keep an eye on the luck at middle.
Falling 1 for 1 so far as Isu
Whoa.
spotting. Cess able to win out
Keep
the
an eye on the
fight.
luck at... Okay, they're on top of the luck at middle.
Able to find Execute.
Rossi, another
Keep him
2v4.
in this one, but now man advantage is there. No, May pulls off the angle, but Carpe hadn't seen him, so he's still able to collect the kill. Rossi now in a 1v3. More damage through. 10 bullets here. Swings
Hey,
out.
handled this well.
Teammates,
Good amount of
though,
damage
as
from
DFM
T1 though. Should be a little bit
able to
happy.
win out.
In terms of DFM, should also be happy because they got the KO out of them, so a bit of a win-win.
Not a bad round from DFM, and we're, you know, you see the strengths of Neon on a map like Sunset. Obviously, the relay boats, there's tons of angles you can utilize, but also getting ahead of some of the initial util. Now, this will be very beneficial, especially when they want to hit A side as well, kind of get past that one way or things like that that DFM might have to hold on to A main. We'll see how T1 continues to juggle things. For now, it looks like all eyes still
Yeah,
set
and
on the B
T1...
site.
Oh yeah, of course they bought into it, didn't they? 2 people
Vandal
bought
there for
into
the
it.
hero,
Why did I
Guardian,
just instantly
hands and
forget that?
Execute.
Okay, so it was a massive round from DFM. We now have to have a low buy.
Sends out that 0 point.
2 hero guns. Backup stinger.
There's nothing in market. That means that they can safely push up using that smoke in mid.
He's starting to rotate around, but no, does cut back over. That shot, he's going to start inching his way in that direction.
Picking the right site on this.
Fast lane now comes up on the
I think
side.
Viper's
Smoke
just going to
trying
leave
cut
site
off
now,
Boba.
yeah. Make the right plays in terms of Viper leaving site, but T1 should be happy. Worst guns, they get over towards the site. That's where the Stinger can shine.
Give this site up because they don't want to get swarmed, but that does mean that they'll have
They
to
could,
deal
if they
with
want
this
to,
post
go over
plan.
towards B main with the rifles, but they want to go close.
because they don't
KO
have
Flash
long-range
just
weaponry.
misses the mark.
Not finding him, but still Saya able to cut him down.
And that's a gun
Vandal now
picked up,
recovered
though.
for him.
Upgrade.
See short range.
Oh,
Good
this
enough
is
for
a
that
choke.
kill.
This is a choke point.
Yep, Wingman leading the charge to jump in though.
Sideshow, what's up?
Gonna rally the rest of
I
the
mean,
team
it's
around
they
him.
might, man.
Work a treat. They find 2 kills.
You need to get some insurance on that house,
Treat holds the reveal coming through off the neural theft.
because
We'll wrap around from backside.
honestly, they look pretty good.
Just moves up into the smoke to take out Izu. The fuse can come in. DFM will tie us up at 2-2.
Something I've noticed throughout this entire best of 3 from DFM is not only we talked about how they're kind of covering for each other's angles and their backs, but also the pacing of their trades, right? They used to have some members kind of overheat, or not really overheating, but just not on the same page in terms of tempo. But this time, knowing when they want to buy time, knowing when they want to jiggle peek, knowing when they want to double swing, the comms just seem to have been cleaned up entirely. Because even here, as soon as they realize it's a push out instead
Yeah,
of a
this was
hold,
good though as
they
well.
decide
Just
to
very
wait
nicely done over
until
towards
backup
B.
arrives.
Just leaving the site. Everyone playing in good positions.
Saya, stinger in hand, but does have
Yeah,
the
in
ult.
these rounds, they
We're
just
gonna
look
be seeing that
convincing.
coming through.
Um,
Off that overdrive, but Thrash
Neon
on the
ult.
outside available from Anthem.
dude, they're going
go,
so
like,
fast.
figures
Shock
out
to
in play.
break the trip. Oh man, it's here
Shallow.
so early. That's
Yeah,
a
really shallow fast
lovely
lane there.
omen
Paranoia
flash,
slowing him up.
and
Relay bolts now expanded,
still
but
gets
Anthem
one.
caught. Looking
Bro,
for
he's
more.
melting
Saya
him.
able to get himself
All
a second.
headshots.
Looking for the pop flash. Reveals out. That's in such a bad spot. Medusa in the meantime able to find Carpe. Finds Saya to shut him down.
Although this was
Can't do
cool.
more
This
than
was a
that.
really nice round.
Net
Really
now
cool
the
round.
last
It's very
one
similar to the
standing.
pistol, but this time they added the
Three.
shock dart in to break the trip that
Likely heard.
wrecked him a little bit earlier.
Just trying to work his way forward here. Izu up on top of the box. Now spotted.
Okay,
Does
very nicely
well
done
to
from
come away with
T1.
the
2
kill.
people surviving.
Weakening the economy.
Get the plant in
further
as
of
well.
T1, but they will go
2
ahead
people
and
that are
reestablish
wrecked
the lead.
money-wise.
Massive value off of that overdrive, and a great setup for it
Oh.
too. You recognize that the trip was there in the previous round as well. You're able to shoot it down. Eventually, you take the shock dart, just plant him in. It's really just to buy time and create space. The triple kill, just a cherry on top for Saya player.
Nice. Good job, guys.
Yeah, double hero gun out, and Sova one away from an ult as well, so maybe some kind of default over towards B to get this orb is looking likely.
Oh, and this setup from T1.
Recon goes into B. Is that hit the roof?
DFM not gonna send it just yet.
That might be a nice recon. It's every angle, and you have to be aggro to shoot
You
it.
have a lot of other ults as well, though, for things like the retake.
The question mark created over towards B, and I think T1 are too scared to actually push in just in case they have some kind of play to actually take this one back. I'm a big fan of this camera because when people try and shoot this camera from here, I spoke about this a bit on, I can't even remember, on a stream once. This camera is good because when you go to shoot it from here, it's going to tag you and you're going to be behind the box and you can always trade it out. So you're never like comfortable to swing and break it. Same thing as over towards side. You have to fully commit to break it. So big fan of this camera. It's a little bit safer than this one that normally gets broken all the time.
Sends the Mosh and try to stave them off here for the time being. Fast lane there from Zaya player. Does take a shot. Dizzy goes out. But Anthem revealed. Not sure which way to look. Rossi able to hound him down. May at the same time.
We got to keep an eye on the luck coming over towards middle.
Pushing in. Oh no! Okay. Does eventually get the headshot, but initial whiff. It costs him dearly, stops him from being able to follow up onto somebody else. Pop flash.
Does the luck get involved?
There on a Medusa. Just at the lineup, has the kill, but now again, he's just going to be blinded. Oh, man. Rossi just runs him down. Another 3K for him on that KO.
Another plant in there as well, keeping the econ and the ult econ good.
I mean, if Cess was able to maybe push out Saya and then get past the relay,
the luck got impatient here.
Take the drone out for him. I get why you wanted to hold the site. You were the
Sometimes in these situations,
you had so much util, maybe
I will say this as well. You know, like here, where Extra like really wants to make sure that his luck isn't for nothing. I sometimes think that him just accepting or not going for it and holding and just not showing that he was lurking on this just means he can save it for a more impactful round. That's how. That's something that like I think lurkers can. I mean, some of the good lurkers do that a lot.
Hunter's Fury now out from Carpe, just fishing for anything that he could possibly find.
Sometimes the lack of information is just better.
Nothing else, I suppose, that has contained.
Yeah, it's a nice fast hit into sight, but retake ults are loads, and they could get info with this if they wanted to. Omen flash.
If they're going to be able to pull it off. They might try to check backside. Isu up on top
Nice
of the
util.
box.
Ui, the KO might have owned this, right?
Showstopper goes out, but Isu already dropped. May does get taken down.
Enemy remaining.
It's Rossi. Yeah, he's detained right on top of the spike.
Yeah, he hit the fish in the end. Okay.
Ults
Very nicely
there.
done. This, yeah, this is a great retake though. Big fan of this Omen flash. Hits the top, hits the bottom, hits back a sight, and there's a molly on top of it as well. The util's too good. If you're T1, you're looking at that thinking, well, we get over towards the A side like this for free again. We got to save more util. It's gonna be interesting to see if DFM are gonna actually like fight A side a bit heavier after this as well. So they might start using less util to take site. But they've also got to remember, can't really do it. I mean, it won't look as cleanly without ults.
4v3, yeah, keeping up.
A bit of a breathing, or a seething sigh of relief there.
That resets a lot of these ultimates.
This is, I mean, this is a big round here.
But I doubt it'll be used
3-4, big round.
Okay.
T1 have been winning them at the moment in terms of pistol and the other big buy run that we saw.
So you're not going to have a very far range of angles to choose from. But either way, it's a tough one to clear, especially with the composition you have.
Close enough to hear the drop down. There's a few people over here.
Over here towards mid, but DFM is going just as many eyes on this. On the corner though, headshot in, side player able to find one, wants to try to press in for more, but actually just get baited forward, taken out. May finds the kill. Reveal now across from that neural theft. DFM keeping perfect tabs on these two remaining players from the side of T1.
Carpe's recognizing that Medusa could come out of the pit. It's good, but it doesn't exactly give them a lot more hope for
This is
the
nice
round
from
just
DFM
yet.
though. 1-2 hold and the third person swinging around to get people that are focusing.
Main left open here for the moment, but May starting to back away from Market. Has that trap wire still set up. They have the Cypher cam, so he's now going to look to take that position, but T1's starting to work away from him.
Yeah, they got heavy shut down in middle, and there's like their backup plan.
That area. They got A main, they got B main.
As they couldn't get A, they wanted heavy focus on middle, and they put a lot of focus on middle, so maybe they're going to shift more over towards market, I say, just as they start pinging over towards here. So, but I imagine the pings are for this round. I don't know, they might be talking about it.
What a new look from DFM. Win or lose the map or the match. Just the way they're set up, even this one, right? The pit.
Yeah, they have good setups.
Say, okay, we push them out of B main initially as
they have good
well.
setups. They're like, especially this round, like they're so in control. Ult to force them back over towards middle where they got heavy stacked, and if they do go market, they got info and a person here that can kind of get kills off of it. Like their defensive setups at the moment, especially when we look at Ascent, right there, like their anti-KO was like one of the better ones we've seen. There's a lot of thought to make just every part of it very, very strong.
Needing some more time to get built up.
Okay, that was a big swing round as well. So they do keep a saved. Well, they keep 2 saved guns.
It gets a little iffy sometimes with the cyber cams.
No, I mean it definitely is true. Sometimes I see the pros place these cams and I try to do it. Mike, how the hell did you get that to stick there? Mago's diving forward.
Okay, well they're not getting that one back.
There
goes the Dizzy.
T1 might have to keep tabs on. Could show up in another round. But I like this too. Yeah, what's good about this is you see some teams committing a little too hard to the push out in mid on Sunset, but there's just too many angles for you to cover afterwards. So just putting that pressure, denying that pacing, and then taking it back. You've still got a lot of delay on A. You still have the toxic screen on B. It's a very controlled look from DFM.
Right here.
I'm interested here. The call is to go over towards A. And this is a perfect round to, first of all, because they're eco, second of all, because they saw the retake from earlier. The perfect round to just try and walk in and not use too much util. The big util I want to focus on is the Omen Flash, because if you can Omen Flash them back when they Omen Flash you, then kind of get the advantage. And you stop their initial hit, and then they got nothing as a backup in theory. Oh, okay. Or you exec on them before they exec on you. Lovely Omen Flash back. Yeah, they went for a different play that I would have gone for, but equally fine. Shots.
2 kills.
Oh man, nice round from him. Yeah, saves him on this.
Izu's the absolute undisputed MVP of that round. The paranoia right as the smoke ends.
Yeah, the paranoia was great as well. To give him the first initial kill and then just two solid kills.
And then the double kill to boot with the Sheriff. An excellent setup because May's position outside of that smoke was actually really good. He doesn't hold too close, doesn't want to get surprised. But the paranoia, it's just
both the
as
flashes
a
are
tied
good.
animation to the smoke.
Absolutely fantastic shooting there from Izu.
Yo, who am I?
Tell him, who is he?
This man has lost his identity. He is the unnamed killer. He is Clint Eastwood in Fistful of Dollars.
Oh, great round from Izu. Love to see that confidence coming back up for him because he looked absolutely dejected.
Sunset still has a few things to fix as a map. Honestly, I think the only thing to fix is just B, just the B plant.
Entirely. They've made that game a very entertaining one, but Izu was very quiet compared to his kickoff performance.
Get rid of the B plant. I think we got one of the better maps.
Oh sure, and I mean, you know, let's be real. That was the majority, I think, of Izu's skills so far in the map.
Sure.
You know, that certainly added to it, but still, when you can just
the comp diversity, I mean, it's through the roof. But that always happens with new maps until there's something like a Fnatic comp that dominates.
Nice little 3x.
But it is one of those maps that you notice how, like, these maps where it's open roof, though, open roof just means that so many agents are good. Like, this is one of those maps where it's like name a bad agent on this map. Because even Deadlock is legit on this map. Just one of those. Anything where you have close walls and open roofs, everything's pretty good. ISO, dude, even ISO is good on this map. Like, the double damage in terms of where you can do it. Obviously, like, ISO's not great in general, but in terms of, like, where you could actually get the most angles, like, his double damage is good.
Anthem slide forward. Saya, though, Ready for May. This
Like
time
if you were
around.
ranking all the maps, it's one of ISO's better maps.
Away, avoiding that fragment as Anthem. Yep.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, and this is a great change around from DFM. So you're seeing this kind of duel over towards A. If we think about the A rounds right now, we had T1 using loads of util to get into the round, and then they got retaken, right? To site retake. That was the first round. They have second rounds where they walk close, they break it, and they save all the util and they win. And then now you're having the adjustment from DFM where they fight heavy, and so they're not using enough util. They want to use it for the afterplan, but this time they're fighting on site. So it's good mind games at the moment if we're just focusing on just purely A meta.
Stack a little bit more weight on one side of the map. It's going to be that A side. Once again, the Dizzy prepared to stop the rush. They have a read on this pacing.
There's the overdrive already finding one. Reveal out, relay bolts.
And now we're going back to using a lot of util. Omen flash used, everything used. KO still has another flash as well if he wants.
Two members left standing, just the one now is Net. We'll be able to find
It's so back and forth,
Nice
this one.
transfer at the
Yeah,
end.
nicely done from T1. Okay, fourth round, they go back to just using loads of util.
Side player goes
Mind
and
games.
everybody dies.
Cool.
I mean, a great attempt here from DFM. Obviously, a very hard read given the ultimates that were online or near online at the very least. The overdrive off
They
the
can't win an Antica. Bro, this guy is too good with the too good with the ult. His tracking is unreal.
Makes you great use of that agent.
When he played Overwatch, did he play and I've seen his Widow clips. Did he play like Tracer and stuff as well?
He just continues plus forwarding towards the site. Could be a very different setup on the round there. T1
He did.
securing 6 rounds for themselves here in the half. Back away, avoiding the 0 point, avoiding the recon arrow here on B.
Not that much, but he played it.
Starting to rotate around as noise being made. Fast lane put up. Cyber Cage not really dissuading much of anything here. T1 just the site spreading out, but also moving over in towards market. But he takes a couple shots, and they know that there's going to be at least one player situated there.
Yeah, but the real important part is
They were on top of this lark last time.
Crash into market.
Oh, do they tunnel vision?
The catch, and they
Damn.
finish him off. Showstopper sent. Oh, Execurate dead.
Damn, they're on top of it twice, man. Execurate's gone for this lark over towards B. And both times he gets shut down in this square. And in reaction, they tried to take over towards Boba, and Rossi has to win a 1v3 with 40 HP. He gets 6, not too bad. It was a nice map to watch from everyone, really.
The heads up play to
I liked a lot of the mind games over towards A. I liked a lot of the all-rounds from DFM.
Check just in case there's a lurk. It tiles. Just incredible.
Considering they didn't win pistol and it's a little bit attack-sided, DFM are looking very
You
good.
see side player getting caught by the thrash, and Excurate's just licking his lips, waiting for everyone to run by, and he'll just catch him from behind, but that was not the case.
The eco rounds, yeah, the eco rounds lost them a little bit. But the eco rounds were still good. That's the thing, T1 had nice eco rounds.
As they've now lost all the support from other parts
Also,
of the
when
map, and a tie
Izu's hitting shots like that,
who would've
it's,
thought
there's nothing you can do sometimes.
Nobody. Pretty much. At least not at the start of the day.
Yeah, there's probably one person out there with their pick'ems on VLR.
we could say after the first map.
Sure.
That this was predictable to an extent, but certainly not before the day had begun. This is, I mean, an incredibly improved detonation focus me that we have not seen before, but also a much more disjointed T1.
Well, C9 vs Lev good is very entertaining.
Well, it just seems like DFM. I would say.
I feel like C9 played well, and I feel like Lev messed up a
that's
little
what I
bit.
would say. I actually think overall, even on Lotus,
I don't know if they need to be as adventurous with their comps, considering the skill of their team.
It's just the execution.
But also, they could have won it, and it was just down to micro mistakes. So, should I even be talking about the comps? Probably not.
Now we go into the second half, 6-6. T1 in the lead by 1 round in regards to pistol wins. DFM tie that up to take the lead for themselves once again.
Saya's got that frenzy on
Okay,
the half armor.
pistol obviously for this. I've lost track of pistols in the map itself, in the match itself. And this is the classic. Flash goes in, little slide from the neon.
The relay bolt.
Not even a slide needed.
To stop at the wall a little bit due to the dizzy.
And yeah, they at least got info they're pushing here, and you hear the flash as well. So a lot of util committed. They're going to take that as a big win. Later, we might see them push back over towards A. We'll see. Maybe not on the pistol, though.
The one way, yet again, is Garbe just Then some shots at each other.
Okay, they break the trip.
I mean, they have all the information, right? They even tagged Neth over on B main. They know that the initial idea
Does
was
he
a
really
pinch
want
onto
to
B.
swing top mid with a frenzy? Probably not.
Quite far
Excret
forward.
pushes down middle.
Though, right? Make the noise and then
Oh man,
send it
this
back
might be the
just so
round
they're
winning play.
committed. Now you've controlled so much
A
more
lot of it
space
relies on this.
for T1.
Does May even consider this? Oh my god, he goes early.
Make sure. Oh,
Oh, he goes early. He tried to make the big winning play.
He does get knocked down to 70, but
Guy's been not having the best luck on his larks.
around here from Neth.
Dead twice at middle.
Into B.
Got one in the 4v1.
Quite find the kill. Rossi trying to jump, trying to get in on top of him so he can utilize those right clicks, but just can't gap close fast enough.
30 seconds left.
Nice recon.
Ready to come through. Anthem still just tucked around the corner. The real reveal coming in. He eats quite a bit of damage there, but
Yeah,
still
nicely
gonna be
done.
alive. Suddenly side player at last one
Also,
standing,
good
clears
sign
the
for
dizzy.
DFM moving forwards
has
into
so
this
many
half.
bullets
I
up
see
in
an
the
early
frenzy,
plant
and
over
eventually
towards
will be
stairs and
hounded down
multiple
E.
people
Flawless
booking it over
pistol round
towards
as
B main.
DFM. They make it
So
3
maybe
and
they
3
want to
pistols
abuse
now,
the fact of the
7 and
broken
6
plant towards
on the
B.
map.
1-1 for pistols, and just watching that alone, you gotta start thinking that this might be the one. I don't know. It's gonna be close.
With the tendencies of T1 that they will want
And I
to
also
take
like the fact that they
over
were
that
very
area
passive
once
with
again.
how
They
they
will wanna
held
lead the
this.
aggressive lurks. They
Right,
have
it looks
so
like
much
they've
faith
looked
in
at a
their
lot
own
of
aim,
how heretics
and
like
they're
to
just
play
always
this.
waiting one
And
extra
if
step.
we see them
T1,
play
they
like
just
passive
got
back
off of a
here
game
at
with
the
P4X.
beginning,
They're not used to this slow tempo from DFM.
yeah, the slow tempo is gonna work well.
It's been slow all the time. I mean, it's been really good poking and prodding here from DFM, knowing when they can and need to ramp things up.
Camera, flash,
push,
swing,
to main,
camera
eventually
spots.
coming
Here
through.
comes the flash, and we
out
had
hard.
someone waiting
Able to find
anti-flash, so very nice again on top of this fully.
Get a parting
Dude, they're
kill
they're
there,
drilled though.
has been weak
Like
and
they
significant.
really, I mean, again in kickoff I feel like they looked
saved them
alright.
off, but the A site is
It didn't
completely
look too
opened up.
bad, but they've been using their time well. It was never like this good.
Still, I mean, look at this, right?
Like, they're not making many mistakes.
There is an aggressive push out of Tiles.
Maybe some,
That's the
I
area
mean,
they don't have
they are,
control
but
over.
not too many
So
like
again,
costly ones.
a much more
Or like really
thorough
small
DFM.
minor ones.
I like that you mentioned it's not just slow. It's been a lot of controlling. I mean, DFM is causing so many forced errors on the side of T1 throughout this best of 3, and once again, it looks like they're going to be a step ahead, clearing things out step by step on A.
Slow and methodical all the same. As we can tell, no threats whatsoever on this side of the map, but if I'm not taking any chances
30
with
seconds
the enemy
left.
team having just pistols in hand. So plant now coming down. See what the call is going to be here for T1. Gather up in a spike explosion party, or if they actually want to try to take some weapons
Yeah,
out of the
I think that
hands.
sums it up well.
Risk
Matito.
giving over some crucial ult
Give them
charge
some
here
time.
to their opponents. Trap wire set up though. Will alert
Who can
at least the
who can
presence of
stack a
one
little bit?
on this side of the map.
Race.
Looks like they'll just try to wait
Best
for the
HP
exits,
for
and
it.
if it doesn't come through, go the other side.
Where are they gonna save?
See how well aware DFM might be of this, as they're not seeing any inkling. So they should know that it's going to be a delayed wait, one side or another. It's going to be contact.
Coming through.
They're cautious of it though. Medusa seems a little
When
wary
the
of it.
flash goes in,
paranoia
only
and
hits the neon, I
spotted one.
think. Might have hero
How far
six.
do they actually push into this one? Well, Saya, that's far enough to get all the kills.
I'm
As
very
close
on
as
top
the
of this
answer.
one.
Well, the other smart thing is they purposely placed far forward.
Yeah, to
on
not
the
get hit
site
by
as
the
well.
spike.
So worst case, they
Yeah,
could have just
that-
held there, made
I'm
sure that
telling
the
you,
peaks
man.
don't come through. It's very well thought out from DFM.
It really is.
Getting maximum value, maximum punishment.
Okay,
here
bonus
against
round,
C1.
and it's not.
Starts
Okay.
yeah, with that.
Bonus round is not bad at all. What was it? Three rifles, one dinger.
See, still all business here for the side of DFM, wanting to save any kind of real celebrations for
Oh,
the end
4
after
rifles.
they confirmed a victory for themselves. T1 though, still in a decent position, but need to win out here in this round.
And yeah, just
Stop
you
that
see how they're
bonus
playing.
version
Like
coming through.
they understand the comp that they're playing against. Just far back, slow play, and they don't want to get caught off by these flash early plays that kind of allow the neon to fool everyone in early map control.
B. Always a bit of a pain to push into B main to counter that post plant. See if they eventually push back out.
They
for
go
that
over towards
contact.
B, and with the information that they kind of saw, that had someone spamming their gun,
The fragment out.
they might think it's
the back,
fight the
Ned's still here,
site and
though.
retake the site. I could definitely see them walk contact over towards A instead of
But
execing here.
here's the thing: is you don't know, was that used to exit or was that used to re-enter? I mean, that is really
They exit.
kind of the 0-point checks for it.
Nicely done. Omen flash close as well. This guy in sight has to kill too.
Of the paranoia, finds the kill. Izu now trying to hold, doesn't see that gun barrel, it's just an inch away, swing out.
Damn.
Can't quite steady the aim. Rusa gets the headshot. The
Smoke,
now
Molly,
planted by the
Molly.
wingman.
They can't retake this.
Two players down, T1.
Holy hell,
The
they're
call is
saving.
Just gonna have to be to save.
Well, you have
Wait,
to, because here's the
they're
thing, Saya was on
saving,
the hunt
and
for death, but
everyone's
eventually
about
he
to
has
reach
run into a
6K.
tripwire, and he can't get past out without notifying him.
Like even this,
I just excellently
you would argue
played
shouldn't even be
from
an armory
DFM.
buy.
Like
They
you
probably
said,
will because their
pushing
money's
and
low.
pulling across the entire map, forcing T1's hand, knowing that they will
Oh
always
my
want
god,
to
this is
re-clear.
huge. This is huge, dude. 9-6.
Like, how does this happen?
What are these two going to be buying as well?
Not like this.
2-9 loss
I'm
bonus.
not
They
even,
can
like,
get something
dumbfounded by the
decent.
situation or by the opponent, just the improvement and the
Well,
growth.
yes, exactly. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing: is that
they're playing mind games with him.
Exactly. I would have expected, listen, if they looked relatively clean in their own set plays and they were covering for each other, things like that, or maybe the aim overall improved a little bit, that alone
Yeah,
would have
this
actually
timeout
made
has
me
to
quite
come in
happy
early
to see
because
the
if they
improvements
don't
from
win
DFM,
this
just
round,
because I'm not trying to say that
it's
they look so
really,
horrendous or anything,
it's
but they
really
just
in a
look so
bad
messy
situation.
overall that you didn't even
Like
know
a
where
very,
to start
very bad
with the previous
situation.
iterations. And then at kickoff, you thought it looked okay against CRX, and then it was really scrappy again versus Team Secret. But now, it's the mechanics.
Is Sideshow still here?
Because
I feel like I would be worried, man. You are? Dude, I would be worried. They look legit, bro.
This is, yeah, absolutely astounding here from the side of DFM. We're just 4 rounds away from closing out a series over T1.
Wait,
So
and
a
Bren.
lot of us, I mean, have been to be one of the top squads at the end of stage 1.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think that's fair enough.
T1 as one of the most likely to go to Shanghai as well, just given how they looked at kickoff. And I would argue, even after the game against PaperX, people were still rating T1 quite highly. It's just that, okay, PaperX continues to reign supreme. But today, it's not the case.
All right.
And I just wanted to give a quick shout
So
out to the
much
coaches as well.
is on
Obviously,
this
Autumn has
round.
been doing
So much.
wonders
It's not
trying
too...
to work
Okay, so
these
they low buy.
very diverse variations
It's
of
not
the
as
T1
bad as
squad,
I
but
thought. I thought that we were going to
still,
force into this one. It's a low buy. They can get a full buy next. So it's
especially
just
in terms of
3
career,
guns.
definitely the youngest career,
The
as
issue
he
is
most recently a
DFM's
player
money is incredibly good. And when T1 eventually win a round, they need to make sure it's 2 in a row, else the reset is game over.
More aggressive, takes some forward space here, but everyone from DFM says, have it.
Yeah.
We'll wait over here.
I mean, what a read off.
This is a good. This is good from T1, right? So DFM, we talked about them just starting in these boxes. The T1 at the beginning, instead of playing passive, they're starting to take map control and get earlier information, make them use the util of the singular gecko. Like taking map control should be hard. You got like these 2 guys. That's it. Well, these 3. Break. Oh, okay, did break the trip. Yeah. Lost 2 bullets at the end, broke it here. This is what I was talking about in terms of getting early info. They get the early info so they can pivot the rotate over, which is not happening right now.
Still not calling for reinforcements.
Yeah, once they get pushed off now, then the rotate goes in.
Man cleared.
Right?
Slowly back out entirely all the way to market. That's the nearest reinforcement he has.
There's no rotate. Knife goes in, cross map knife. That's very nice. Hits 2. And with that, they believe. I mean, even I believe that a rotate should have come in, so I can't blame DFM for this. 3-person stack with the early camera. Oh man. T1 would do well to lose this round.
They get a couple members tagged now. They decide that they want to try to push A. Izu, he's got a sheriff in hand. Rossi shutting down May on the approach. Jump forward there into the cyber cage. Rossi trying to stay alive, but eventually will be found there as Neth goes fishing. 2 HP. He somehow finds another 10 seconds remaining. And Izu looks the shot.
Hey, nicely done. Big round. Picks up the gun at middle. Gets the good timing. 10 seconds for them to get over towards sight and clear. And yeah, they can't have someone watching this.
Absolute heroics from Izu, because like you said, sure, T1's cautiousness.
Okay, big round, and the good news for them is the money's in a better spot because they were saving for the next round anyway.
I mean, Neth being able to get another one there, huge, but Izu.
Yeah. And just shout out to just the not over rotating here as well. Like the knife cross map. This was sick. the fact that it hit 2 and forced them away, and even before then, right, just they were so confident they were going to pivot back towards A here. It's a very good timeout from T1.
Oh, they're trying to push him out.
And the save that got a little bit risky pays off here. This is low if they do get reset.
Players here from DFM.
So
DFM just go their separate ways.
Off of that previous round, what they'll have to recognize is, okay, just our typical fakes, right, and then leaving the Cypher, things like that, was red in the previous round. The setup up to it was good, though, so curious to see if they're able to identify that in the server, as it's much easier to tell when you're seeing the entire minimap.
They reactively, okay, so no A control, and then when you have no A control, you have to take one of these, and they go for market. T1 were prioritizing top mid, DFM go for market. Omen Flash is nice.
Looks like DFM though still spinning in here towards this B
Omen
side.
Flash misses the mark there a little bit.
A bit further behind them though, doesn't get the catch.
Not the good plant with the after plant, that's a great recon.
Firing into the corner there.
2, 3, bro got 3.
Suddenly Rossi
Oh, he got 3. No way, I was shocked that he got 2. Okay, and that right there is the money reset. But the money's still good to buy. Sayo's going to struggle. Izu's going to struggle also.
You
Do
can
they
tell
buy?
T1, they're starting to
They
make
should
some
buy.
errors, right? Excurid kind of played by his own cyber cage there, thinking that he had the angle, wasn't quite aware of what the setup was himself.
Bro, give me this replay. I did get 3.
That kill early, things would have been a little different. Spike doesn't go down as fast either.
A replay?
Now it's just going to be another
Okay,
stack.
well, maybe later. Envision it. Okay, chat, we need to we've got to really build up this round, by the way. 2, Jesus, that's huge. 2-4. 2-4 loss bonus, right, on top of these, especially the hundreds, and not really be buying with that one. That means it will probably be 12-7 if they get this round. They get Razor, Fish ult. Like, this is the big round they need to use these into, and they have 2 of them. And on the side of T1, they got no ults.
He's been poking and prodding over towards A, hasn't really seen much
That's
of
a lie.
anything
They got
yet.
1 ult, but it's situational.
It's like DFM,
This is that's a lovely recon for when they run
a little
out.
bit more comfort.
I think it would only
more
get past this mark,
reassurance,
though, but
they
it's
will
still very
explore
nice.
some other parts of the map here first before really settling on where they want this spike to rest.
And the call from DFM is to group over towards A, and as we can see, it is a full retake. Are they going to walk or are they going to exec? Because if they save some of this util,
Here from DFM once again, round after round, putting
okay,
this on display.
they exec.
Just upper now at the ready. Nobody
Yeah, and
on
someone's
site.
got to shoot this.
Just looking to clear out this trap wire.
Yeah, they're going to clear sight, but big win for T1 in terms of both of the ults out of them, just from a site that they were giving up anyway. We've got Flash, Omen, Recon. We've got a lot. Okay, Omen, Flash, Recon, double Flash.
Has the ult, needs to try to get over to a corpse and maybe invest
There
that
goes the
one.
double Flash.
Spot out as they start pushing forward. Relay bolts helping to get the stuns.
Bro, Recon was sick.
Guns down
Recon was
3,
sick,
Izu.
man. Where did the Recon go? I was looking here instead of the minimap. Very nicely done. What a big round for T1. What a good call as well. Yeah, and DFM just using the ults to an empty site.
Like Recon coming in from Carpe just gets all the tags, and quite frankly, the Recon was really good in the previous round as well. So the Silva very well prepared. They're able to just tie
look
them
at
up.
this
The paranoia,
Recon.
the relay bolts, the fast lane, everything. Make sure that DFM denied all the vision. Meanwhile, you get to see him through all that utility.
And good news is they kept a lot of people alive.
Hunter's Fury online here for
Yeah, there's some good Sova stuff here. I really like this one that was set up over towards B as well.
I was going to mention that I liked that they sent both ults on that entry because they wanted to get one step closer to the match point. But now they'll need to take a little bit more time.
Oh, Izu. Crisp shot, finds one. Hunter's Fury fishing as Izu will be able to get Anthem, and Rossi cleans up two. Saya
Very good, nice and
Solid
clean.
aggression coming out of
Timeout,
T1,
do you reckon,
and
for
now they're back within
DFM?
touching
Feels like
distance
it's
of
slipping
DFM.
away a little bit. They're still ahead.
10 to 9.
And that round is the VOD review rounds.
Cash continues to get
They even didn't
whittled away at.
it even wasn't that bad from DFM. It's just the fact
Good
that they
switch
were
up from
playing.
T1. Instead of trying to meet DFM
Offsite.
on the wings of the map, they decide to split them up entirely. A hard commitment. And also, I mean, credit to Izu, regaining his confidence a lot with 2 of those heroic plays.
Yeah, some
Goes
some
to the
lovely,
beach,
lovely
finds
shots
time
hit
for
on
his
this one.
teammates to set up cover, so he just has to focus on tiles. Now it's going to be an A setup for the Cypher for just delay. But everyone
T1's money is so good right now.
From Rossi has been
Done a
the bane of
complete
DFM
180.
as the rounds have been adding on to each other.
There's 2 rounds back to back with 4 people surviving.
Cam in mid.
Triple stack here on the B side. Take one away from that Thrash now is Anthem. Now DFM again just trying to play around with the map movements a little bit more. Switch tap, doors shut there.
Yeah, and they do have a KO ult that would cancel this, but we're not going to see official until next round, you would imagine. And we haven't seen DFM try and go towards mid too much. The wall does create a lot of pressure if they do it. It blocks this, and as we can see, same as before from T1, fight this, retake this. Recon goes over towards B main. Knife goes in towards middle, hits nothing B main, hits nothing on middle. Heavy rotate coming in, and the Cypher has so much info that they can fight heavy and they can just get onto the site. Cypher needs to... Careful, bro. He was so confident his teammate had his back there. It felt like the comms were a bit off.
Flash sent in, drone on the hunt, Saya here, backside, able to find one.
The massive 3-on-3.
Oh, the fast push.
Oh god, they're sending it. Keep an eye on the time, 5 seconds.
Has the covering fire, takes him down, Death on for the ace, no! Felled in the very last moment, Spike planted. That's in a bad spot. Doctor there under the corner.
Holy hell, okay, big round. Dude, what a round from Neff, by the way. My goodness, gets 4.
I can't believe Cess just stands there through all of that. I mean, Carpe, you could tell he was wondering, well, surely you push out at some point, and Cess says no.
This was...
I mean, what a...
Neff bailing them out.
Yes.
Oh.
Nice! And Cess just finishing the job that Neff had started for
Last
him.
timeout for T1.
Second one called by T1. As they are in dire straits back.
Excurate, please.
Here in a corner. DFM a 2-round lead.
Curious to see what the adjustments are, because it's just been a back and forth on the Sunset. See Neth's hands shaking a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, I can, especially with a big round though, like big round on stage in one of your biggest games, you get a 4K, the adrenaline is flowing. The timeout might help him chill out a little bit, honestly. It might work out well for him.
Get the finish line too early, but you are only mere steps away from it. It's been 682 days since the DFM banner has lifted a victory at all, and that was back in Challenge
Plat chat
10
today, bro, we should just watch this back. We should just, the whole Plat chat episode should just be this,
who was
man.
on that team? Was HSK, was a player on that
Just the whole 3-hour VOD review of
to
everyone.
DFM and
the organization. It's been a glow-up year for both of them.
Yes, that is for sure.
You know what, they're separate ways and both are doing just fine.
Wait, that's nice.
Wow.
Dude, some of the Sova stuff, pretty cool.
Can they take the second to last step?
This is the thing when I watch it, it's like,
once more,
it's the same as Ascent, right? It's like, man,
in play.
T1 are doing, like, T1 have good stuff and they're doing good stuff.
Well, but for now, DFM not
I think that's the most surprising thing about it. It's just very high level. It's really cool.
If they have a very strong idea that Zaya is going to be using that off, because so far he has not been bringing
Definitely some mess ups. Don't get me wrong. I remember the round before. Oh my god. 10s.
Forward doesn't go too deep in. There's the wingman, but
not as impressive as 10s, but I preferred it.
So now they have to work their way forward.
Oh,
hold
up.
Anthem taken down.
Now Anthem was ready for that though, right? Recognizing that that's the best spot.
Okay, all just to pick up the spike.
I mean, it's a fast recovery before they can swarm on it. I don't mind it at all.
Market door now shut. They've drawn the rotation, and well, now they certainly do know about it.
Yeah.
Saya.
I know this is in play.
Nice.
Yeah, I think.
Looks like,
wait, where's the money? I'm looking at the wrong team. Even I'm getting too excited.
Looks like they are just going to make the call.
Okay, I think this is fine with the money. T1, it's a big win for them.
Go into T1's hands.
It's a big win.
Not much you can do about it.
10 seconds
Don't have
left.
to worry about money anymore.
Really gonna greed for anything. Sure, if you thought you had a great idea on how to take down the operator, that was an option, but it's already way far back. Never really got close to touching it. But now that they know, what's the adjustment from DFM? They have the information now to try to keep that lead.
Still 2 away.
Oh, the back-to-back.
From that pit. Could have come in here for Medusa, but timeout called. Once again now. That's going to be all of them burned.
Oh, this is, I mean, it's an interesting timeout, right? Immediately after that,
Eats, hello, mate.
gives T1 a
How we
chance to
doing?
add in some adjustments to what they just saw. And
This
what they
game's an
just
absolute
did.
banger, by the way.
And the question
Got
on
some
both sides is going to be,
video
again,
potential.
what's the answer? What's the question and answer when it comes to that operator? T1 could use that to their advantage. Try to run DFM into a trap. You still got that overdrive as well, and that was part of the idea there, is that they had a bit of a heavier stack elsewhere with the op. You had Izu just making sure he gets rid of the spike plant on B, and then you had the overdrive, worst comes to worst, where you can push out into B main to disrupt that post plant.
Was Ascent even better? Better to watch from just like a macro standpoint, yeah. Like that.
The last contributions
This
of
in
the
Ascent, this
coaches
map in
unless this
Ascent
ends
has
up
been
going to
really good.
overtime. Now settled. All come down to the execution of the players. Overdrive, the neural theft, all still there. Thrash online for Anthem. DFM.
Okay, DFM, what change up?
now, everybody
Because you would think if
stacked
you were a
up.
coach watching this, the most obvious call is B mid pressure and then walk A and just break the trips and stable your util. E1 of a lot of map control again, doing what was working before in terms of being given free space, so taking
Gotta wonder if T1's going to slow things down a little bit.
Holy, that was costly.
Make some connections there on the Izu. He's down to 42 now. Not the kill that they would have definitely preferred to have had, but could still benefit from that damage later on in the round.
Now T1 has a bit of a crafty adjustment where it's not the operator that they planted in B main.
It's over into Xgrid's hands here as he just watching this back alley and has been spotted. They noticed the gun in his hands is the question, but either way, that Thrash is not recoverable for the time being.
Yeah, the idea is always to go
The
back
util
to
is just
B
getting
right now, but Medusa has to stay alive and
Ascent. But
sell
honestly,
this
if this
quite
person,
hard on
yeah,
A.
they think they're gonna go pick it up.
down eventually
There's now
because you have
3
mid
people
control.
here. The pressure of this being down,
All coming back up.
the question marks being created
checked
over
out,
towards
Izu.
side.
Sad back over by
They're
Boba.
going for a 4-1 split though, and this camera behind them is seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, so they know
Towards
about
B.
numbers.
Relay bolts being sent. Mage tucks into the corner. Protected for now. As there's Xgrid strikes.
Big
finds
kill.
one. Side player
20
taken down.
seconds. This guy on
Neural
site.
theft
Omen ult goes in. Does he stick it? Oh my god, he heard it and he waited. Wingman with the slap.
Still here on site.
15 seconds.
Spike barely can get planted.
Massive 2-on-2. Oh my goodness.
A way to try to take him down. Poison Orb to try to escort him out. And Carpe on the flank.
1 kill and he gets
comes up
ult.
with the kill, and now it is all on Medusa.
He's got spotted. The drone knows.
Been able to get the dart in onto him, but Xgrid re-swings with the op. With that
Big
defuse,
rounds,
he
man.
won. They tie us up 11
Yeah,
to 11.
where are we? Two in a row that they lose, right? 2 full loss bonus? Is this right? I can't even remember what the score was. It was 11-9,
so much
2-4.
time that no matter where they went, they just had to rely on the pinch of the numbers to be
I'm not
in their
even sure about
advantage,
that.
which technically they were, but Medusa really wanting to play a bit slower
Okay,
to
good
take
shots.
over elbow, trusting that the death ball would do the work, and looks like the last thing they didn't account for was the relay bolt, right? That slows him down entirely on that entry from top mid.
Go away from a Razor.
Thumbed him up now.
Op still in
Time, who
play.
can take the lead.
Yeah, just free
One on
map
the
control
piece.
once again.
Have to be able to get into a position to actually utilize the pin.
This is nice though. The Cypher Cage is really good. We've got to think about that, right? Cypher Cage goes in, and although they've created pressure close, because the Cypher Cage is here, you hear if they push through.
Yeah,
You know that they're only in the normal back bit of B main.
Not been aggressing as much.
So
So
I
they
like the
basically
instant cage here.
forced
It like
the DFM
reduces
to
the amount of
unconsciously
potential of
waste
where
a
they
lot
could have
of time.
taken.
Because normally, DFM's waiting because they're like, well, T1 surely re-peaks this again. They usually come out to clear this area
They've been on top of this
again.
as well in terms of
And
the
it
trip
hasn't
over
happened
towards
happening
middle,
since
just
the
gets shot all the
timeouts.
time.
It's on them to have to regain control
One of
the
the
map.
better teams that I've seen of just playing against the Cypher and just constantly shooting down the line here of where Cypher Trip might be. And they do that all the time. They haven't had to actually go middle. It's the fact that they do this and there's the wall here that blocks off vision.
Start working their way forward. Still.
And honestly, Izu is doing an insane job of just holding this on his own, but he is calling that someone might have timed here.
Side player going to be spotted. Seeing the neon. Seeing that off, they should know that it's still going to be in the hands
They might
of
try
Extra.
walk contact. This is a really good change-up from T1, because in the timeout they might have talked about walk
site.
contacting to break the trips and get over to site and util, but now they have an op here.
Surely they're trying to go for a double to try to take this out.
Poison Orb blooms. He tries to go for the timing shot. It's going to be a little bit too early, but no.
The bait in is incredible.
Smoke now goes down.
Does get traded. That's a huge ult. Omen TP's away. Man, Omen's making a play.
Doesn't know where it went.
Smoke. Does he check the smoke? He does!
Izu going to be taken down. 3 kills there for May.
Oh, man. 2v3. They got a recon. Recons have been good so far.
And he's up close.
Doesn't get a scan off. It finds out where one is, though.
Neth able to shut it down. Carpe now. The IGL needing to do everything. Try to gain the lead to take this up the match point.
Oh, the smoke is
into the smoke.
Okay.
Good sense. Gets the headshot there. Takes out May.
Trying to get a reaction.
So much more. Yeah, just trying to get anything he possibly
Okay, nicely
can,
done. One chance.
DFM.
One
Now
chance.
up to match point.
Already an incredible feat by DFM. And this isn't a slight on their past history, but the fact that also T1, again, one of the most exciting teams, prospects to be looking forward to in 2024 Pacific. And the fact that they've guaranteed at least overtime on map 3, a map that they have not shown. Incredible endurance, incredible preparation. And once again, it's May with some heroic mechanics.
Crucially here, though, T1. Plenty of cash to try to go for the buy.
Rush.
Little bit of a
the change of pace.
Paint Shell clears out one of the trap wires. Main out, just diving in, up over top of the cyber cage. Good for the reveal. Carpe trying to go ADS in, that pick off.
Not the best plant, but the okay, that's why they plant against this wall, because the Viper all reaches and they have a oh man.
Does this allow for the flank all the way around from Neth?
For the reveals now.
Gonna be an absolute spam fest, and the Viper is in a cubby where he can keep the ult up.
Straight damage that he could get. So far, not much gonna be found. Sessa dropped. Izu coming up with a kill. Beams still going across the dragon from Neth. Finds himself 2 kills. It's all on Saya player. He's got an op in hand. No more ult charge. Sends out the shot. Swinging a ring around the
Holy hell, they actually did it. They actually did it. And it was very impressive, man. Very impressive.
Finally rewarded.
Dude, what a best of 3 this was.
Find their first victory in VCT Pacific against none other than T1.
T1 as well.
Absolute miraculous showing from this squad of DFM.
Holy.
I mean, you just saw how happy they were at kickoff to just even win rounds and to take that time off, come absolutely prepared. Not a single win in VCT Pacific. It's
actually so on.
Stopping them from
it's so on.
Finally, a spark of green and perhaps a start to a new era of Japanese
for sure a start. They look
Fans
sick.
in tears, and understandably, they have waited longer than these players. These are the ones who,
Damn,
aside
their
from
first
Anthem,
win.
came into this team inheriting what was, again, a crumbled empire.
I mean,
ruins. A 0-9 record last season. No wins in kickoff. But this squad
Dude, that was in
here,
style
rebuild,
as well. That was sick to
the
watch.
change in coaching staff
Can't
across
believe
the
it.
board, this team,
I'm in disbelief.
it looks like a team, a detonation that you can at long last believe in.
Absolutely, you should believe in them. The faith should remain. And you now see, I also want to give props to the fact that they were able to hold on to their emotions until the win
Dude, the
was finally
change up
across the
chat.
finish line.
The call at the
These
end
guys have been waiting
to
for
go
so long,
fast
and you
B,
mentioned it. It almost
and they
felt
have the ult for it
unfair
as
the
well.
majority of this
Like
roster
they've been
to
playing
inherit
slow
that
the
record
whole
and try to
time.
overcome it, but now they've done it.
They absolutely have. Like we said, controlling the emotions during the game, being happy, being cheerful, but not allowing themselves to get ahead of themselves. But now
Legends,
that
man.
it's done,
Legends.
dusted, you can see the emotions.
Which
They
map
are
do I think
coming
was
through
better?
well.
I mean, Ascent was
We're gonna go
better
ahead and
in
hand this
terms
over
of
to the
like.
analyst desk. 3 individuals
Ascent was
that
better in terms of
absolutely
what was better from
pay up
DFM.
and buy the DFM bundle.
And we will
Like
buy
both of
that
them were
bundle
incredible
because
maps
they
to
have
watch.
done it. Their first victory in VCT Pacific ever. DFM victorious against T1. Is this gonna be a new era for Valorant, gentlemen?
I don't know if it's a new era yet, but it's definitely a new evolution for DFM. Detonation Focus Me. I mean, these guys, they've worked so hard. It just shows like if you don't.
Oh, the
give
double
up
slide
and you
tech
just
was
keep
nice
working
there.
At it, certainly at some point, sometime. Everything will line up and you'll have a total eclipse. And
Bro, Plat Chat today is gonna be so funny. Plat Chat today is gonna be
It's
so
incredible
funny,
to
man.
see the emotion on the stage, the way that they played today. It's so heartwarming that after such a long road, after such a forgettable 2023, that coming into stage 1, they get a win. There's just no other way to describe it. It's just amazing.
Their win was against T1 too.
Man, who would have thought this was the game of the week?
Over the last year and a half.
That's sick.
This is the same team that qualified.
Where's Sideshow? He's awfully quiet.
This year, highly
He's awfully
ranked
quiet right now. I
amongst all
haven't
the
seen any
talents
message from him.
coming in here, defeating them on Sunset.
Yeah, and it's not just that. Like, I mean, I feel like the whole story, first of all, them winning that first map, that was already really impressive. And then, of course, Lotus, but then now Sunset. I mean, the fact that it scores 13-11.
Look, we gotta give it up.
Oh my God.
We gotta just celebrate. Let's go!
You gotta buy the bundle!
Oh my God, Miguel!
We're stretching
Oh
the
my, we're
set.
so happy for you! Dr. happy for you. We're all happy for you. Congratulations, DFM. It's been a long damn time. And about time.
Hell yeah. And I mean, what a showing from May. Just absolutely insane top to bottom today. I mean, I knew he was really good. But this is like
timing.
He is
2.5 hours
really
from
stepped
now.
up, along with the rest of the team, especially on Sunset. Like, everybody was really even in the score lines there. Just so exciting. So exciting.
It's really awesome. I mean, so many multi-kills, so many moments where he's definitely
what a-
opening things up and
what a
creating a
map.
lot of space for team. I mean, no discredit to T1. Sideplayer was pretty impressive.
What a
with Neon.
couple
I
of
mean, this is
maps.
a very
Again,
interesting
guys, if
competition.
anyone
They've
here
got
missed Ascent
Carpe
as well,
with the
go watch
recons,
Ascent. It
the
was
way
just
they
as
were
good as
playing
this
off
one.
the smokes.
They
But
were both
sometimes,
unreal
you know,
maps.
towards the end of it, just again, things kind of falling apart.
Uh-oh, sorry. The Korean casters are really happy too. I can see them backstage.
I was nerding out.
over there. We're all
I imagine
honestly,
FNS was streaming it. I imagine he was nerding out because it was really
We're
cool.
just so happy for DFM. T1, you're right, had some. That neon pick was really
No, this
interesting.
is the
I
thing,
think
Manus.
that's worth
T1 played
exploring,
good.
for them
That's
to
what
continue
makes
to
this
explore. I just
mental.
think,
That's what makes
no,
this whole
DFM,
thing
they earned their
mental.
win today.
Is T1 played good. Ascent, T1 played very good. Here, they played good. They messed up a little bit, but so did DFM as well. That's the thing.
If there's gonna be
It's
that
not like this
paranoia
is like
towards
a
the bell
fraudulent
from
win
Mizu
by
and
any
then
case. Like
hear
T1
that
played
Sideplayer
good,
Neon
in my
going off,
opinion.
they instantly back off
Like
and they
it,
just
on
set
Ascent,
themselves and
DFM
they
would have
keep
beaten
their
most teams
ultimates
first time
for
showing
the
that comp.
retake. Anthem leading the charge with a lot of these calls. And of course, the entire team just kind of getting
I
kills.
would
I'm
be
actually
tempted to say like
surprised Neth is
every
the one
team,
with the kill
honestly,
lead
first
on
time
this
playing that
map.
comp, it was really cool what they had.
I mean, he really stepped up here today on this Cypher.
Wait, FNS's internet died?
Today, but
No,
like
he missed this map?
So to see Net like come in and have to roll swap a little bit, be able to perform like this is really excellent. I think another thing that I'm overall today for T1 is we saw two very different comp looks from them on a couple different maps that didn't work out. On Ascent, you know, obviously I think they're trying to get
man.
Rossi more comfortable on things not Viper. And
Bro, this felt like
probably is a
history, man.
Okay,
It felt
opportunity to
like
try that. I
history.
get that.
It was a sick
but
moment,
these
dude. I'm
comps
actually feel like
didn't seem to
this
really
is
work
one of the
out.
most I got
They
into
went away from
games.
their comfort picks when they went away from what had been working for them a little bit in kickoff. Doesn't seem like it's quite there yet as well. And credit to DFM, they're able to exploit that, and maybe not even expected that themselves.
It was the
maybe not what
sacrifice
they
you had to
prepped for,
make.
and they're still able to best it.
Yeah, just some of these moments really. DFM just pulling things out, and May, Cess, Neth even just chiming in. Everyone has been, you know, really making sure that they can try to
Bro.
get that win, and now they've
G's out here, dude.
finally done it.
The Omega Group buff. You know, a lot of teams thought it was going to be DFM letting down the Omega group, and it absolutely was not.
Yeah,
They
it's really good
earned
for the.
their
I mean,
first
it's sick for the Japanese scene.
championship points
Deta looked a
today
lot better,
on week
and
one
DFM
of
looked
stage
like
one.
really good.
Now, Alpha Group did get their own with Gen.G winning.
At least very good on
2-0
two
today.
maps. Lotus
So
is.
that,
I mean,
they
T1's
finally have
Lotus
their
is still
first,
impressive. So I
championship
don't know what
point
to think
today,
about Lotus
adding
still,
on to
but
a total for 4 for Gen.G.
that's cool, man. That's
Obviously,
a lot
they
of
start
hope
off
for that
with 3
region.
after winning kickoff. And this will continue on. They have 3 more weeks to try to get as many match points as possible.
Mega Group built different. That's all. That's just what I'm looking at. I mean,
I predicted
what
G
a-
would be
what a
the
showing, but
at the
everybody
bottom,
playing really, really good
but I still
there,
had
and,
DFM as 10,
on the
right?
other
I would
side,
I would be cranking
still
this
plenty of
way
time
up.
to bounce back. Don't get
Like
too
we
beat up
still
about it.
even
I really hope
even
that
I
that's
still
something that a
underestimate
lot
them
of these
heavy.
teams that had a rough week.
They
for
did
Alpha,
so much
were
prep,
able to
man.
kind of go in, reset,
They
come
they
back
got
next
some
week with a few extra days off.
they got
get
some
back into
gems
the
in
thick
their
of
team.
things. Certainly this
They
is
really do.
nowhere near over, especially
My
in Alpha Group. It's
probably
actually wide
coaching
open now.
staff,
Like, that's
maybe
kind of
like
good news here in a
maybe
way.
some of the
It's
players
like,
committing a lot of
look,
ideas
if
as
you're
well.
Other than Gen.G, like that spot potentially to get into playoffs still very wide open.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. The competition is not too fierce right now. And this is a good opportunity for any one of these teams to step up and, take at least that second slot.
There's always that ebb and flow. I mean, I'm just
Okay,
gonna
what
wonder,
is
are we
next?
talking like we are
This is
even
good. I
a
wanted to
bigger
see
group?
this. Gen.G against Paper X, absolute banger.
We are
T1
every
DRX,
group.
holy hell, that's a sick
We
day.
are VCT
That is a
quack.
stack
That's
day.
exactly it.
Then
But yeah,
Team
you're
Secret
absolutely right,
Zeta,
because,
that's pretty
although
good.
This was a bit of a loss
RRQ
for
should
T1,
be fine
there
here.
are still so many chances for them to come back, and the fact that it's so
this will be
open
interesting.
for anyone to take that lead to
Damn,
make it to
poor
playoffs.
guys, man. They got to play
They
Gen.G.
do have a lot of work that they need to be doing. I mean, just taking a look at
I mean,
the very first
confidence will
game
be high.
for next
Dude, they
week.
had a rough,
First
they had a
of all,
rough
Gen.G
little
versus
draw,
Paper
man.
X, that's huge.
T1 and then
And then
Gen.G.
T1
Fourth rematch.
Global against Talon.
I mean, Saturday
E1
is
against RRQ, that's going to be
Oh,
fun.
massive
Full
hype
And then
day.
Bleed Zeta,
Should
this will
one
be
of our
pretty
best
fun
days
as
we'll
well.
have of
Okay,
the entire, group
solid,
stage
solid
area.
games.
And Sunday, also a rematch between
Bro,
Secrets.
this
and
game just
Zeta
got so much more
Division. There
exciting.
was some- yeah, that was some.
Ascent will be interesting. I think Gen.G with some
high emotions
forward watch
that
might be
we
able to
saw,
do it.
during play-ins or playoffs during kickoff. Not,
Oh, there's
not too
paths
long
for the
ago
goats.
between those two teams.
That's actually
Well,
true.
think about for Secret now how important that
DFM,
win
just
could
the
be if they can
Sentinels
get-
of
if they can beat
Pacific.
Zeta.
Oh yeah.
Like
Hit the
you know,
hardest
they're
route.
on the Alpha side, so they haven't won a game yet. They've in fact lost 2 because they've already played 2. So that's like even more high stakes for Team Secret. So that's a lot coming into that match for them to be considering.
Yeah.
Gen.G is
So we
very.
thought week
Yeah,
one
I
was
still think
pretty
Gen.G will
crazy.
win Ascent. I
It's
think
gonna be even more
there's a few
safe,
things I want to watch
and
for
I
the
love how
DFM
this
game on
build-up
Ascent.
towards
Like I want to see some of the
playoffs
change-ups
is
they make.
absolutely
But if they can make
unpredictable
good
with some of these
change-ups
teams.
as well,
DFM winning today, and we're gonna go
the
to the
sky
stage
is
with
the
the
limit,
interview
man.
with our MVP, May.
DFM's May, after their long-awaited
Let me crank it up.
win in Pacific under DFM banner. Now, congratulations, May. May, you really meant it today when you said it was winnable. And we saw you get emotional a little bit, tears here and there. Talk to me about what's behind the tears and what's on your mind right now.
まず最初の控室で取ったインタビューで、ウィナボーと言ってくれたと思いますけど、それを実際証明してくれましたと。で、勝利した時に、涙されてましたけど、その訳を教えてください。
いやウィナボーとは言ったものの、いや別に勝てると思って言ったわけじゃなくて、ただ自分に言い聞かせるような感じで勝てるって言ってたんで、勝てるとも思ってなかったし、勝つ気持ちでやってましたけど、勝てる可能性は低いと思ってたので、そういう思いで嬉しかったです。
Yeah, so even though I said winnable in the first, but I actually didn't think we could win. So, but it was more like telling myself so it was. I'm glad that I could win today. So yeah.
Yes,
that's
you need
it.
to have the confidence no matter what. Well, you guys started great on Ascent, but I want to talk to you about the comps because you guys started running the race comp. So you changed your comp, and maybe we were theory crafting about how that could be to counter T1's Viper Cypher comp. But then T1 also pulled out a different comp. So did that catch you off guard? Was your comp counter to T1's comp? And if so, how are you guys trying to navigate through Ascent with all the changes that T1's made?
まあアセントに関して、相手が So it was こっちがまあレイズのコンプを使ってで相手のバイパーサイファーとバイパーのまあ構成に対してこっちがカウンターしていったと思うんですけど、まあそこに関してどういったなんだろう戦術を用意していたのかとまあ相手がまたそれに対してまたカウンターしてきたと思うんですけど、まあそこどういったチーム内でやり取り
なんか自分たちの構成とかその相手への対策とかは、まあ、ちょっとあんまり話せないんですけど、まあ、そうですね試合中、まあ、そのジェット経用の普通の構成は、まあ、スクリムで一番やる構成ですしその対策が一番容易な簡単だったので、まあ、スムーズではなかったですけど個人的にはすごくやりやすい試合でした。
Okay, so I cannot say much about the details, but for their like Jet KO's comp, it's pretty standard. So we were kind of easy to react to their comp. So yeah.
All right, I was just curious, but none of that matters because we had intense sunset. Double digits everywhere, and I feel like that's where the doubts start to kick in. Maybe because you guys did have map wins last year as well, but you just couldn't get yourself quite across the finish line. So what do you think was the biggest factor that allowed you to pull through and finally get this match win?
まあ3セットに関してもかなり接戦で、まあ10対10以上のまあ後半まで行く展開が続いてたと思います。で、去年に関しては、まあ、そこまではいけてもそこから勝ちきれないっていうような状況があったと思いますけど、今シーズンはどういったところで勝ちきれるチームになったと言えますか？
まあやっぱり僕たちのチームもやっぱりメンタルが課題的な部分があって、やっぱ劣勢な状況になるとなんかコミュニケーションが減ったり打ち合いのディティールが悪くなったりとかしたんですけど、まあ、今回は全員でラウンド取られ続けても声かけ合って落ち着こうって言ってやってたのでよかったなと思います。
Yeah, we were kind of like we're not good in mentally. So if we start losing, our communication get less and less, and of course we start losing in small fights and skirmishes. So, but this time we were able to like hold each other's backs and make sure to communicate a lot in game. So that's how we were able to get the win today.
All right, well, congratulations for that win. First one in the bag. Plenty more to come in the future. Just one more quick question. Next up, you guys are facing Gen.G. So winnable?
次 Gen.G ですけど、winnable ですか？
ウィナボーって言うしかないですね。
Yeah,
All right, May. Winnable. We'll have to see. But congratulations and go enjoy the night. Well deserved. Thank you for the interview as well. We'll see you soon. And that was May with the post-match interview. And that's all we have for week 1, everybody. But we have plenty more Valorant actions to come through.
All right.
For week
Winnable.
2 starting Saturday.
Dude, what a game. Okay.
Chat.
Plat chat in 2 hours 40. If you wanna like watch the Ascent game, if you didn't see it, I highly recommend it. Or watch that game back if you missed that game somehow and you just come in at the end and you're just like, what the hell went on? So yeah, very, very strong. Okay, chat, give me someone to raid and I'm gonna go chill out for a little bit and I'll see you guys on Plat chat in about 2 hours. Gonna be a good one? Yeah, dude. I don't know where Sideshow's gone, man, but I'm excited for it. Sander, perfect raid. Let's do that. It's just Sander, right? Sander FPS. And a lot of people are spamming 10. 10 or Xander. What should we do? Loads of people saying 10. Okay, yeah, give me 10. How many ends we got? 3? Okay, there we go. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you all. And okay, we got EMEA tomorrow, so that would start in an hour and 20 minutes for your time zone. So EMEA tomorrow, 25 hours. Or we got Plat Chat in 2 hours. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you all. Solid games. Thanks for keeping chat a nice place. Shout out to all the mods as always. And have a good rest of your day, and maybe I'll see you on Plat Chat in a bit. All right, peace, peace, peace. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, YouTube chat. Thank you, thank you. I'll see you all soon, okay? Peace.